Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Rezero, Dragon God, Orsted's Template. Chapter 1, The Beginning, 1. A wave of serene wind blew by Hyle's face, blowing up his white hair slightly. The unending grassland before him made multiple emotions rise within his chest, the prominent one being disbelief. However, the heat he felt from the sun and wind belittled his little act of disbelief towards reality. The grassland before him was no illusion, but his current reality. Transmigration. Or is it reincarnation? But I didn't die. I remember going to sleep in my room. Even while a hailstorm of emotions raged through his mind, Hyle's expression was stuck in neutral, something he attained through practice. The act of masking one's emotions was a necessity in modern society, where even a coworkers might hold ulterior motives against you. Shade, it would be bad if I get dehydrated now. Hyle spotted a tree quickly and walked towards its shade's haven. Though I think transmigration is a thing worth dreaming about. I hope it won't throw me in the middle of nowhere. More than anything, just where am I? Having spent more than half of his youth with anime, manga, and novels, Hyle was a knowledgeable transmigrator, he considered himself at least. The flower field just behind him alleviated his anxious heart. The sweet smell in the air was making Hyle's body relax naturally. Just as Hyle wondered if there was anything edible around, a static noise spread through his head. His body that had relaxed just a moment ago tightened with even more tension than before. The host has been detected. The gotcha system has successfully bonded with the host. The world has been detected to be Rezero- starting life in another world. The original plot shall start in approximately 9 years and 4 months. The main quest shall be locked till then. You have unlocked the side quest. The existence of a system didn't really surprise him, but reading about the world he found himself in, Hyle instantly lost all thoughts about relaxing in the slightest. The plane before him, that Hyle considered not risky before, was instantly labeled dangerous now. Out of every world, this had to be one, tch. It was bad, no, very bad. I have followed this series to the newest arc, but instead of feeling confident in his knowledge, Hyle just felt despair. He tried his best to suppress his scrambled emotions, but the voice deep within his mind refused to stay still. It's all right, there is no way a witch beast would appear here. I most definitely don't have a witch's scent like Subaru to attract them either. However, what if one does appear? Nonsense, I will not die here. For a while, Hyle felt like his vision was twisting around from the stress. This wasn't the first time his emotions and thoughts ran rampant, but it definitely was the most intense. Just then. You have acquired the beginner pack. Warning, the abilities and items are random in this pack. However, the future quests and rewards would be affected by the initial reward the host acquires from this pack. Open the beginner pack. Hyle ordered coldly, he needed strength right now to rely or he might really go paranoid. Ding. The beginner pack has been opened. You have acquired, template, Dragon God Orsted. The template has been modified to fit this world. You have acquired an ability, Rewrite, from the anime world of Rewrite. You have obtained basic literacy in the languages of this world. You have obtained a special map. The infusion will begin in 5 seconds. The rewards aren't bad, but is it enough to guarantee my life? Hyle doubted it. Nevertheless, his mind could catch a break from all the overthinking now. Heat rose from the center of his stomach and spread across his body quickly. His mind was hit by a wave of indescribable information, it made him feel like his brain was being invaded for a second. The uncomfortable feeling vanished slowly to Hyle's relief. Orsted's template, 1%. Orsted, Hyle knew him very well, the strongest being in the world of jobless reincarnation. Till the end, Orsted didn't lose a single time throughout that particular timeline. With this template, Hyle was confident in being able to reach the top of this world. It was doubtful whether he could still win against Reinhard. It's impossible, Hyle came to a conclusion soon. He knew exactly how much of a broken character Reinhard was and it would be foolish to stand against such an existence. I only have 1% of Orsted's power. Hyle frowned, it was still lacking. He could feel the newfound energy within him and it made him almost jump up in celebration. It felt as if he had returned to his youthful days. The next ability. Rewrite, the ability to rewrite any aspect of your existence, to strengthen yourself permanently in exchange for lifespan. Warning, using this ability with a low lifespan would lead to permanently converting a part of your body into a monster, depending on the user. Rewrite, one of the myriads of anime Hyle watched and it definitely left an impression. Rewrite was very versatile in nature, not just strength, even intelligence, talent, memory capacity, almost any aspect of oneself could be enhanced. Lifespan. As Hyle mused, the system acted up again. The status can be viewed. Then let's see it. Hyle didn't hesitate. Name, Hyle Madstone, template Orsted, 1%. Hyle frowned looking at the word name, remembering one of the abilities related to it from Rezero. The archbishops of gluttony have the ability to eat or erase others' existence or memory through their names. A second name is necessary for survival. Orsted sounds alright, I guess. As Hyle, or now, Orsted thought so, the system responded quickly. Name, Orsted, original name, Hyle Madstone, template Orsted, 1%. Lifespan, 140 years. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon. Physique, 1.8, 1 point is equal to a normal peak human being. Mana gate, 1.9. Spirit affinity, 2. Physical and magical resistance, 1.6. Techniques. The Sword God style / Water God style / North God style, basic attainment. Magic, basic attainment in all elements. The reincarnation technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. For a while Orsted stared blankly at the last two abilities in his status. The reincarnation technique was the strongest ability he possessed at the moment. It would make him invincible or at least, unkillable. The chances of being stuck in a death loop was low too, unlike Subaru's return by death. I underestimated Orsted's template. I almost forgot about the reason he was able to master almost every technique in that world. Dragon Tribe Curse was very worrying too, but Orsted didn't consider it a problem. He wouldn't have to deal with overconfident grunts coming to provoke him with it. Orsted could see a 3D model of himself beside the status. An intimidating, tall figure with silver hair and striking, golden predatory eyes was portrayed in it. Along with the curse of the Dragon Tribe, he would appear terrifying to everyone. The only difference from the original was that he appeared in his early 20s. The system has begun adjustment. Information suddenly begun flowing into his mind again. Chapter 2, The Beginning, 2. Apparently, Orsted's Dragon God title wasn't just a formality and its existence was burnt into the world through the system. The title of Dragon God exists in the Rezero world too now. Anyone who possesses this title would be the strongest existence in the dragon race. Information spread throughout the world. To everyone, it was a title left empty for centuries. Going through the information in his head, Orsted frowned identical to his template self in jobless reincarnation. Any being with dragon bloodline would be able to tell that he was the dragon god instinctually. Something not worth worrying about in itself, but according to the system or now legend of this world, if the other dragons are able to kill Orsted, they would attain the dragon god title. In hindsight, if Orsted wins, the opponent dragon would become his servant eternally. First, the Dragon Tribe Curse and now this, I might just be attacked in my sleep now. When such thought appeared, it stuck to Orsted's mind. Dying in sleep would mean not knowing the opponent efficiently. Orsted activated, rewrite, and decided to rewrite and erase the need for sleeping. 10 years of lifespan will be deducted, is the host sure? Yes. Orsted's paranoid mind couldn't leave a weakness like that around or else, he would never be able to think more freely. And it was apparent that his lifespan would increase with his template's growth. Immediately, Orsted felt his mind getting absorbed into himself, feeling perfectly how his mind was being modified and the sense of losing something that he couldn't pinpoint perfectly. He predicted it to be his lifespan. Orsted took a glance around himself again. Nothing had changed in reality, however he strangely felt his senses focusing all over the place. Orsted felt his perception to have expanded greatly. The gentle smell of the flowers grew unpleasant to Orsted. It was as if he were smelling multiple perfumes at once. Orsted stayed below the tree for a few seconds before getting up. I can control my senses now. Orsted checked the clothes he was wearing. They were similar to what the original Orsted wore in Jobless Reincarnation. A double-layered trenchcoat with a high, fur-lined collar and attached cape. The attire featured ornate buckles, dark tones, and a menacing, structured look suitable for the dragon god. It highlighted his moniker as the dragon god strangely, Orsted thought to himself. Now, it was time for him to consider his future path. I have to eliminate my weaknesses first and then strengthen myself quickly. My mana regeneration is my most glaring weakness. Orsted's magical prowess was unmatched, but he couldn't show it off mostly due to this reason too. The most apparent solution would be rewrite, however Orsted felt it instantly. Even to just recover 10% speed of his mana regeneration, 1,000 years worth of lifespan was needed. How worrying. The world adjustment has been completed. The gacha system has been modified in accordance with the reward from the beginner pack. The primary way to strengthen your template is through system quest or dragon points. Dragon points can be obtained by spreading your name as the dragon god throughout the world. 1,000 dragon points is equal to 1% of template progress. The secondary way to strengthen the template would be through rewrite. 100 years worth of lifespan is equal to 1% of progress. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining your first side quest. Orsted felt his nerves calm down. With the system, he wouldn't suffer as long as he was careful. The side quest specifics appeared before his eyes. Side quest 1, reach Kararaji's second city, Banan, and become a bounty hunter. Reward, 500 dragon points, 50 years of lifespan and a gacha chance. Advice, check the special map in your inventory. The special map, I almost forgot about it. Orsted quickly went through the simple system interface and took out the map, which was made of yellow parchment. Opening the map, a colorful world map presented itself before him. There was even a red arrow pulsating over his location. So I'm in the Banan grasslands. Banan City isn't that far. Staring at the map seriously, Orsted decided to start traveling immediately. Banan City. Orsted knew this city somewhat through the Rezero's novel. It was the same city where Subaru ran with Rem in the Sloth route. It appeared in the original plot too, where the Shinagami incident took place. Zerestia. Orsted remembered about her and grew contemplative. The slasher, a great spirit with immense power. There were only a few characters that Orsted was interested in the world of Rezero. Rem being one of the people in the list, he was quite happy when she regained her memory in the later arc. In the end, it was all reset through Return by Death, an immense disappointment. After seeing that there was even a compass in the map, Orsted got up and began walking towards his destination. His snow-white trench coat waved with the winds. It was almost evening now. There is a road east from here. I should first reach it and follow its trail cautiously. Heading through a random route towards Banan City might just lead to a witch-beast habitat. Though stronger than before, Orsted felt it would be hard to take on witch-beast with only 1% of his template's strength. Cutting through the flower field, Orsted traveled steadily towards the road thanks to the special map. An hour later, the sun seemed to have almost reached the horizon, spreading its soothing sunrays to the flower field before Orsted. Suddenly, Orsted felt one side of his trench coat to be heavier than before. Poochie. A sense of squishing something below his legs spread through his toe. When did? Orsted felt his face stiffen gazing at the dozens of flowers or parasites stuck on his white coat. They writhed disgustingly, blood-color liquid covered them whole. Orsted could see dozens of such parasites all around the flower field now. A decaying smell assaulted his nose at that moment. Flower. A flower field. Orsted's mind was injected with a dose of uncontrollable energy and despair. The smell of decaying meat, flower parasites, and a flower field. If Orsted couldn't predict where he was at the moment with this much information, he might as well be a retard. Orsted had entered the courtesan bear's habitat. Courtesan bears are 2 to 3 meters in length and have short legs in exchange for long arms, black fur, and hook-like claws. The flowers on their bodies are actually parasites that suck moisture and nutrients from their hosts, and any places that don't have any flowers have withered. Their faces are mummy-like. Orsted turned around and began running with an inhumane speed. I can't believe I waltzed into there even with prior knowledge of this world. At that moment, Orsted realized that having knowledge about this world didn't mean he had experience too. Why? Why can I smell them on this side too? Even while knowing reincarnation technique would save him even at death. Orsted didn't have any intentions of experiencing how it felt being eaten by bears. Chapter 3, Loop 2. Ha, ha. Orsted kept running for dozens of minutes, following the lead of his nose. The moment he smelled the decaying flesh, he would change direction. He felt grateful for his sensitive nose today. However, this way, Orsted had no idea which way he was heading in the slightest. Crunch. They're catching up. Turning back, dozens of courtesan bears could be seen moving towards his direction with unsteady steps. Feeling it wasn't a time to hold back anymore, fueled by his fearfulness, Orsted began boosting his physique. Rewrite, -10 years, rewrite, -10 years, rewrite, -10 years. The physique stats were successfully boosted to 3.2, 3 times that of a peak normal human body. Instantly, Orsted felt like his body was out of his control, accelerating forward unstoppably. Bad. Bang. One misstep was all it took, his body launched itself tumbling into the ground, leaving behind a long trail of his crashing path and dust cloud. Ah. Voice refused to leave Orsted's vocal cord. No question about it, dozens of his bones were broken for sure. Especially his legs, Orsted felt like killing himself for a second, however stopped with all his willpower. Not hopeless. Orsted's hair stood on edges, listening to large footsteps intensifying. Rewrite, -20 years. All the wounds healed instantly at a visible rate, pushing his body off the ground. Orsted ran with full focus. In a few seconds, his mind which had ignited with hope again was met with a wall. The reality refused to succumb to his hope. No matter which way he turned, he could smell or see courtesan bears. Do I have the witch's miasma too? Orsted felt his mind disconnect for a second, freezing at spot blankly. No. The answer came from the system and it just baffled Orsted more. It hit him at that moment, the dragon tribe's curse. To mindless beasts like courtesan bears, he would appear as a threat and a beast with no sentience would try to destroy the said threat. Fuck this. Orsted felt his pride hurt internally, he considered himself to be better. But for a while, almost everything that he realized was too late. To defeat them, a better control of his body and stronger endurance was needed. Orsted came to the conclusion and used rewrite immediately. Rewrite coordination, -5 years, rewrite physical endurance, -10 years, rewrite physical endurance, -10 years. It set in at that moment, as if he had crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. Goo. The dragonic scale began growing all over Orsted's body. His eyes lost the prudent intelligence he carried. The side effect of the rewrite ability had kicked in. Orsted had actually considered this aspect before using it. He predicted there to be no problem since decades of lifespan was still around. He never considered the fact that he was half-dragon now. To this species, decades were comparable to just years. Which triggered the side effect of rewrite. Orsted, with not even a shred of his past self left, thrashed around randomly before rushing towards the courtesan bears. With monsterification started, his physique broke through 10 points easily. A draconic wing spread from one side of his back and a scaly tail whipped around in the air behind him. Roar. Claws even sharper than the finest sword slashed through the courtesan bears' bodies easily. As if a chain reaction occurred, courtesan bears poured from everywhere to kill the prey that threatened them, only to turn into nutrition for the flower field before the rampaging Orsted. The claws that were the main weapon of the courtesan bears just rendered a few bloody scratches on Orsted's body, which was strengthened by scales. The scales on his face continued to grow, covering his whole body. Pure white scales, covered in blood, shone in the dimming sunset. Orsted's body kneeled down on the bloody mesh, created by him. His consciousness surfaced for a second, but gave up as soon as it appeared. Both his rampage and transforming body demanded stamina and energy, that he clearly lacked right now, which led to internal collapse of his whole body. It hurts, fuck. Orsted cursed at the fact he obtained sanity at this moment, just to suffer further. Grah. Apparently, not all the courtesan bears were dead yet and they didn't show any intention of letting him slide. Crunch. The sound of chewing and the excruciating pain spread from his shoulder. His vision stayed dyed in red, refusing to budge an inch like every part of his body. Ah. No. No. His enhanced physical endurance and transformed body just made him more chewable to these witch beasts, extending his suffering by a large extent too. Dozens of courtesan bears chewed at multiple parts of his body, leg, shoulder, waist and, one went for his head. Crunch. Loop 2. Swoosh. Warm wind braced Orsted's body, who sat below the tree's shade. Sigh, I returned. Orsted stared at his palm emotionlessly. His mind ordered him to scream the trauma out, but he suppressed it with all his might. Since, if he let loose, Orsted felt he would really fall into madness. Phantom pain was still pulsing past his brain, making the reality more heavy in his mind. Don't think. Don't think. Orsted got up and began running away from the flower field, refusing to even go near it. Images of his past loop flashed into his mind. Nausea rose within him, and not long later. Blurg. Orsted vomited uncontrollably, feeling like throwing out his innards. His body began spasming uncontrollably. His eyes turned white and his mind headed towards oblivion. Just one slip-up made his mind succumb to what he just experienced. Rewrite and strengthen my mental fortitude. Orsted activated, rewrite, desperately. Rewrite, -5 years, rewrite, -5 years. Sigh. The effect was immediate. Orsted felt his mind harden and stabilize from the brink of self-destruction. What would have happened if I allowed myself to break further? I might have lost myself as an individual. Fear coursed through his mind. Waterball. Using basic magic, Orsted cleaned himself and continued moving a little away from the flower field. He experienced trauma for the first time in his life. All of Orsted's magic were modified so they could be used with the gate of the Rezero world. If he taught others, they might be able to use the spells of the jobless reincarnation world too. While walking briskly, Orsted opened his status. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 1%. Lifespan, 130 years. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon. Physique, 1.8, 1 point is equal to a normal peak human being. Mana gate, 1.9. Spirit affinity, 2. Physical and magical resistance, 1.6. Techniques. The Sword God style / Water God style / North God style, basic attainment. Magic, basic attainment in all elements. The reincarnation technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world, making you invisible to prophetic ability. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. It had been reset to the initial state too. Chapter 4, Ground Dragon. The difference after his mental fortitude was enhanced felt very vivid to Orsted. His mind wouldn't grow paranoid unless he allowed it and stayed focused and stable almost like a rock. Wait, can I use rewrite to kill myself instantly? Orsted was tempted to try so immediately, but stopped hearing the system's voice. It's possible. For a while, Orsted was really disappointed by his past self. Not being able to use the resources provided efficiently was a trait of a failure, and that's what he was. It won't be the same anymore. Orsted continued jogging towards the road portrayed in the map, while making up his mind to stay focused. Truthfully, if it wasn't for the side effects of the rewrite, Orsted was confident that he could have fought his way out of the flower field in the before loop. He just had to be careful about his stamina, and his aim was never to kill all the courtesan bears. It was to escape safely. I need a sword. Without one, I can't even bring out half of what I'm capable of. Magic is still out of question. Orsted could feel that it would take almost half a day just to recover the mana that he used to conjure the water ball spell just before. Sigh, focus on the future. Orsted tried taking his mind away from all the mistakes he made in the past. Taking a few breaks along the way, Orsted predicted that he should be able to reach the road within a few hours. However, seeing his progress in the map, Orsted realized he wouldn't reach the city of Banan before tomorrow afternoon. Feeling the hunger rising from his stomach, Orsted didn't continue staring at the dark starry sky and activated rewrite to clear his hunger, bringing his body to its peak state. Rewrite, 2 months. So it can recover my mana too, wonderful. Orsted continued traveling without hesitation. The temperature grew colder as the night plunged the world deeper into darkness. Even with his senses enhanced, Orsted couldn't see his surroundings perfectly. Still, his dragon-like eyes weren't just for show. A normal person wouldn't have been able to see a thing in his situation. At last, the road, or what appeared to be a mountain track, made Orsted smile for the first time. Nevertheless, he didn't let his guard down. After brainstorming for almost 3 hours as he traveled, Orsted had thought of every last possibility that he could imagine. Even with his body in good condition, slight tiredness spread through his mind. Right, I forgot to erase my need to sleep this time around. He held himself from using lifespan recklessly, he could just resist sleep with his enhanced fortitude. Keeping an eye always on both sides of the track, Orsted moved towards Banan. Traveling for an unknown amount of time, a flicker of light appeared at the far end of the track, opposite from Banan. Seeing the light, Orsted launched immediately away from the track and continued putting some distance so he would stay out of sight. The reason for his caution was simple, the title, Dragon God. The main mode of transportation in this world used ground dragons, which definitely possessed dragon bloodline. In Kararaji, there were other mounts such as Riders, but ground dragons were still more sought after. Orsted was pretty sure that those ground dragons would come rushing towards him, to defeat him and take his Dragon God title. Once again, his pride was slightly hurt, having to hide like a weakling. TCH, stupid lizards. Watching the dozens of lights moving past where he stood, Orsted slowly went on towards Banan. There were a few more instances where he had to move out of the way to stay safe. However, when he caught the sight of a single carriage moving towards him, Orsted didn't move out of the way this time. At last, a lone prey. Being a famous merchant city, they usually wouldn't turn away even random people from entering the city, but there always exists the possibility of things turning wry. Since there was a high chance, Dragon Tribe's curse would make them fearful of Orsted, which in turn might lead to being rejected entry. I won't take a gamble there, so I can only take a smaller gamble here. I hope that carriage just belongs to a small-time merchant. Moving to the side, Orsted acted as if to make way for the carriage to pass. His eyes coldly followed the light approaching nearer and a brownish ground dragon was soon visited to his eyes. Perfect. Now I don't have to be the aggressor. Though happy internally, Orsted's expression grew colder on the outside. As he expected, the ground dragon suddenly accelerated towards him with a mighty battle roar. It was as if only Orsted existed in the ground dragon's slit eyes. It thrashed forwards without a care for the carriage behind it. What? What is the deal with you? The merchant was visibly baffled and tried taking control of the ground dragon. The merchant could see a silhouette of a person at the far end of the track, which just fueled the rising tension within him. Seeing the ground dragon refusing to follow his order, the merchant recklessly disconnected the carriage from the dragon, deciding to save his merchandise from being damaged first. The ground dragon's speed increased dramatically, being freed from the load. Grah. Orsted locked eyes with the rushing beast, accepting the challenge confidently. If it's just a physical fight, I should be able to match it with my current strength. It doesn't appear to be of any special breed either, but defeating it without a weapon will be hard. Orsted analyzed and turned his body towards the ground dragon without fear. Then, I can only rely on magic to win smoothly. I will be borrowing one of your moves, Rudius. Focusing mana into the ground from his feet, Orsted created a familiar quagmire just a few meters before the ground dragon. The ground dragon's feet sank into the quagmire suddenly, throwing its body forward out of balance. Many injuries appeared around its body after the fall, however it hadn't given up, which was apparent seeing it try to stand back shakily. The ground dragon's yellow eyes still burnt with fighting spirit. Orsted pointed one of his hands towards it without changing his expression. Stone bullet, formed before his outstretched hand, still not comparable to what Rudius could do, appearing to be just the size of a finger. Stay down. Orsted commanded, looking into the ground dragon's eyes. The stone bullet shot forward without a pause after forming, connecting with the ground dragon's head in a blink of an eye. Bang. The stone bullet shattered upon coming in contact with it, but the damage was done. Seeing the ground dragon fall just after it stood up shakily, Orsted breathed out coldly. Slight disappointment flickered across his eyes, seeing his stone bullet wasn't able to fully penetrate the ground dragon's scale. It was most likely the strongest spell he could conjure currently after all. I have barely used 10% of my mana, so even with just 1% of Orsted's template, my magic capabilities are quite good. Though, mana regeneration is the real problem. To deal with his mana regeneration problem, Orsted could only turn to his rewrite ability, which was a temporary solution for now. Watching the unconscious ground dragon, Orsted could suddenly feel a connection with it. Is this the effect of Dragon God title? Now, this ground dragon would turn eternally loyal to me, I guess. Before Orsted could rejoice on his first successful fight, a system notification appeared before his sight. Your existence has been noted by the copy of Tome of Wisdom. Do you wish to erase your existence from it? 5,000 dragon points are needed for the erasure. HM. Chapter 5, Tome of Wisdom and Zerestia. I don't have any dragon points. Orsted stared blankly at the system notification. In the first place, using 5,000 dragon points for something like that was out of question. He would rather use them to grow stronger and deal with Roswell if he becomes an obstacle. Knowing that now he could instantly end his life with rewrite, Orsted didn't feel much threat from Roswell. What if my reincarnation technique was mentioned in that gospel? Annoying. I can only focus on growing stronger and be careful as to not be sealed away like Subaru and Sadella. The system responded to his will. Your existence has been firmly recorded by the Tome of Wisdom, Gospel. The future side quest shall be slightly modified. After seeing this notification, Ost took his mind off the system. +1 dragon points. The merchant watched Orsted with a stiff expression, his body shook with every change he saw in Orsted's movement. His hands were tightly clenched beside his body, he felt terror like never before. Watching such a reaction, Orsted didn't find it strange. Every living being would either come to fear or hate him in the end. It wasn't a bad thing, a curse that he could use to spread his name and gather dragon points. I will rewrite it in the future, so that I can activate and deactivate it by will. Though it doesn't appear problematic now, it could lead to complications in the future. And it would be dangerous if some of the stronger existence grew hostile, due to the curse's effect. I'm very sorry about my ground dragon. The merchant prostrated almost as if his life was online. Looking at the young brown-haired man bowing towards him, Orsted raised his brows and glanced at the undammed carriage. He is somewhat smart. Orsted made a regimental profile on the merchant in his head. Weak body with no sign of training, vibrant clothes, but not lavish in any way. His reaction wasn't that of what Orsted predicted to be that of an experienced warrior either. He is harmless. Orsted concluded before speaking. Are you heading towards Banan? Orsted spoke coldly with a frown. He hadn't focused on his voice before, but it really sounded perfectly like the original Orsted from Jobless Reincarnation. Huh. The merchant raised his head, only to smash it back down after taking a closer look at Orsted. That's right, sir. After a pause, Orsted spoke slowly, then, if you want to repay me, let me ride along till Banan and... Gulp. The merchant stiffened waiting for Orsted's next words. Acquire me a durable sword. Orsted finished after thinking it through. For now, using too much mana would lead to waste of his lifespan later to recover it. So using sword as the main weapon was the most rational choice. Personally, I like the novel feeling of using magic, but it can't be helped. The merchant didn't seem to relax even after hearing Orsted's easy request, his back still covered in sweat. Understood, sir. The merchant led Orsted to sit within the carriage. From his reaction, no matter what I do, the fear others feel towards me wouldn't diminish. Orsted analyzed with a cold face. It didn't appear like the merchant had any intention of giving his name, so Orsted took the lead. Dragon God, Orsted, that's my name, remember it well. After all, Orsted wanted this merchant to spread his name further. He didn't want to miss out on even a single dragon point, no matter where it came from. Understood. It's Slowen, a merchant. Slowen introduced himself weakly, before going to treat the ground dragon. After making place for himself, by moving the herbs and glass vials filled with unknown liquid, Orsted sat down and let his back relax. System, how much lifespan would I need to add an on and off switch to Dragon Tribe's Curse? Orsted inquired curiously. 100 years. It shouldn't be a problem then. For now, I can deal with it and use it to my advantage. He could collect dragon points by increasing his popularity, and it seemed like the main source of dragon points, beside quests. Traveling around the world and letting the Dragon Tribe's Curse do its thing was an option too. However, it was just too time-consuming and tiresome. To solidify his image as the Dragon God, Orsted needed achievements worthy of such title. A way to quickly spread my name throughout all the nations. It's either defeating a well-known figure or the 3 great witch beasts. Or wait. Zerestia, her name flashed by Orsted's mind. A character that left quite an impression on him, both in the original plot and in Sloth of Rout. Zerestia was one of the 4 great spirit, and making a contract with her would instantly make Orsted famous throughout all the known nations. She was an existence that existed even before the dragons and witches. Original, she possessed control over all 4 elements and could easily rank among the top 5 existence in this world. But due to an unforeseen betrayal, Zerestia lost all her power besides the wind element. Even with just her wind element, she stands on the same level as Puck, the spirit of the end. I might stick around Banan for a while, I think. Orsted made up his mind without much hesitation. Beside liking her in the novel, he felt he could gain a lot of dragon points by conquering her. For the first time in a while, he felt something akin to excitement. Traveling to this world might just not be a curse. Just as Orsted began pondering on how to go about signing a contract with Zerestia and making her his own, he heard noises from outside. Gra. The ground dragon resisted Sloan's control again. Its eyes turned to Orsted, the moment he moved outside to get a clear view. Orsted could easily see the overwhelming loyalty in the ground dragon's eyes. It walked towards him and began rubbing its head on Orsted's arm. Sloan gazed blankly at the scene before him. Listen to him. Orsted ordered after a pause. He forgot for a second that any dragon-blooded creature he defeated would turn eternally loyal towards him. The ground dragon bowed its head in obedience. The carriage began moving soon after. Dragon god, is that really the dragon god mentioned in the legends? Sloan's mind couldn't stop thinking about the existence that rested behind him. In his eyes, Orsted appeared like a bloodthirsty monster, who could show its fang any moment. After watching his ground dragon's reaction, Sloan was mostly sure about the other party's identity as the dragon god. Sloan didn't have the kind of training and mindset of a knight or warrior, who could overcome their inner fears. Just being near Orsted was a mental torture for him. I need to quickly reach Banan and escape. Chapter 6, Quest 1 completed. Early in the morning, a familiar carriage reached the fortress covering the second city, Banan. The guards let the Sloan's carriage pass the blockade without much inquiry. Apparently he worked for a well-known noble in Kararaji. Nobles, in other words, were just wealthy merchants with a lot of influence in Kararaji. There were different titles bestowed upon these merchants too. Kararaji doesn't have a government or king, mostly run by greedy merchants and the Council of 10. The 10 major city-states all had mayors acting as sole representatives. Slavery and prostitution was very rampant here too, if I remember right. Orsted pondered internally. In the end, it didn't feel very important to him. Orsted had no interest in being a merchant right now. However, he did see the potential in making a lot of money with his modern knowledge. I will consider it if I ever need money. Banan was more secure in hindsight, as slavery was banned here. Sloan moved the carriage towards a blacksmith shop immediately after entering Banan. His intentions of getting away from Orsted are apparent to anyone. Lord Orsted, we have reached the sword cutler. Sloan led Orsted into the shop with sword and shield signboard, hiding his fear behind a flattering expression. Ignoring the old man at the reception, with a visibly frightened face, Orsted took a glance over all the swords showcased on the wall and the wooden boxes. Going through the knowledge that he acquired from the template, Orsted felt that he could pretty much use any kind of sword. His knowledge in weapons was very comprehensive. After glancing around a while, he chose a long double-edged sword, which appeared in good condition as the best option. I like the katana and the rapier too, however they aren't optimal with the 3 main sword styles I know. This normal sword would be the most comfortable to use. Though he only had basic attainment in all the 3 sword styles, which didn't contain any magical sword technique, Orsted was confident with his choice. I haven't awakened my battle aura yet. After awakening it, I should be able to step into the same league as Wilhelm van Astria. In my case, instead of a normal battle aura, it should be a dragon battle aura, which is supposed to be dozens of times stronger than normal battle aura. Orsted lost himself into contemplation, since no one dared disturb him. After a while, he simply pointed towards the sword he chose. This will do. You understood. After tying the sheath around his waist, the weight of the sword gave rise to an invisible confidence within him. Even if not absolute, he possessed enough strength to survive while being careful now. Orsted looked at Sloan calmly. You can go away after dropping me near the employment agency. Understood. Sloan worked diligently and controlled the carriage towards the employment agency. Orsted hadn't forgotten about his first quest from the system. He could have walked there, but thought otherwise. It would be problematic to deal with dozens of ground dragons at once, if he walked through the streets. Hence, he decided to increase his strength more to be able to safely suppress them before strolling around for dragon points. Watching out of the carriage's window, Orsted sighed, feeling that he had really reincarnated. The architecture of the city resembled the olden Japan, specifically the early modern period feudal society of Japan. Most of the people wore kimonos too, making Orsted stare at them for a while. We have reached the destination, sir. Sloughan called out to Orsted weakly. Getting off the carriage, Orsted immediately felt many eyes turning toward him, and the emotions in their eyes were familiar. The employment agency was more crowded than the Sword Cutler. He could already see dozens of people walking and freezing after seeing him. +1 dragon point, +2 dragon points, +1 dragon point. Sloughan's ground dragon appeared very resistant to separate with Orsted, which led Orsted to order him again to be obedient to Sloughan coldly. Ground dragons cost a lot in this world. Even if scared, Sloughan wouldn't give up on it as a merchant. Knowing that, Orsted didn't have any intentions of demanding its ownership either. Though, if Sloughan didn't seem to have some influential superior, Orsted might have considered taking it. After watching the carriage zoom away in the distance, Orsted walked into the employment agency with a cold face. A familiar figure entered Orsted's vision, Crane Donahue. He ran this well-known employment agency and appeared briefly in Sloth if Route 2. Crane Donahue, the lizard-faced man, looked at Orsted with a wary gaze. There was even a flash of fighting intent that he suppressed quickly. Unlike ground dragons, lizard men were more rational, being able to suppress their emotions. Without a doubt, the existence standing before him was the dragon god. His bloodline screamed so at him internally. As he tried to suppress his instinct to fight him, his mind automatically began to form respect towards Orsted. He is more fatter than I expected and appears weird with that apron. Orsted felt Crane was more like a frogman than a lizard. From his reaction, Orsted predicted that Crane had some dragon blood in him too, most likely from his ancestor. This was good too. The other party should be able to solidify his moniker as the dragon god. Finding a semblance of respect in the other party's eyes, Orsted frowned. So, if they try to suppress the impulse to fight me, it converts into respect. This title has a few more mysteries to unwind still. +1 dragon points. How can I help you, mister? Crane spoke stiffly, but with a tone of respect. It's Orsted. I came to register as a bounty hunter. His cold and intimidating voice reached Crane. Crane quickly took out a parchment and began scribbling on it. Normally, he had to verify if the other party had some basic literacy before offering any help, but he skipped this step altogether when with Orsted. Bounty hunter was just a branch post after mercenary, which was very well known in Kararaji. This form could be used as an identification wherever in the 10 city-states, Mr. Orsted. Any commission with a bounty on it can be accepted by you. They are all on the commission board there. Crane kept a professional attitude, nothing like how he acted with Subaru. However, Orsted could see that the initial fear was slowly vanishing from Crane's eyes, only solemn respect being left behind. He might be one of the few people I can communicate with properly, for now. Orsted decided to remember him and took the parchment with Crane's seal. You have completed the side quest 1. The reward has been transferred. You have unlocked side quest 2 and a special quest. Chapter 7, Dragon Slayer Magic. Detected that the host has completed his first quest. The rewards for quest 1 shall be doubled. You have unlocked inventory. The series of notifications made Orsted raise his brows. It was more generous than expected. Inventory would also come in very handy. Putting away the system for now, Orsted first went through the recruitment board, which also contained bounty missions. Zerestia's bed search. Finding a familiar recruitment from the novel, Orsted gave it a look over. Recruiting investigator for the bed of Great Spirit Zerestia. The habitat of the Great Spirit has been a mystery for many years. The time has come to recruit members to explore it. Working conditions are negotiable, and the reward depends on the results. After pausing for a while, Orsted didn't take the recruitment sheet in the end. He hadn't made any plan against Zerestia yet. Coming in contact with her now was just reckless. Crane strained his neck seeing Orsted focus on that particular recruitment. A sigh left his mouth immediately seeing him move towards the other papers on the board. Taking a simple bounty for hunting down bandits, Orsted directly left the employment agency immediately. Crane wanted to warn him a little, but couldn't bring himself to say anything till the end. The existence before him was the legendary dragon god. Doubting his capabilities might bring upon his ire. Walking out of the employment agency, Orsted walked into the nearest alleyway without hesitation, while ignoring the filth littered everywhere. Even without Crane's warning, Orsted was aware that the bounty mission he took was above his capabilities right now. The bounty was clearly for the largest bandit around here. Their sheer number could outclass him, even if their individual strength was ignored. However, Orsted wasn't stifled. Soon he would upgrade his template and grow to an adequate level. Don't get any closer. Orsted was suddenly pulled out of his contemplation. He immediately gazed at the immigrants that appeared at the end of the alleyway. Ignoring the warning from the demi-human with cat or wolf ears, Orsted slowly walked past them. Throughout which, not even a single immigrant dared to look at him directly. Even if Banan prohibited slavery, as long as the guard system didn't notice, these immigrants could still be sold at other city-states. Their wariness wasn't misguided. Feeling he had walked deep enough, sensing none nearby, Orsted focused on the system. You have obtained 1,000 dragon points, 100 years of lifespan and 2 gacha chance. Do you wish to collect the reward? Yes. Orsted immediately felt a cool energy spread through his body, which he predicted to be lifespan. Does the host wish to use the 2 gacha chance? A frown appeared on Orsted's face. He truthfully didn't consider his luck to be very good. Whatever, use them. Orsted commanded with resignation. He stared at the system interface blankly, which quickly turned into a loading bar. Ding. You have obtained Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic of Acnologia from Fairy Tale. Ding. You have obtained a second set of Orsted's signature clothes. The clothes have been transferred to your inventory. The Arcane Dragon Slayer magic will be transferred in 3 seconds. Orsted's eyes widened looking at his first gacha pull. Before he could process its value, a storm of information and sensation covered him instantly. Ding. It has been detected that the host's body is very compatible with Dragon Slayer magic. The next moment, Orsted opened his eyes with a jerk. His body had kneeled from the overwhelming sensation at some point. Dusting off his trousers, Orsted breathed in deeply to calm himself. With this, everything has changed. With Arcane Dragon Slayer magic, Orsted could easily make up for his slow magic regeneration. Dragon Slayers have the innate ability of eating elements, depending on the type of Dragon Slayer magic they practiced. Fire Dragon Slayer could devour fire to recover their magic, Wind Dragon Slayer could devour wind to recover, and so on. However, Arcane Dragon Slayer magic, which belonged to Acnologia, was different. With it, any element could be devoured and it granted almost full immunity to any magic. In other words, Orsted could simply recover his mana by consuming the air or anything around him. I feel slightly stronger than before. Orsted stared at his hand surprised. He hadn't even began practicing and its effect were already showing. Focusing upon his body, Orsted could instantly feel a faint pulse deep within him. The dragon seed, which would come to haunt many normal dragon slayers in Fairy Tale, rested within Orsted. Once it grew, the dragon seed would start transforming the wielder to a dragon. There was the drawback of madness along with the transformation too. Orsted wasn't worried about this aspect, after digesting the information in his head. Because of the compatibility of his body, there wouldn't be any mental drawback. Not like it mattered, I could have dealt with it using rewrite. There was something that worried Orsted. System, I should be able to turn back to my human form after dragonification, right? Though transforming into a dragon was exciting and overpowered, Orsted was not willing to lose his humanoid form. After completing dragonification, the host can turn back to humanoid form immediately. Phew. After practicing this Dragon Slayer magic more, I won't have worry much about Roswell. Now with such an magic in his hand, Orsted decided to try it against the bandits he would face soon. Remembering the system had released 2 new quests prior, Orsted turned his focus towards it again. Side Quest 2, sign a contract with the Great Spirit, Zerestia. Reward, location of Zerestia's lost limbs, 2,000 dragon points, 100 years of lifespan and 2 gacha chance. Time limit, 6 months. Special quest, head near Flugel's tree and join hands with Roswell. Reward, new chain quest, 3% of template progress and 400 years of lifespan. Time limit, 3 years. Advice, just reach near the Flugel's tree, Roswell would meet you with the guidance of his gospel. I see, so Roswell isn't really hostile yet. I don't mind joining hands with him. Orsted didn't really care whether the other party was a villain or a saint, he would use them if benefits were visible. Through Roswell, Orsted could easily come in contact with some of the characters he knew very well, like Ram, Garfield too. Knowing them, he could manipulate them to a degree. Which was a win-win situation. After digesting all the information about the new quest, Orsted decided to first deal with Zerestia. Around this time, Roswell probably still hadn't destroyed the Oni village either. Orsted had no intention of changing this course of history. Rather, he wished for it to be destroyed too, or it would be problematic to come in contact with Ram in the future. She was a stock with a lot of potential for him to invest in. After deciding on his course of action, Orsted looked into his current dragon points. Dragon points, 1014. Without hesitation, Orsted used it on his template. Template Orsted, 2%. Heat spread through Orsted's body like a shock, making him grimace slightly. It quickly receded after a few seconds. A strange sensation poked at the back of Orsted's mind. Just a little more, and all his technique would get promoted to the intermediate level. Thinking on it for a while, Orsted used 50 years of his lifespan on the template again. Immediately a huge stream of information was dumped into his mind. Template Orsted, 2.5%. Phew, show me my status. Chapter 8, Discovering Oneself. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 2.5%. Dragon points, 14. Lifespan, 289 years 10 months. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon. Physique, 4.2. Mana gate, 3.9. Spirit affinity, 4. Physical and magical resistance, 3.5. Techniques. The Sword God style / Water God style / North God style, intermediate attainment. Magic, intermediate attainment in all elements. The reincarnation technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic, basic level. Sigh, forcing information into my head again and again. Orsted rubbed his temple with keen weakness. He felt as if he could easily jump into the sky, a hallucination from his growing strength. The mana I used a few hours ago has recovered after upgrading my template, no time to waste here anymore. Orsted lightly jumped and climbed onto the two-story house beside him. A gentle breeze brushed past Orsted's face. Looking at the sun that fully rose from the horizon for a few seconds, he took out his special map and began navigating towards the location that the bounty poster provided. Jumping from one ceiling to another, Orsted lost his balance many times, not used to his current strength, but he could easily prevent his body from falling with magic. Now, with the mana regeneration problem out of the way, Orsted couldn't help but want to use magic more and more. My senses have been enhanced too, it feels weird to be able to see that far off in the distance. If Orsted spread the way to use magic as freely as he did, he could probably start a revolution by himself. There were few people who saw Orsted's reckless traveling through the rooftops, but they didn't dare complain with the Dragon Tribe's curse affecting them. Arriving near the wooden fortress, Orsted jumped over it easily. This is fantastic. A slight smile appeared on Orsted's cold expression, he felt like his body could never run out of energy. Landing gently on the grassland, Orsted bent forward slightly and ran without holding back. Clouds of dust were visible everywhere he stepped, the ground rapturing from his uncontrollable strength. I should work on my control. Orsted controlled his boiling emotions and focused on the task. Dori, an infamous bandit and slaver belonging to the Multi-Arm clan. The bounty mentioned that he had 4 arms and wore the skin of a wolfen as a trophy. He was the only main target of this bandit group, having his head would directly clear the bounty's requirement. Dori, I might have read about him in some side story. Unfortunately, Orsted couldn't remember the specific about such an overly side character. The bounty appeared to be requesting for a fast-acting group, since Dori wouldn't stay in a single location for a long time. And it was recommended to be carried out in the day, since Dori had an ability to turn invisible in the dark, making him more dangerous at night. The reward for completing this bounty was very high too. 50 gold coins in total if all the bandits were cleared. Dori's soul value was 35 gold coins in it. Bandit extermination. It was clear that the mission didn't need any alive bandits, Orsted had to kill every last one of them. Just that. I always wondered how killing another person would make me feel. Excited. Disgusted. I never delved deeper into these thoughts in the modern society, but here. Would that turn him into a monster? Orsted didn't care about what others thought of him, what mattered was his own feelings. So be it. Orsted's curiosity won in the end. This wasn't just a mission for him now, it was a kind of self-discovery. Orsted found an interesting fact: whenever he felt tired, he could just devour the air to recover to his peak state. And so, he traveled a distance that even ground dragons couldn't cover at once. The bandits' hideout was near the mountains of empty wasteland, which was the exact opposite direction of where Orsted's initially transmigrated, the Banane grasslands. There is only a slight effect, but I can still feel it. The more Orsted made use of arcane dragon slayer to devour the air, the further his body strangely adapted to it. The dragon seed within him germinated slowly as well. Acnologia transformed into a dragon way faster than other dragon slayers, but bathing in hundreds of dragons' blood played a part in promoting his growth. I can't replicate it. It might take me a few years to officially become a dragon. Becoming a dragon king like Acnologia would require even more time. Acnologia was able to become a dragon king after almost killing the whole dragon race. Orsted couldn't do the same, and he wouldn't do such a risky endeavor in the first place. Just traveling might be a good way to practice arcane dragon slayer magic. After running for almost 2 hours, the terrain turned rocky and large hills were visible at the far end of the horizon. It's supposed to be just before those mountains. Orsted searched the area by climbing on higher terrain. A cloud of smoke was freely rising into the sky, near to the mountains. Orsted was surprised that they weren't even trying to hide their location. For a while, he stood frozen in his tracks with a frown. Originally, the plan was to just rush and slaughter them all, thinking they wouldn't be a threat for the current him. Once something suspicious appeared, it refused to leave Orsted's mind. Even after enhancing his mind with rewrite, not much of his original personality changed. He couldn't help but grow wary. After growing up to an adult, such rapid emotional growth was rare or non-existent. So it was quite a novel feeling for Orsted, though he couldn't appreciate it thinking about his first death in this world. I never considered myself so weak mentally before. I just learned more and more about myself in this world. The feeling of his mind collapsing in itself was quite an experience, and Orsted had no intention of experiencing it again. I won't give them even a chance to retaliate. Orsted decided to show them and himself he could do it. That he could conquer this new world. Chapter 9, Killing Didorii. Orsted's eyesight was enhanced to an unbelievable level. Even more than half a mile from where he hid, he could watch everything with perfect clarity. His nose picked up the smell of burning meat as well. After watching and predicting the bandits' layout for a while, Orsted saw his target sitting near to the fire, where other bandits were skinning their individual catches to cook. Wind rose slowly from Orsted's foot, before it gently enveloped him. His body instantly grew airborne after he jumped with all his might. A little more left. Adjusting his position with wind magic, Orsted began descending right in the middle of the bandits' hideout, near Didorii. They were all fortunately gathered in a single location. Searching and hunting them while depending on his senses was a chore after all. Then, at that moment, Orsted's body slowly stopped descending, floating just a dozen meters from the ground. Arcane Dragon's Wind Roar. Orsted gathered their attention intentionally while taking in a huge amount of air with his modified lungs. Acnologia could bestow any element he wanted to his breath attack, which was seen in the plot of Fairy Tale. In the end, he was even able to devour and use time and space elements. Orsted's intentional movement didn't go unnoticed by the bandits. Everyone froze the moment they laid their eyes on him. Retreat, you idiots. Their stupor only broke after hearing the urgent barking of their leader. However, it was too late. Royer. A jet of condensed hurricane left Orsted's mouth, aiming right at the middle of the bandits' camp. The moment the condensed hurricane came in contact with the ground, it expanded outward, turning into a sphere covering tens of meters. A single attack left the bandits devastated. Around half of them were enveloped in Orsted's dragon breath attack, getting instantly shredded into blood mists. Nothing, Orsted had watched them intently with his enhanced senses and didn't feel any of the emotions he had predicted to feel prior. The only thought that crossed through his mind was, the dragon tribe's curse is quite handy. Normally they would have countered or run even, immediately seeing an unknown enemy. With his curse, they just stood in a single place with their minds smeared with primal fear. Most of the weaker bandits were dead now, leaving behind the strong and injured ones. Still, since Orsted watched everything with all his focus, he had seen Didorii escape from the range of his dragon breath at the last moment. Unsheathing his sword, Orsted landed beside one of the demi-human that barely survived his ambush. Ugh! My legs. The demi-human's head rolled off his head with a blur of Orsted's hand. Still nothing. What a disappointment. It just feels natural to kill them since they are in the way of my goal. Not like any sensation registered in his hand either. He felt like he was cutting through paper with his sword. Not letting the disappointment stop him, Orsted began beheading every demi-humans in the way, as he headed towards where he saw Didorii escape before. It was towards the dense mountain and forest, opposite to the bandits' hideout. Keeping an eye on the patches of shadows belonging to the trees, Orsted followed the smell that most likely belonged to Dori. He is nearby, but before that. Orsted turned back and watched the kobold, who was closing in with the intention of ambushing him. Orsted could hear his footsteps from a mile. Die. You freakish bastard. The kobold demi-human lunged forwards with his short sword. His appearance was similar to Ricardo Welkins, who worked for Anastasia Hoshin, just smaller and less robust. Easily dodging the short sword, Orsted pierced his sword right into the kobold's neck. Poochie. Just as Orsted pulled out his bloodied sword, his sensitive ears picked up a sound just a few meters away from him, and it made his hair stand at their edges. His eyes turned towards the sound at breakneck speed, but it was too late. Bang. An axe spun towards him, that too at the speed of the sound. I don't have the agility to dodge that. Orsted's eyes widened, and his cold face instantly solidified. Large amounts of mana flowed into the ground through Orsted's leg instinctually, a wall of earth erected before him spontaneously. Seeing the axe breaking through the wall, Orsted didn't feel as threatened as before. His body stood with the stance of the water god style. Flow. Orsted used the most basic and the core technique of water god style, which fully focused on defense. Ting. Parrying away the axe with flow, Orsted still felt a sharp pressure on his hands. Just with intermediate level, it was hard to parry such an attack perfectly. This technique, once mastered, was said to be able to return any attack that comes in the user's way. Although it is a basic technique and not one of the 5 secret arts, the school considers it to be the backbone of the style and the most important technique, thus it is also regarded as a secret art. The flow would next evolve to the flow of magic in the later stages. I didn't want to act reckless, but it can't be helped. A fireball condensed before Orsted's extended hand, expanding quickly to the visible eyes. Without hesitation, he launched it towards the location Dori hid. Boom. A huge part of the surrounding forest was blazed in flames instantly. TCH. A giant jumped out of trees, deactivating his invisibility. Coming in full view was a 4-armed giant with wolfen leather covering him. His height, which was around 2 meters, gave him a dominant air. 3 axes were held in his hands, with one missing, which lay stuck on the tree behind Orsted. SHHHH. The fire which was spreading through the tree suddenly began flowing towards Orsted, entering his mouth rapidly, almost forming into a thick vortex of flame. Holding back the urge to throw another breath attack, Orsted readied his sword against Dori, who rushed forward recklessly. He has a good instinct to close the distance first. But unfortunately for Dori, Orsted already predicted his actions. With a swift wind, Orsted's body flew into the sky, dodging Dori by hair's breadth. Mana began boiling around his body, with visible heat rising around him. Arcane dragons, fire breath. A stream of flame extended from Orsted's open mouth, almost like an inferno. It enveloped Dori in its rising momentum. At their current distance, dodging the breath attack was pretty much impossible. Boom. Ha. Breathing out the heat from his mouth, Orsted stared forward coldly. The cloud of dust slowly receded. Watching Dori's burnt corpse, he sighed and transferred it inside his system's inventory. Fighting Dori with a sword was very disadvantageous for Orsted. With just intermediate attainment, he predicted that he could only fight him to a stalemate, since Dori possessed 4 hands in his advantage. In such a stalemate, experience would play a major role, which he lacked currently. In the end, Dori's strength was only around above average in the world of Rezero. One of Anastasia Hoshin's mercenaries, Ricardo Welkins, was able to defeat Dori too in the original plot. I'm surprised that I could actually react to his axe throw, which definitely traveled at the speed of sound. It wasn't very surprising, thinking of how the original Orsted from Jobless Reincarnation could react to sword slashes that surpassed the speed of light. Now only the grunts are left. Orsted moved quickly after Chapter 10, Slavery is Legal. It took almost an hour to locate and kill all the bandits. His nose, which had strangely grown very sensitive, helped a lot in the process. He could detect and follow their scents from a kilometer away. Orsted predicted it to be due to Dragon Slayer magic. In the plot of Fairy Tale, all Dragon Slayers possessed enhanced smelling ability. While destroying the bandits' hideout, Orsted had come across a variety of demi-humans, with only dozens of humans present. Among them, he found 2 lizard men, who at the moment, bowed their heads before Orsted. Bruises and blemishes covered their body, their rough appearance fitting their identity as a bandit very much now. Their loyalty was apparent from their eyes. It was almost overflowing thanks to the Dragon God title. Where do you store the goods? Orsted inquired coldly. The sole reason they were alive was due to it. They are stored in the caves on that mountain. The green lizardman pointed at the second closest mountain near them. All right. Just as Orsted began drawing his sword to finish them off, the lizardman spoke again. We were planning on transferring the slaves to our other base near Kyo, first city, today, where we would have sold them off at a high price. The lizard man's eyes were facing down, but his voice carried his intentions perfectly. Orsted gazed at him silently. The lizard man's intention to help him make money was apparent. But more than was, his will to live. He was aware of Orsted's intention of killing them after the question. Even if they become loyal, they don't want to die, huh? They aren't showing any intentions of resisting if I do cut their heads off though. Still, slaves. Orsted contemplated with a frown. The bounty didn't have any particular request for them. Hence, Orsted was free to do as he pleased with them. Selling them was an option, but it held many risks of his connection being discovered with it later. The merchants of Kararaji were not to be looked down upon. Just from the timing, the slave's identity and the source, they could definitely trace it back to Orsted. Once I make a name for myself, that would affect my image. Or would I gain more dragon points while being known as a slaver? Seeing Orsted lost in his thoughts, the lizardmen had visible cold sweats on their back. Slaves aren't illegal in Kararaji, I suppose? Orsted questioned calmly. That's right, it's only prohibited in Banan, Lord Dragon God. Go and bring me all the loot you possess here besides the slaves. You should have dragon carriages, you can sell the slaves yourself and bring the money to me in Banan later. Orsted ordered immediately after making up his mind. Letting free profit slip out of his hands was never an option to Orsted. He possessed no goodwill towards unknown people, judging them solely through benefits. His rough voice brought immense relief into the eyes of two lizard men. We understand. It took a while for the lizardmen to carry the goods to Orsted. The loot ranged from huge storage of alcohol to even gold coins. In total, it was predicted to be worth 40 gold coins if everything was sold. Being cautious, Orsted had refrained from going near the loot storage, where the slaves were sold. If the slaves saw him, he would definitely leave an impression of himself on them. Even if slavery was safe, having connections with bandits wasn't very ideal. No matter which world, society will still be complicated. In Orsted's case, he had to be extra careful of his reputation, his key to earning more dragon points. After placing the goods in his inventory, Orsted departed immediately. He decided against taking a ground dragon and treated traveling as a type of training. By the time Orsted reached Banan's fortress, it was already turning evening, the sun glowing in a gentle orange hue. Don't come any closer. The guard screamed out with a stiff expression. His eyes trembled while he stared at Orsted. Being treated so roughly made slight irritation rise within Orsted, but he held it in with a small frown. His reputation wasn't high enough yet, he thought, while passing his identity proof as a bounty hunter to the guard. Though still immensely reluctant, the guard had no choice but to open the gate to Orsted following the rules. He had no reason to stop the other party. Just after walking a few steps into the city, Orsted heard a familiar roar. Gra. A ground dragon which belonged to the common flana species sped towards Orsted. Rock bullet, a roughly bullet-shaped rock formed before Orsted's hand, around the size of a human first. Pouring a good amount of mana into it, Orsted launched it directly at the head of the ground dragon. Bang. Seeing the ground dragon fall with a single hit, Orsted didn't wait and walked away immediately. As for how the ground dragon grew disobedient to everyone after this day, it didn't have anything to do with him. Jumping through the rooftops, Orsted arrived at the employment agency. Seeing the dust thinly covering Orsted's white clothes, a light flashed past Crane's eyes. So how well did the hunt go, Mr. Orsted? Crane asked politely. Good enough. Orsted answered with his rough voice and handed over Dori's burnt body to Crane. Yo. Ahem, I mean, the bounty head has been collected. The money from the client should be ready by tomorrow. Please drop by any time you want then. Being able to make a body appear out of thin air was magical, but Crane didn't seem that surprised. Do you rent houses? Orsted asked. Crane tilted his chubby lizard face and answered immediately, I know a man who owns a tenement house, you might have heard of him. The Admirer, Halibel, a famous shinobi throughout the world. The other options. Ah, well, I know a client who rents his well-furnished house. That will do. Orsted's reply was instantaneous. Okay. Halibel, of course, Orsted knew him very well. His strength was worthy enough for him to stand at the top 10 or 15 strongest beings of Rezero. What if my curse brushes him the wrong way and he decides to assassinate me in my sleep? Though very unlikely with Halibel's personality, Orsted was a little paranoid about this world. Thinking about Subaru's death experience, where he was killed out of nowhere for some reason that seemed profound in good words, it suddenly didn't feel that far-fetched. Orsted could wait to meet Halibel officially after modifying his Dragon Tribe's curse in the future. Now, it's time for me to grind up a name here. Chapter 11, 2 months. 2 months went by quickly with Orsted growing more comfortable with his life in this world. While being capable of doing multiple bounty missions a day, Orsted still refrained by doing a single mission every day for the past 2 months, which spread his fame throughout Banan. His name was most definitely spread through the other city-states too, but it wasn't prominent. Dragon God Orsted, it was a name known by everyone in Banan now. Many lizard men who fought with him began zealously spreading his name too. In his free time, Orsted mostly stayed in his new house, experimenting with magic and knowledge he acquired from his template. He focused on a particular aspect of knowledge recently, magical equipment. Orsted possessed comprehensive experience in making magic equipment too. Though it wasn't very advanced, he decided to run experiments with it. Was it possible to make magic equipment in the world of Rezero? Orsted found the answer to be yes. The only problem was the material required. Substitute material was to be found for every blueprint he had in his mind. Most of Orsted's experimental materials were acquired through Crane right now. Even after spending almost half of my profits earned throughout these 2 months, I could only make a single functional piece of equipment. Orsted stared at the simple bracelet on his wrist. Though aesthetically not very pleasing, it was the best equipment he could make right at the moment. It had only 2 functions. One was a presence obscuring and scent swap. The second was rock cannon, not just a bullet. It was an upgraded version of rock bullet. Orsted could use both this function instantly after pouring his mana into the bracelet. The past 2 months were quite eventful for Orsted. Beside hunting bandits, he had killed dangerous witch beast, wanted criminals, and even corrupted merchants. While doing so, he had come to like Sword God style the most among all 3 of his sword techniques. It provided the most firepower compared to the other techniques. The original Orsted mostly used Water God style due to its lower mana consumption. However, Heil liked Sword God style more in the end, with his mana recovery problem solved. It's time for me to start preparing for my plans with Zerestia. With a lot of time in his hand, in the past 2 months, Orsted had gone through extensive brainstorming on how he should conquer Zerestia. The more he thought about her, the more obsessed he grew with her. It was a bizarre experience. Orsted didn't mind dying a few times and going through time loops if he could perfectly conquer her. She was his golden key to break through his current fame too. It would be good if I could succeed at my first try. To that goal, first I need to enhance my strength for stability. Orsted had grown quite a bit stronger than his past self. The arcane dragon slayer magic refined his physique further and going through multiple battles increased his experience. The only prominent change in his appearance from using dragon slayer magic was that the dragon scales on his cheek grew slightly blacker. Orsted took a look at his basic stats. Physique, 5.1. Mana gate, 4.5. Spirit affinity, 4. Physical and magical resistance, 5.5. The magical and physical resistance grew the most out of all. He predicted that he could ignore most of the low-rank magic of this world with it. Though that was yet to be tested. Next, he checked his dragon points. Dragon points, 1,780. Initially, he was able to acquire hundreds of dragon points every day, but it slowed down very quickly after a while. He had hit the limit of what he could collect by staying in a single city-state. After thinking for a while, Orsted added 1,500 dragon points into his template immediately. At that moment, the familiar sensation of his body growing stronger passed through his body. Template Orsted, 4%. However, Orsted grew disappointed feeling his attainment hadn't been promoted. Upgrading himself to advanced class attainment was very crucial to Orsted. Because once he grew to advanced class, a new power would be awakened in his body. Dragon Battle Aura, a core part for all his sword techniques and physical strength. Once it awakened, Orsted was confident that he could match the current old Wilhelm physically. Prime Wilhelm wouldn't be that far off either, though there might still be a slight gap in their techniques. Saint-level attainment would be required to get past Wilhelm's immense experience with sword. It can't be helped. Orsted activated his most versatile ability, Rewrite, and burnt 100 years of his lifespan onto the template. Even then, profit-wise, he might have gained more lifespan while upgrading his template. Template Orsted, 5%. Information flowed into his head rapidly, making him dazed for a while. He could feel the new change in his body. While manipulating the mana into his body, Dragon Battle Aura formed automatically. Dragon Battle Aura could boost his physical strength immensely, and when used alongside the 3 main sword styles, its real worth would be shown. At this moment, Orsted stepped into the next level. If before he was slightly capable, now he was a step closer to catching up to the monsters of this world. Controlling the system, Orsted took a look at his full status. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 5%. Dragon points, 280. Lifespan, 339 years 8 months. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon, changing. Physique, 7.3. Mana gate, 6.9. Spirit affinity, 7. Physical and magical resistance, 9.1. Techniques. The Sword God Style / Water God Style / North God Style, Advanced Attainment. Magic, Advanced Attainment in all elements. The Reincarnation Technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic, upper basic level. Dragon Battle Aura, beginner. If I use magic, the current me stands a high chance even against Wilhelm and Julius Jaculius of later plot. After feeling satisfied with his strength, Orsted began moving towards the employment agency to accept a job and leave Banan as usual, though his plan was to actually head towards Zerestia's bed in reality. Orsted had grown used to the frightened gazes, just as much as the citizens had grown used to his presence here. In the past 2 months, Orsted was sought out by few of the merchants too. He discreetly refused their offers of recruitment in the end. It was surprising seeing the merchants speak normally with him, even while affected by the Dragon Tribe's curse. Those merchants really aren't to be underestimated. Chapter 12, Zerestia's Bed. While coming out of the employment agency, with his new bounty mission, Orsted sensed a few searing gazes on his back. Hatred and apprehension. The more they came in contact with Orsted's curse, the more their fear turned into hatred. Due to this, some local police even came to check up on Orsted some time ago. Even with his rising reputation, besides the lizard men, not a single person held a good impression of him. Hence, his reputation twisted him more and more into the image of a monster. Fortunately, the system didn't care whether Orsted made a good or bad name, providing him dragon points without discrimination. I don't like their gazes. Controlling the urge to slap them away, Orsted moved towards his goal by directly flying into the sky with wind magic. A thin layer of wind acted like a barrier as his body zoomed into the distant sky. Now was the perfect time to get started with Zerestia, since Halibel left for a mission recently. Which meant there wouldn't be any unknown variable in his plan. Halibel in the end was like an freelancer. With his unmatched skill as a shinobi, he offered his services to those who are able to afford him, often working for clients such as the League of Cities, his own tribe, or even Anastasia Hoshin of the Hoshin Company. Being careful with Halibel was a must in Orsted's eyes. After all, he was the strongest person in the whole Kararaji, a fact accepted by all other nations. I have prepared the best I can now. I have even left all the alcohol I collected from dozens of bandits in my inventory for precaution. Though underhanded, alcohol was very effective against Zerestia. Zerestia has a deep trauma and hatred towards alcohol, and coming into contact with it was enough to put her into shock. This trauma originated from Zerestia's experience in ancient times, where she was offered alcohol for the first time by her followers and fell asleep away from her nest for the first time. While she slept, the people removed her limbs, stripping her of all elemental powers besides wind. After accusing her, they bathed her in alcohol and lit her ablaze in flame. Realizing she still had her head and power over wind, she resolved to kill them all and slew each and every one of them. Since then, Zerestia has been filled with bloodlust, and to express her freedom she would kill anything and everything. She took for herself the title of the most beautiful reaper, Shinagami. Of course, not many knew of her self-proclaimed title. Due to her compulsory murder mindset, everyone knew her as the slasher, Zerestia. To even have hope of communicating with Zerestia, first, I need to deal with her bloodlust. Or I wouldn't even get a chance to speak before getting sliced in half. To that purpose, Orsted deduced that stealing Zerestia's light sphere was most effective method. When stripped of her light sphere, which contained the bulk of her power, her bloodlust leaves her as well. Without it, which acted like her anchor, Zerestia would only be able to exhibit less than 50% of her strength. Even with just that, Zerestia was able to wreck Banan up in the Shinagami incident, defeating Ricardo Welkins easily and lifting up all the residents of Banan into the sky simultaneously as hostages. Her physical prowess was very strong too from her feats. Without the light sphere, at her core, Zerestia was childish and temperamental despite both her apparent and actual age. The only problem was that, Zerestia would try her best to reclaim the light sphere once lost, angrily at that, apparently seeking retribution. Arcane Dragon's Light Wing. After traveling a good distance from Banan, 2 golden wings grew behind Orsted, boosting his speed instantly. He appeared like a streak of light passing by to the strangers on ground. His body shifted towards Zerestia's bed rapidly. Orsted realized an problem with Arcane Dragon Slayer magic in the past 2 months. It allowed the wielder to use every element in existence, but there was a precondition to it. Orsted had to eat that particular element at least once, before he could use it. He failed dozens of times while trying to use lightning element before realizing such a condition. Light, darkness, or shadow were present everywhere, so they weren't a problem to collect in the end. But lightning was a little harder. System, will a spirit be affected by my dragon tribe's curse, too? Orsted inquired curiously. No. A simple and machine-like answer as always, but its answer relieved Orsted. He wanted to save up his lifespan for emergency as much as possible. With his speed enhanced dozens of times over, Orsted covered 2 days' worth of normal traveling in 4 hours. Orsted could see Rei's village right below him, and just after that was Zerestia's bed. It was a place similar to the Pleiades watchtower. Both were located at the end of the world, near the Great Waterfall. However, Zerestia's bed was in land that existed even before 400 years, the time of great disaster. It was a mysterious place in its own right. Zerestia's bed wasn't really mentioned much in the novel, so Orsted had to collect information from Crane and other lizard men subtly. It was just like they said. There stood a long array of small hills before Orsted, while a single mountain towered over them as the largest. The largest mountain was where Zerestia slumbered as per the rumor. Without hesitation, Orsted activated one of his new bracelet's abilities, Presence Obscuring. He had already swapped his scent with one of his lizard men followers too beforehand. Zerestia used her enhanced smelling ability to find out the culprit in the original plotline, and she was quite dependent on it too. To fool her, he had to use such a method. As for why he chose a lizard man in particular, simply because Orsted wanted a reason to obstruct her, as she tried to kill one of his friend. In the original timeline, a normal Oni was able to steal Zerestia's light sphere, which would occur almost 11 years from now. So the difficulty of his task was quite low overall right now. Still, Orsted prepared extensively just in case. Using shadow element with arcane dragon slayer magic, Orsted had connected his shadow to his new house's shadow. He could immediately transfer himself there if needed. Since my mana capacity has increased now, even at this distance, it should work just fine. Orsted hoped so. Orsted had tried very hard to create dozens of magic that he knew from other worlds, but it was just too hard to make his imagination into reality. Even with his genius-level talent in magic, he could only create a few versatile subspells used alongside his dragon slayer magic. With his presences erased, Orsted floated down and quickly changed his clothes and wore a mask before flying towards the biggest mountain as silently as possible. As I expected, I can't see a single living being in the area. I thought it would be like this. Zerestia thinks of nothing but killing and has a constant desire to kill anything and everything. Everything leads back to murderous intent, regardless of target, mood, time, reason, or circumstance. Even when she doesn't want to kill, she wants to kill. Therefore, it would be weird if something survived in her dwelling area. Chapter 13, Worst Case Scenario. Western edge of Kararaji, Zerestia's bed. After watching the surroundings for a while from the sky, Orsted found that witch beast did exist, but at the very horizon of the hills. Near the tallest mountain, not even a silhouette of an animal existed. Orsted felt his heartbeat grow slower as he approached his destination. The more serious he grew, the further his expression turned colder. He donned a black hood covering his whole body, and a white mask covered his face completely. Orsted would be labeled suspicious in any country, with his current appearance. Landing on the edge of the tallest mountain, Orsted began walking from the ground, intending to leave behind his scent from here. The fact that she hasn't come running yet means the bracelet is working perfectly. The mana it's consuming isn't very high either. I can simply recover it by using Dragon Slayer magic. Orsted rested one of his hands on the handle of his sword. If possible, Orsted wanted to create a sword too, before enacting his plan. He had changed swords more than 4 times in the past 2 months, they were just not sturdy enough. Unfortunately, there was no saying when Halibel would leave Banan the next time. He really was living like a homebody, which made Orsted impatient. There was a time limit for completing the side quest. Orsted wasn't willing to miss out on any quest rewards when the future quests were unknown. Too many caves. Orsted didn't know whether they were interconnected or not, which had him exploring the area for a while. Sniff sniff. Catching onto a peculiar scent in the air, or in the mana, Orsted froze briefly and began tracking the scent immediately, which led him higher on the mountain. A normal person could die simply by trying to climb the hellish mountain. Not a single area had any gripping or foot space. It's almost as if someone intentionally shaped this mountain to keep small fries away. Did Zerestia do it? The idea wasn't far-fetched, but Orsted didn't let his mind wander around such matters right now. Even without magic, Orsted was confident he could climb it with his strong physique. He jumped from one peak to another, using wind magic when necessary to make a higher leap. The scent, though very thin and frail, Orsted was still able to follow it without a problem. Zerestia didn't have a scent, or at least skillfully erased her scent at every moment, which was stated in Slothif timeline. Knowing this fact, Orsted was sure the scent belonged to the light sphere. Picking up the scent of mana was something Orsted grew capable of, after practicing the arcane Dragon Slayer magic further. He could even smell the witch's miasma, which could also be called corrupted mana. Orsted stopped abruptly halfway up the mountain. His head shifted upwards silently. This presence, so it's time. Orsted could feel the air suddenly grow restless, a windstorm began covering the mountain from the top. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Orsted, causing his heart to sink like never before. The scent he followed grew closer by the second even as he stood still. She's here. Orsted looked up from the mountain peak he stood on. Landing on one of the peaks above Orsted was a girl with a kimono. Her presence stood like a sharp sword before him, making him feel the sensation of danger, which he hadn't felt for quite some time. It was Zerestia, one of the 4 great spirits in existence. Orsted held his breath, laying his eyes on her. Zerestia was inhumanly beautiful with her white skin and oddly provocative look. She had milky white shaggy hair with a lime strand, white eyebrows, and sharp almond-shaped eyes with a bright yellow color. She wore an immaculate pure white kimono with a lime sphere in the right side over the left, giving the impression of burial clothes. The skirt shortened to the mid-thigh and freely exposed her long, slender legs. Apparently not liking the Orsted, who stood frozen in his track, her sharp eyes squinted. Die. Seeing the enemy expressed such a straightforward judgment, Orsted readied his sword immediately. Right after that, the increasing pressure became so severe that Orsted's hair stood on their edge. The hostility sublimated into murderous intent. A strand of wind brushed past Orsted's head, causing him to instinctually jump away from his position. Banging. The ground he had stood in splits roundly within itself in an instant. The space split, as if bitten off by the jaw of a beast. Crack. The peak started collapsing the next moment. Jumping off it, Orsted's finger dug into the hard mountain rock like iron hooks and hung stably with his leg dug into the mountain too. It's the worst-case scenario, she is carrying the sphere with herself. Orsted could see it hanging on her waist with his keen eyes. For a second, he really wanted to know how a normal Oni was able to steal it. He had thought she might keep it in her lair or somewhere. This was bad. I had considered the possibility of myself being found due to her sensitive nose, and even wasted time creating magic to escape from her temporarily. Feeling a little restless, Orsted calmly suppressed all his complaints and gazed at Zerestia, whose killing intent just grew, seeing him survive. Now I can only face her head on. Luckily I had a precaution ready just in case. Let's hope she never finds out it's me in the future. Dragon Battle Aura covered his whole body in an instant. With a rumble, Orsted's body shot towards Zerestia at the speed of sound. Dozens of wind blades headed his way, making him dodge at every turn. He could use flow to parry them, but he refrained from exposing any of his skills to her, so as to not gather suspicion in the future. Die. Zerestia's murderous intent solidified watching Orsted rushing forward. TCH. Orsted made rough steps with earth magic on the mountain walls, using them as a leverage to jump upwards. Ah. Orsted watched as Zerestia launched a huge stream of condensed wind, dozens of times bigger than the wind slashes she threw a moment ago. If I try to fly, she will definitely interrupt my wind magic directly. Sigh. Orsted concentrated all his dragon battle aura into his legs and made a huge leap, dodging the wind attack by hairbreadth. He couldn't directly eat her magic and expose his dragon slayer magic, or it might have been way easier to deal with Zerestia. Seeing that he had actually jumped dozens of meters above Zerestia, Orsted's eyes shone sharply. Even when Zerestia saw Orsted so near in proximity, her killing didn't waver one bit, fully confident even in close combat. Inventory. Die. Zerestia waved her hand decisively at Orsted. Before the wind attack could reach Orsted, a big barrel appeared in its way, colliding with it immediately. The content of the barrel fell down, right on Zerestia. Ah! Ignoring her sad cry, Orsted appeared before her kneeling state and snatched the light sphere without hesitation. He directly jumped down the peak just after. Should I have thrown more alcohol on her? It would have slowed down her pursuit later on. A slight regret appeared on Orsted's face. Comment Chapter 14, The Shinagami Incident, 1. The ground approached nearer swiftly in Orsted's vision. Just as a few meters kept his body apart from the ground, wind magic gently slowed down his descent. Step. As soon as his legs touched the ground, his body shot out of Zerestia's bed in a straight line, making sure to leave behind his scent for Zerestia to follow. Hills couldn't break his charge, he easily jumped past any obstacle in his way. As he approached the outer area of Zerestia's bed, his nose picked up a few witch-beast smells, which made him swiftly go past them. No time could be wasted upon them. I was able to react to her attacks luckily. My senses have grown further. With just his current strength, Orsted was already shaping up to be a formidable adversary to any magic user. With just arcane dragon slayer magic, he could stand his ground against Roswell for a while now, who was stated to have surpassed even the Witch of Greed, Echidna, in magical abilities. Still, if any of Zerestia's or Roswell's attacks hit me, I would die without a doubt. My body still doesn't have Acnologia's absolute immunity against magic. Orsted thought while running at his stop speed. Flying could cut off his sense trail, so Orsted could only travel through the ground. Having placed both his sword and the light sphere in the inventory, Orsted decided to never use that particular sword again and planned on destroying it later on. It should take her a while to start following me, by then I should be able to reach Banan. With more than half of her power gone, Zerestia's speed wouldn't be too fast either. Orsted wasn't very happy about his initial success. It was something planned for 2 months and it still led to an unfavorable situation for him. In the end, Zerestia didn't go all out as I had expected. She held back since her dwelling area was nearby, hence I was able to defend her attack somewhat. In her peak, Zerestia held the power to flatten mountains easily, but she didn't use such a strong attack against Orsted, showing just how much she held back. With an attack of that caliber, Orsted wouldn't get a chance to devour it before getting crushed into a bloody mess. I do have shadow transfer to escape back to Banan, so danger-wise, I am not very worried in the end. Orsted's preparation was very comprehensive. Knowing that winning was impossible, he would of course focus more on escaping. Dragon Battle Aura continued enhancing his body, propelling his speed closer to the speed of sound. I haven't devoured the Een element of this world yet. After acquiring it, I might be able to create teleportation magic or a spell similar to it, like Beatrice. Orsted contemplated calmly after running dozens of kilometers away from Zerestia's bed. Crossing the Rei's village, a vast grassland spread before Orsted. It was the Banan's grassland. Also the location where he was first transported into this world. If it's now. Orsted had an urge to go and burn down the flower field, where he experienced his first death. Suppressing such a reckless urge, Orsted followed the tracks leading to Banan. Though in the back of his mind, he had decided to return here later and burn every last courtesan bear to death. Even without flying, his speed was very impressive with Dragon Battle Aura. To others, he would seem like a blurred figure moving at an unbelievable speed. Running for almost 6 hours straight, while using Dragon Slayer magic to recover, Orsted could see a familiar fortress at last. Without hesitation he walked into the fortress's shadow and activated Shadow Transfer. A sense of weightlessness passed through Orsted's body, before receding. The next moment he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar room with Japanese infrastructure, movable doors and thick, woven straw mats that covered the entire floor. Deactivating the bracelet's effect, Orsted threw the hood and mask back into the inventory. Now, I just have to wait for her to attack. I will have to convince her to make a deal with me and then. It would all depend on hard work. Orsted wasn't against returning the light sphere to Zerestia later on, of course, through some twists and turns. He had come up with a way to erase the overwhelming bloodlust within the light sphere, which was apparently impossible in the original story. Black Tia, or the Oni, whose name was Riaz, could make use of the power in the light sphere, just by possessing it. It was stated that anyone could do the same, but along with Zerestia's power, they would also inherit her bloodlust. While making use of the light sphere, the wielder would transform into the form of Zerestia externally. In other words, Orsted could make use of it too. Once it became a part of him, rewrite was usable on it. And so I can permanently erase her bloodlust problem. However, I do have to win over her trust somehow. Knowing that there was some time left before Zerestia arrived, battle plans began taking form in Orsted's mind. Without the light sphere, Zerestia would be able to only bring out less than half of what she was capable of. A huge shackle, but she was still formidable, being capable of slamming Ricardo Welkin in the original plot quite easily. If I go all out, I should be able to contend with her and in close range, defeat her. Orsted concluded. Though stronger than average even in physique, she was still weaker than Orsted in raw strength. With dragon battle aura and sword god style, he was capable of overwhelming Zerestia at close range. After simulating the fight for a while, he stood up and changed his clothes into his original ones, which he got from the system. Once ready, he stood on the small garden beside his house and gazed at the direction of Zerestia's bed. Though not visible to others, a clear windstorm was approaching in Orsted's eyes at the far end of the horizon. The Shinagami incident, that was supposed to occur 11 years from now, had been accelerated to this very moment. In the original plot, Zerestia destroyed half of Banan, before Ricardo specified her by taking on her attacks. Though no one died apparently, since without the light sphere, she was a very reasonable person. However, with Orsted's action, it was expected that her wrath would be a few levels higher than the original. If he could not suppress her, she might really cause some deaths. I should let her rampage a little before going there. That way, the locals would spread my name more. Actually, they better spread my name or I might really have to show them what pain means. Knowing how bad his image was, Orsted felt that the locals would definitely still shun him no matter what. That was his curse, even if he saved others, they would still come to either hate or fear him. And staying in one place made it even worse. Orsted had found that many who feared him, now also hated him to a degree. The more they are exposed to Dragon Tribe's curse, the more it seems to twist the fear and hatred into them. Orsted didn't care whether he made a good name or bad name, all that mattered was the dragon points. Chapter 15, The Shinagami Incident, 2. Just like a natural disaster, which comes suddenly and silently, the windstorm struck the second city, Banan, out of nowhere. The turmoil was so sudden that the locals didn't even get the chance to run. The stalls were flung around in the air, clashing with anything that came in its way. The streets that were usually bustling turned desolate in no time. Thinking it was a natural disaster, most of the locals took refuge in their houses, not aware of the exact danger they were facing. Watching the black cloud cover most of Banan, from the roof of his house, Orsted stared at the place where the windstorm converged. That place is. A premonition hit Orsted, causing a frown to form on his face. The place where the windstorm converged was the employment agency. Having ordered the lizard men, who sent Orsted swapped, to stay in home for today. His place should have turned into the main battleground, or so Orsted had predicted. Not the employment agency. Don't tell me. A bright light flashed through his eyes. Orsted took out his spare sword immediately. Though initially intending to let Zerestia destroy more stuff, his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Two sharp golden wings materialized behind Orsted, his body shot forwards towards the sound of destruction. By the time Orsted arrived, the employment agency was already no more than a wreckage. Deep grooves of the attack launched upon it were left on the ground. Two familiar figures stood on the wreckage, Zerestia and Crane Donahue, who wore armor now instead of his usual apron. Upon closer view, Crane was missing a hand and his spear was in tatters. Wind slashes were launched without discrimination, destroying all that stood in its way. Many houses were damaged around them, as Zerestia showed off her capabilities. Ugh. I said I don't know anything about your light sphere. Stop destroying the houses. There might be innocent civilians in there. Crane exclaimed with a pained voice. Unfazed by Crane's pitiful display, Zerestia pointed her finger at him with an irritated expression. I told you to respond carefully. If the next answer isn't yes, it will cost another part of your body. Hand over my light sphere and I will let those folks live. Demanding grumpily, Zerestia gazed at Crane with hostility through and through. Coo. Crane growled as if going crazy from the situation. Gore. Zerestia responded, as if to match Crane. As expected, I forgot about the fact Zerestia's nose had a defect. Orsted sighed internally to himself. While very sensitive and useful when hunting, Zerestia's nose couldn't differentiate the smell of other beings of the same species. Zerestia had misunderstood Rem as the culprit, who stole her light sphere in the Sloth if Route 2. Where in reality, another Oni had stolen it. A similar situation was occurring right before Orsted's very eyes. Misunderstanding Crane to be the thief, Zerestia was out to get retribution. Another wind slash formed before Zerestia's outstretched hand, aiming at Crane's left leg. Reacting to her intention, Orsted leaped from the rooftop, leaving behind a crater on it. Water god style, flow. Orsted's sword covered in thick dragon battle aura, cut through the wind slash easily. Sir Orsted. Crane was surprised to see a familiar visage, Orsted, who was in his usual enigmatic white clothes. A wry smile spread across Crane's face. Thank you for coming to help me, Sir Orsted. Not many would go out of their way to help another, especially when the enemy appeared so formidable. Crane felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. Nodding at Crane subtly, Orsted stared at Zerestia, who appeared more grumpier than before. Bloodlust shot from her eyes towards him, however it was nothing compared to what he experienced in Zerestia's bed. I heard your conversation, just what factor led you to accuse him? Orsted asked calmly when his eyes met Zerestia's. As if it was natural, Zerestia pointed at her nose confidently. Isn't it obvious? It's the nose. Her eyes were slightly wary as she looked at Orsted. She could smell a familiar scent from him. It was that of a dragon. Hearing her answer, Crane grimaced behind Orsted, as if struck by an unknown force. Crane spoke weakly. There has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Zerestia accused immediately. I am not wrong. My nose is absolute, as if I would be fooled by a lizard like you. Stomping on the ground to vent her anger, Zerestia pointed at Orsted after berating Crane. And you? He stole the light sphere. A sin is a sin. You have nothing to do with it. So killing you would go against my belief as a Shinagami. So move aside and let me beat it out of that lizard. The winds grew restless around Zerestia again. How about trying to negotiate without all the violence? Orsted tried probing her. Don't mess with me. You aren't returning what you stole and now you are looking down on me. Zerestia waved her hands forward, not concealing her bloodlust. Watching the wind blades heading towards him, Orsted immediately picked up the fat Crane, who just grew heavier with his armor on, and dodged her attacks. Stay put here. Orsted spoke expressionlessly to Crane. Okay. After leaving Crane out of the wreckage, there was a pause in Zerestia's attack. Orsted knew the reason, because people were present in the house behind Crane's location. Unlike her light sphere version self, the current Zerestia was closer to her true self, before she was stripped of her limbs and set on fire. The great spirit who liked helping others, listening to their praises. Her memory should be very foggy without the light sphere, hence she most likely couldn't remember everything about herself right now. Rock cannon formed before Orsted, as he manipulated his mana into his bracelet. Its size was comparable to his arm. Boom. The rock cannon spiraled towards Zerestia, and she aimed her winds at it, to destroy it before it reached her. Swoosh. Just as the rock cannon was shred to pieces, Zerestia swung another wind blade at her right side. At some point, Orsted had appeared just a few meters away from her. Ho! Dodging the wind slash by jumping aside, Orsted smiled slightly. Of course, she could see through my distraction easily. Having lived for centuries, her experience can't be looked down upon. However, in this distance, feeling the air around Orsted change, Zerestia suddenly had a bad feeling. Orsted's feet sunk into the ground roughly, a power stance at first glance. Sword god style, long sword of silence. There was no sound, as if the world was frozen at this moment. Orsted's blade was swung at a velocity beyond the speed of sound. Even when the blade was right before her eyes, Zerestia couldn't hear even the faintest sound from it. Her eyes widened as the sword approached closer to her shoulder. She realized he was aiming to cut off her arm. Chapter 16, The Shinagami Incident, 3. Only an inch of space away from Zerestia's arm, the sword suddenly came to a halt. Orsted instinct warned him to move away, and that's exactly what he did. Boom. Like explosives, the air between Orsted and Zerestia compressed and exploded like a bomb. Not enough time to devour it. The force sent Orsted flying backside for a second, before he planted his foot into the ground to stop his body from rolling into the houses. For a moment, Orsted felt real killing intent from Zerestia, however it vanished as soon as it appeared. From the very beginning, Zerestia didn't hold any real killing intent against him. Can you not? I don't have business with you. Though appearing as if to have calmed down and complaining, Orsted could feel that her mana was more active than before. Ah! Voices began echoing from everywhere. The citizens who were hiding in the nearby houses began floating into the sky. They were practically ripped out of their houses, even holding onto windows didn't help. Even Crane was hanging in the sky. From this height, if they fell, wouldn't it be bad for them? While speaking to Orsted, Zerestia stared at Crane from the corner of her eyes too. Watching Crane's expression warped into that of guilt, Zerestia's eyes shone and her expression turned triumphant. Judging by that expression, it's definitely you. It's no use hiding, you reek of that thief. As if to prove her point, Zerestia grew more assertive. Orsted, he is feeling guilty because he thinks that everyone was pushed into danger due to him. Ignoring Orsted's input with a pause, Zerestia vehemently pointed right at Crane. For mercy's sake, I will assume you did it in the spur of the moment. Give back the light sphere instead, don't worry about the whole retribution thing. After experiencing a close brush-off against Orsted, Zerestia's stance seemed to have softened up. Watching Zerestia negotiate with Crane, while keeping an eye on him, Orsted fell into silence. Thinking of Orsted as a swordsman, Zerestia might not consider him a lethal threat at their current distance, not aware of his true capabilities. If it's now, Orsted was confident that he could defeat Zerestia using arcane dragon slayer magic with an ambush. But, what's the point of doing that? Rather now appears to be the perfect time to land a deal. Orsted glanced at Crane calmly. From the beginning, Orsted's plan was to sign a contract with Zerestia. That was his system's quest too. Knowing Zerestia well from reading the Sloth-if route, the chances of her killing all the locals by dropping them was close to zero. In the end, it was all just an empty threat and nothing more. Crane struggled in the air as if going through his memories intensively, to find this light sphere that Zerestia spoke of. It was no use, he had not a single idea about it. Crane, I don't have a single idea about this light sphere. Please, they have nothing to do with it and neither do I. Zerestia's aggressive stance faltered for a second, sensing the very complicated atmosphere spreading. What? Are you trying to fool me with that look? There has to be some kind of misunderstanding. There's no way I'm wrong. Zerestia didn't show any intention of giving up yet. Orsted decided to join appropriately. How about you stop with all that emotional denial? You made a mistake. He has clearly not stolen anything from you. No, I didn't. That lizard had to have stolen it. There's no way. Orsted couldn't figure out how to deal with Zerestia, who finally started throwing a tantrum for a second. Her face was flushed as she kept acting stubborn, like a child. Orsted coughed slowly, his rough voice grew more tired. I want to help you find the light sphere too. How about we make a contract? Aren't you a spirit? Zerestia froze stiff suddenly. How do you know? It's simple. Orsted pointed his finger at Zerestia's face, because you don't look away. His words baffled Zerestia, her face jumping from confusion to blankness. Are you screwing with me too? Zerestia's eyes turned sharp, she felt like teaching Orsted a lesson. Bring those people on the sky a little down, so that they can see me. You will understand then. Orsted continued without any impatience. Suspicion covered Zerestia's face, but she still decided to see what Orsted was talking about. As the people came closer to the ground, many eyes came to Orsted, before dispersing quickly. Why? With her keen senses, Zerestia could feel the terror every local felt as their eyes went to Orsted. Every living being who places their eyes on me would come to either hate or fear me. That is my curse, only being such a spirit, aren't affected by it. Orsted said naturally. Watching Zerestia's gaze grow complicated towards him, Orsted continued. In the first place, you are the one who introduced yourself as a Shinagami. There is only one existence nearby that goes with such a name. The most beautiful Shinagami, Zerestia, many know of your name. Orsted concluded naturally, his cold expression not changing for even a second. As if the cat was out of the bag, Zerestia looked away with visible embarrassment. Seeing all the locals and Crane listening to him, Orsted felt his objective to be completed. It couldn't be helped, from how much Zerestia had destroyed the city, if Orsted doesn't expose her identity to everyone. The city mayor and others would push to throw her into the cell. Not a very optimal situation. But if her true identity as the four great spirits was known, no one would dare step forward with such intention. Contract. Zerestia was lost in her own thoughts about Orsted's suggestion. She embodied freedom and so didn't like shackling herself to anything. Hence, she felt resistant to any kind of contract. I will help you find this light sphere and get it to you within a year. In exchange, I want you to be a companion and not hurt anyone in the city. So, what is your decision? 1 year. Zerestia grumbled, I swear it's that lizard over there. If the thief turns out to be really him, how will you compensate me? And what if it's not him? Orsted countered calmly. Then my light sphere is yours. Zerestia stated confidently, with her hands folded before her chest. Okay, deal. Let's add that to the contract too. Chapter 17, Side Quest 2 completed. Even while being adamant that the thief was Crane, Zerestia wasn't reckless enough to really wager her light sphere with Orsted. All right, I'm in. But, are you even a compatible contractor to be a vessel? Zerestia gazed at Orsted with a serious expression, as if looking through him. Signing a contract with a spirit wasn't very easy, and it got harder as the spirit rank grew higher. Therefore, the compatibility of the contractor was very important to spirits. Since, if they forced the contract otherwise, the contractor's mana gate would crumble like a sand castle. Due to these reasons, for storing higher rank spirits, an anchor was used most of the time. An anchor was a physical object, such as a special glintstone, used to house a spirit or to help establish a contract, a rare and costly item anywhere. Zerestia's eyes widened slightly for a moment, before she hid it behind her provocative face. Your spirit affinity is quite high, but it still falls short of my requirements. You will need a glintstone or else your mana gate would break. Orsted cut her off. Oh, try checking again. Orsted truthfully didn't feel how Zerestia appraised his body, concluding it to be a special perception belonging to the spirit race. He activated, rewrite, internally. Rewrite, -10 years, rewrite, -10 years, rewrite, -10 years. Orsted's spirit affinity stats jumped to 10.2 immediately. What? Zerestia was baffled as she stared at Orsted. It's a protection spell against spirits and shaman. While it's activated, others can only see a portion of me. Orsted randomly pasted an explanation to it. Zerestia accepted the Orsted's word without much suspicion. There were many weird secret techniques in this world, she had come across many of them in her long life. At some point, Orsted had walked just a step away from Zerestia, as she appeared to be accepting his words. So, do you accept the contract? Orsted extended his hand towards Zerestia. Do you really want to? You know, if you can't find my light sphere within a year, your mana gate will be destroyed from the contract's backlash. Zerestia questioned while still folding her hands. Now she is worried about me. I can already predict how easily she was fooled by her followers in ancient times. Orsted controlled his expression to be neutral. Yeah. Shouldn't you be worried about yourself more? If you break the contract, as a spirit, your soul would take a direct hit. Orsted knew exactly how to respond back. There's no way I'm going to break a promise. I won't lay a finger on this city's people, you understand. Zerestia fussily held Orsted's outstretched hand, sealing the deal. He instantly felt a connection with her. If he wanted, he could even share his mana with her now. From the start, Orsted wasn't worried about the contract going awry. He had the light sphere with himself and, rewrite, in case his gate did take any damage. You have completed side quest 2. The rewards can be collected anytime. You have obtained 2 side quests. 2 side quests. I should look into them later. Orsted gazed up. The citizens were safely dropped to the ground, alongside Crane. The total damage sustained by the whole city was only 10%, done to mostly movable property. It was way better than the original plot, where Zerestia destroyed half of the city. Seeing Zerestia's eyes still locked onto Crane, Orsted decided to speak. Wasting too much time with an imposter wasn't ideal. I don't think he stole your light sphere. Orsted pointed at Crane's bloating stomach subtly. For him to head to Zerestia's bed and travel back to Banan would take around 2 days. However, I have been meeting him every day. He clearly didn't have the time to steal your light sphere in between. Orsted's rational analysis was still met with Zerestia's doubtful gaze. Knowing that words weren't enough, Orsted glanced around and found Crane's severed hand among the wreckage soon. Picking it up calmly, he walked to Crane, who was staring at him with fanaticism. It was still nothing compared to the lizardmen, who he defeated and made into eternal subordinates though. Lay down for a second. I will reattach it. Orsted spoke in a commanding tone. Okay. Crane laid down obediently, his scaly body covered in scratches and dust. Placing the severed hand beside Crane, while aligning it, Orsted felt the cut was quite clean, showing the attacker's skill. After making sure it was perfectly aligned, he spread his hand above it. Shine Healing, an advanced rank healing spell. It could heal major open wounds and reattach freshly severed limbs, but cannot restore lost body parts. Feeling his hand's sensation returning, Crane's mood recovered rapidly too. I don't know how to thank you, on behalf of the whole city. Then give me back the light sphere. They both ignored Zerestia naturally, which just fueled her indignation. You're looking down on me now. Seeing her act stubborn again, which was clearly improper for how she looked, Orsted threw back a response calmly. Like I said, what if he isn't the thief? If you are so doubtful, just keep an eye on him until he exposes himself. Orsted spoke and helped Crane stand up. That's all right. You are right, that lizard would definitely get busted eventually. Seeing Zerestia accepting his suggestion, Orsted offered Crane to drop him at his house. There's no need for that. The magic wouldn't recover your lost blood. So your body must still be very weak, don't strain yourself. Orsted supported him, ignoring his words. All right. This favor, as a warrior of the lizard tribe, I will remember it my whole life. Crane swore seriously. Well, I owe him a little too, since he helped me buy many materials before. Either way, I want Zerestia to meet more lizard tribesmen and notice her nose's weakness first. Orsted thought. Since he was aware of Crane having a family, Orsted decided to lead Zerestia towards his house. Zerestia looked around the city curiously while following Orsted's back. It was her first time seeing such an advanced city. The last time she left her dwelling was more than 400 years ago. Chapter 18, Phase 2 Start, 1. With Crane showing the way, Orsted quickly approached his destination. That. Crane watched Zerestia warily as they walked closer to his house. What is it? I told you, I'm going to keep an eye on you till you slip up. Zerestia stared back with a challenging gaze. If you hurt my wife, I will never forgive you. Crane spoke seriously, even with Orsted here, danger wasn't fully resolved yet, in his eyes. Don't worry, I have no interest in your female. In the first place, as a male, shouldn't you be out hunting for the family? Well, with that stomach. Your family must be suffering a lot. Zerestia stuck out her somewhat busted chest, while answering Crane confidently. Even showing pity in her eyes. Coo. As I thought, there's no getting along with you. Crane's chubby lizard face was shaking from fury. Sigh, I can smell another lizardman nearby, she should be able to smell it at any moment now too. Orsted felt tired just hearing them. Unlike Natsuki Subaru, Orsted was never good with giving emotional speeches, it just wasn't him. Rather than doing something he was bad with, he focused on doing what he did best. Speak with his actions. Rather than saying empty words, Orsted always liked showing his intentions with his actions, the efficient way. Though a rational part of me says, she would be a pain to travel with. I will just tick her off as a noisy companion, I did like her in the sloth route anyway. Orsted adjusted his mood. He didn't scheme against Zerestia just because he liked her, he did it because the benefits were worth it too. There might have been a better way, in the future, when he was stronger, to go about winning Zerestia over. However, Orsted wasn't the kind of person who would ignore benefit right before his eyes. More so when, taking it for himself was possible. Zerestia's speed visibly slowed down, as she followed them. I know exactly how complex a human mind can be. Orsted suppressed his growing train of thoughts and focused on reality. There's no way, I can smell another thief. There. Zerestia pointed right at Crane's house. It took a while for her to differentiate, since the scent must have felt the same to her. But she still could sense another person of the same scent as Crane right before her. I see, so the problem does stems from your nose. Orsted intruded appropriately, his cold voice making Zerestia more doubtful. That shouldn't be. Ignoring her, Orsted instead ordered Crane, "Can you tell someone to call upon your tribesmen here?" "What are you?" "No, I understand." Crane took out a famous Mattia and began contacting a few of his friends. After talking for a while into the Mattia, Crane invited Orsted and Zerestia into his house. His eyes were still reluctant as he watched Zerestia enter. The house was smaller than a villa, but still very spacious and better than the house Orsted rented. "Oh my, why didn't you tell me there would be guests today? And you shouldn't be roaming around in a windstorm." While scolding Crane, his wife's eyes froze as she saw Orsted. "Are you the dragon god? My husband told me about you." "It's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Orsted." Orsted nodded at her, "A pleasure." If it were a normal person instead of a lizardman, they would be screaming seeing Orsted in their home by now, thanks to his curse. It truly is the same smell as the thief. What is happening? Zerestia entered into a state of self-doubt. Noticing the fight marks on Crane's clothes, his wife led him inside immediately in worry. She only came back after making sure Crane was absolutely fine. "I heard that you healed him. We are very grateful for your help." After bowing to Orsted, Crane's wife brought a few snacks like rice crackers and soybean pods. "Though it's nothing, please enjoy your time here." The wife watched Zerestia curiously, since her husband said nothing about her. In a second, her mouth slack opened seeing Zerestia sat down while placing her legs on the table. "Oh, you are better than that male lizard." Zerestia began digging into the snacks before her without hesitation. "I'm impressed. The crusty texture and the aftertaste I can't stop eating." "Yeah, thank you very much." The wife's face was twitching visibly. Orsted looked out of the window, acting as if he didn't know her. He could vaguely remember that Rem had drilled the importance of manners into Zerestia, in the Sloth route. Orsted, on the other hand, decided to just let her learn by experience. Not everyone would be as forgiving as Crane's wife after all. Crane came back with his usual apron soon, sitting beside his wife with a better complexion than a second ago. "You should learn some manners as you stay with Lord Orsted." Crane immediately frowned looking at Zerestia. "Huh." Ignoring them, Orsted sensed a few people heading towards Crane's house. Zerestia suddenly froze still. Knock. "Ah, they must be here." Crane walked away and soon returned with two unfamiliar lizardmans. "So, what do you think?" Orsted directly asked Zerestia. They all smell like the thief." "It can't be." Though having an inclination on what was happening, Zerestia still looked at Orsted, who appeared to have found out something. "There's a defect in your nose, as per what I saw so far. You can't differentiate the smell between the same species. You should understand it right now too, yes." Orsted stated facts naturally. "That's right." Zerestia's expression grew complicated, guilt, fear and the lingering anger flashed by. Scratching her head, Zerestia spoke to Crane, "Well, I'm sorry." Seeing her sincere expression, Crane's eyes softened up too. "I will think it's just my misfortune. But you shouldn't attack others before checking properly." Zerestia nodded, appearing a little discouraged. "I understand." She turned towards Orsted and bowed slightly too. "I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." From the start, Zerestia thought Crane was the culprit, very confident in her nose. This played a part in her willingness to accept Orsted's contract too. Since in her mind, it would be over once she got the light sphere out of Crane. "Don't worry about it, I wasn't lying about wanting to help you. It's rare to come across people who are not affected by my curse," Orsted calmly stated. "Is that so?" Zerestia raised her white brows. In her mind, she thought Orsted wanted to protect the people here, seeing her hold them hostage. "Yes. I will still fulfill my side of the contract." Orsted spoke in a resolute voice. Though still a little discouraged, Zerestia appeared to have recovered. "I see. Then, I will be loading off you as my temporary contractor." Yeah. The first phase of Orsted's plan officially came to a close. Though with twists and turns everywhere, the results were very good at first sight. Now, I should lead her to the next phase. Chapter 19, Phase 2 Start 2. After Crane sent the lizardman away, he sat opposite to Orsted and Zerestia, in the hall. "Orsted, so far, I can only say that a lizardman stole your light sphere. But, with just that, I doubt you're ever gonna find it back." "No way." "So, tell me about this light sphere first." Getting a suitable reaction, Orsted inquired. Struggling internally for a few seconds, Zerestia slumped her shoulder as if to give in. All right. It's my anchor, most of my power has been stored in it and my soul is bound to it too. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say the me before you guys is just a portion of my true self. Zerestia explained while wondering how to put it into words. Your powers are stored in it. Then, why do you think someone would try stealing it from you? That, for revenge. Zerestia replied unsure. Idiot, of course, it's for your powers. Crane intruded, not being able to tolerate Zerestia's attitude. Anyway, if he took your light sphere for your powers, he would use it somewhere sooner or later. We just have to wait for it. Crane, can I leave it to you to gather information? Orsted continued, before they started bickering. I understand, I will inform you immediately when I find anything about it. Well, sorry, but I will have to visit the mayor's mansion to explain the situation first. The mattia in Crane's hand was glowing at one point. No problem, we'll be leaving as well. Orsted got up, while pulling Zerestia along. That's all. So we just have to beat him up when he appears using my powers? Zerestia asked after digesting everything Orsted said. Basically, yes. A satisfied smile blossomed internally in Orsted's mind, all the pieces are moving. Phase 2 starts now. Even after 2 months of intensive thinking, Orsted had only perfected Phase 1 of his plan to a degree. For Phase 2, he just prepared a kind of roadmap, since it heavily depended on the result of Phase 1 and the system reward. The location of Zerestia's missing limbs, Orsted was planning on collecting them while hunting for her thief. Since I'm acting as a temporary anchor for her, right now. Zerestia's foggy memory should also clear up soon. Then, I just have to lend the light sphere to one of my subordinates and I can lead her around anywhere I want. If there was a perfect bait in existence, this was it. Watching the curious Zerestia following him quietly, Orsted warned her slightly. Most of the locals would come to hate you soon, so don't let your guard down near them. It would be problematic if Zerestia got eliminated by one of the grunts again, a situation similar to her case in ancient times. You understand, I said, I understand, okay. Zerestia gave in to Orsted's scary gaze. Those lizards weren't that scared before, are they not affected by your curse? Zerestia had been watching the reactions of people around her, everyone had a very bad expression once Orsted passed by them. Some kids would even run away crying. Yeah. Any creature with a semblance of dragon blood is negated by my curse. Orsted replied back with a weary voice. I see. Leave your footwear outside, in there. Arriving into his house, Orsted pointed at one of the shelves in the entrance. Ow, got it. Zerestia did as she was told obediently. Once in the hall, Orsted gave a simple explanation on how to use some items and walked into the bedroom. You can stay in the hall and this room is mine. It's nighttime, so sleep in for now. Orsted began sliding the door closed. Wait. Don't you eat anything before sleeping? And how am I even supposed to sleep here without a cushion? Zerestia easily held the sliding door in place, her face riddled with indignation. Do you need to eat? Orsted just ate the air usually with Dragon Slayer magic, to erase his hunger. No. Zerestia grumbled. Taking out his own futon, Orsted gave it to Zerestia silently, he slept rarely anyway. And with her here, there was a possibility of her rampaging while having a nightmare too. He couldn't sleep at all with such a thought in his mind. Here. Orsted gave her a gold coin too, you can buy some food with it, but don't eat outside. Bring anything you buy home and eat it with precaution. Zerestia's eyes widened slightly, you are actually a good male, after all. Watching her smile with the futon and the gold coin, Orsted pursed his lips. It's Orsted. Slide. Closing the door, Orsted felt a little more calm. Every corner of the room was covered in eerie magic circles, glowing faintly in the dark. They were all barriers, simple magic circles from the world of jobless reincarnation. Only with this much caution could Orsted's paranoid mind rest in total peace. Though he slept rarely, making use of every second efficiently, sleep was still needed once a week. I might have to rewrite, this time around, since Zerestia is around. Sitting at one corner, Orsted controlled his system. You have obtained the location of Zerestia's lost limbs, 2,000 dragon points, 100 years of lifespan and 2 gotcha chance. Do you wish to collect the reward? Yes. A cool sensation spread through his body, his lifespan increased again. Going through the information of Zerestia's lost limbs ejected into his mind, Orsted sighed in relief, seeing they were all in Kararaji fortunately. You have 2 gacha chance. Does the host wish to use them? Wait, first show me the 2 new side quests. Orsted decided to use them after going through everything. Side quest 3, sign a permanent contract with Zerestia and help her recover all her lost limbs. Reward, 1000 dragon points, 50 years of lifespan and 1 gacha chance. Time limit, 1 year. Side quest 4, recruit Todd Fong as a subordinate. Reward, 1500 dragon points, 1 gacha chance. Time limit, 5 years. Advice, Todd Fand would join a bandits group in the fortified city of Garkla in a few years. Todd Fong. He was like the perfect counter against Subaru in Arc 7, he would be a good subordinate with his keen intellect and paranoia. Todd Fong left quite an impression on Orsted, while he read Arc 7. He was literally spawn camping Subaru in every turn and he was even able to escape safely in the end, against every odds. If I remember right, he had the divine protection of ambushing, too. I can train him to be an assassin. After contemplating for a while, Orsted decided to recruit Todd Fong, after joining hands with Roswell. Now, let's see what I get from the gacha. Chapter 20, Tier Stigma. Though it was unexpected, Orsted didn't find the 2 side quests to be very hard. With proper planning and his knowledge of Todd Fong, he could complete it pretty easily. After calming his nerves down, Orsted ordered the system. Use both the gacha chances. Ding. Watching the status window loading again, Orsted's heart couldn't help but beat faster. If he was lucky enough, he could erase most of his worry with a single pull. Make me immortal. Orsted wished silently. The result for the first gacha draw came out. You have obtained the God-slaying Emperor Blade from the world of Overlord. The sword took form before Orsted instantly, before floating into his hand. God-slaying Emperor Blade, it has the form an odachi with a length exceeding 180 centimeters. It has the ability to cleave through magical armor and physical enchantment. Its durability is high enough not to lose its shape even after using it for centuries. A sword. Very well, I didn't have a great weapon anyway. I can use this as my main weapon before I get my God's word. Orsted patiently waited for his next gacha result. You have obtained a bloodline curse. Does the host wish to fuse? Another curse. Is it my destiny to be riddled by curses? Orsted felt as if destiny might exist even in this world. Show me its specific. Orsted controlled the system curiously. Ding. You have obtained the Alpha Stigma, also known as Tier Stigma fused with half the essence of the lonely demon god, belonging to the world of the Legend of the Legendary Heroes. The Alpha Stigma has been modified by the system to suit the host. The Tier Stigma. The Legend of the Legendary Heroes, I remember watching this anime in the past. I have an impression, but can't remember everything about it. Orsted lost himself in thought. If the Alpha/Tier Stigma is fused with the essence of the lonely demon god, it should belong to the protagonist of that world, Reiner Lute, system, fuse it. Orsted held no hesitation in accepting such a useful ability. Alpha Stigma had the side effect of making its wielder lose control and destroy everything, but such a problem could be dealt by rewrite in Orsted's case. The fusion will start on 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Orsted covered both his eyes suddenly. It felt as if 2 glass shards were being poked into his eyes, and the piercing sensation traveled till his brain. He wanted to scream out, but held it in with all his willpower. His face hardened up scarily, striking a similar image to the original Orsted of jobless reincarnation. The pain went on for a few minutes before it subsided. The fusion has been completed successfully. The bloodline curse might be inherited by your offspring in the future too. That's so. Orsted slumped down with a tired face, his golden eyes had turned blood red with a tear mark forming slit in the middle. Indescribable information flowed into his mind, as his eyes tried analyzing his surroundings. It took a while for his will to deactivate it for the first time. His eyes turned to their usual state. The system provided information about his Tier Stigma immediately, once Orsted brought it under his control. Tier Stigma abilities. Ultimate analyzation, akin to a normal Alpha Stigma's ability. This stigma is capable of analyzing magic of all forms, but on a better scale than the Alpha Stigma can. Its analysis also works on humans, objects, and even magical items with likely a much wider variety of things. Erasure/dematerialization. Any existence analyzed perfectly by the tear stigma can be dematerialized. Light blast. Through the alpha stigma, you can release a single extremely powerful blast that moves like a fan. It uses the host's mana and stamina as fuel. Warning, the power of the stigma scales with the host's mana gate. The side effects of using the alpha stigma has been minimized. However, the host will still feel medium euphoria and slight god complex while using the tear stigma at full potential. The perk of being able to copy any magic with a glance wasn't very useful in Orsted's eyes. Just with his raw magic potential, he could do the same too. On the other hand, being able to analyze any existence was very useful. It could come in very handy in the future. Dematerialization and Light Blast were the main offensive skills of Tear Stigma. Orsted wondered about their current destructive power. As per the system, the Tear Stigma's power would scale with his gate after all. Though dematerialization appeared broken, Orsted knew it wasn't absolute. It didn't affect the whole body of the enemy at once, beginning from a single spot of the body. Hence, it gave the enemy a chance to escape its effect by simply cutting off the part of their body, which began dematerializing and turning into ash. It can grow stronger, so it might be possible to erase such weakness in the future. Orsted was optimistic. Light Blast was definitely the most useful in Orsted's eyes. When Reiner Lute awakened it the first time, he was able to destroy thousands of soldiers at once. Though overuse did lead to physical exhaustion. I need to examine their uses soon. A frown appeared on Orsted's face, before he remembered something. The courtesan bear's habitat, he decided to make them his experimental targets. He could experience and collect data about Tear Stigma while carrying out his revenge, a perfect situation. Only after sensing that Zerestia had returned, Orsted continued his experiment with a peace of mind. After many tries, Orsted had found that the magic circle of jobless reincarnation could be used in this world too. With the downside being, summoning circles were pretty much useless. No spirit or guardian could be summoned through it, leaving Orsted a little disappointed. Storing the God-slaying Emperor Blade in the inventory, Orsted decided to first discard his plan on creating a sword. Instead, focusing on creating armor or protective equipment. I should hold off from using dragon points for a few days. I will be gaining a lot of points pretty soon. The Shinagami incident would spread quickly, and along with it, Orsted's name would too. As the first person to ever sign a contract with the slasher, Zerestia in history. Chapter 21, a week later. A week later, Banan Grasslands. Swoosh. Zerestia dashed across the flower field with dexterous maneuver. Behind her more than 8 courtesan bears followed suit, with their zombie-like body. Anyone would find themselves agitated in Zerestia's situation, however that wasn't the case with her. She appeared confident as the wind propelled her speed forward. Hey! I brought more of them, Zerestia waved her hand at Orsted, who appeared to be focusing. Good job. Giving her a compliment, Orsted's face grew serious. Red particles gathered around his body, before his body shone in a light reddish hue. Tear Stigma appeared on his eyes, shining in a predatory glint. Dozens of star-shaped magic circles manifested around him, releasing magical particles extensively. No matter how many times I experience this state, it's hard to get used to it. It feels as if I can do anything. Orsted felt a little addicted to this state. If it was now, his ego could be comparable to Regulus Corneas, the Archbishop of Greed. The difference being, Orsted didn't like spouting nonsense. Existence analysis, Orsted focused his gaze onto the courtesan bears chasing Zerestia. Information flowed into his mind naturally, tracing every ounce of data from the courtesan bears. 1, 2, it has improved. Now I can complete the analysis on them in just 2 seconds. Orsted calculated internally. A week ago, the first time he used Tear Stigma, it took a whole minute to analyze a single courtesan bear. Clearly Orsted's mana gate was still weak to make Tear Stigma shine. However, in midst of the disappointment, Orsted discovered that Tear Stigma's analysis worked faster when used repeatedly on the same thing. After using it on the courtesan bears for the past week, Orsted could now analyze dozens of them simultaneously in 2 to 3 seconds. It was as if the databank of the Tear Stigma grew stronger as it analyzed more things. As a side effect, it put a lot of pressure on the wielder's mind, which led Orsted to enhance his mind again with Rewrite, with 20 years of lifespan. For now, Orsted didn't feel any pressure going through the information analyzed by Tear Stigma. Begone. Orsted coldly stretched his hand towards the courtesan bears. At that moment, multiple star-shaped magic circles appeared above the courtesan bears. Before they could even stop to look above, their body began turning into ash, flowing away with the gentle wind. They disappeared faster than before. Zerestia tilted her head, as she slowed down her speed. That's right. Orsted answered after closing his eyes, the red glow around his body dispersed slowly. Zerestia nodded her head in wonder, pumping her hands up. Anyway, now it's my turn. I will hunt more than yesterday and surpass my past self. All right. Orsted followed her, while contemplating. Zerestia showed keen pride in her skills in being able to hunt witch beast from day one. In exchange for helping Orsted with his experiments, she only wanted to hunt and show off her skills. All the witch beast have almost been wiped out now. I guess it's about time. Orsted threw out appropriate compliments to Zerestia, while lost in thought. He knew that she liked being praised. 4 days ago, Orsted had already given the light sphere to the green lizardmen, who belonged to Dori's bandit group in the past. If nothing went wrong, they would be soon getting information on Zerestia's thief. Orsted had finished testing out Tear Stigma and all of its ability. He had even used Light Blast 3 days ago. The result destroyed 1/3 of the whole flower field, along with the courtesan bears in it. With some calculation, Orsted predicted that he could destroy more than half of Banan instantly, if he used it on the city. But the backlash from using Light Blast left Orsted immobile for hours in the end. So it can only be used as a trump card to end the battle. Zerestia grew a little more obedient too, after watching his destructive capabilities. A mutual respect to a capable individual and hunter. After watching Zerestia hunt for fun, it grew apparent that it became harder to spot even a single courtesan bear. Let's go back, it's already evening. Orsted pointed towards the horizon. It can't be helped. Let's go to that bathhouse that everyone speaks of, in the city. Zerestia proposed while walking back to him. Bathhouse. Why does she want to go to such a crowded place? Orsted had gone there curiously. Beside liking the sweet milk there, he didn't find the place pleasant. Bathing in a mixed bath. It was uncomfortable and a disaster with his curse. You can go if you want. But don't take anything a stranger offers. Orsted spoke while slowly floating up. Do you think I'm a kid? There is no way any danger would be present in a bathhouse. Everyone uses it. Zerestia kept stomping with every sentence. After moving around with Orsted for a week, Zerestia had experienced his paranoia and cautiousness firsthand. What does he even mean by, don't touch random black fur in the ground, it might be cursed, or, beat up anyone who offers me alcohol or sake? It didn't make sense at all. Halibel had returned 4 days ago and had even visited his house just after, to meet Zerestia. That led Orsted to be very careful of Halibel. Besides his skills as a shinobi, he was an expert shaman too, well versed in the art of cursecraft. He could imbue curses on his fur and sword that led to inescapable death. Sigh, so you won't come to the bathhouse? Zerestia asked while folding her hands before her chest, grumbling. Seeing her blatant attempt in trying to hide her loneliness, Orsted paused. I will wait outside and try out the new special milk. Come along already. 2 bright wings materialized behind Orsted. As Zerestia recovered her memory slowly, it filled her mind with the memory of spending centuries in Zerestia's bed, hunting like a machine. She was yet to recover it fully. Hence, Orsted felt it was a good time to deepen his relationship with her, who doesn't want to feel lonely. Oh. Let's go. Zerestia followed him with her wind element. Orsted split some of his focus into the system and checked his dragon points. Dragon points, 6,877. It had increased dramatically in the past week and it was expected to continue increasing for a while. At this point, his name had only spread within Kararaji. After a while, it would spread to all the countries, boosting his dragon points further. It's time to upgrade the template. Chapter 22, Template Orsted, 10%. As it was still evening, Orsted brought Zerestia back to the rented house. Being keen as ever, Orsted had sensed that Zerestia was acting strange from a few days. Standing blankly at one place or staring into the space with lost eyes. Her eyes towards him carried strange animosity too sometimes, though he couldn't yet sense any bloodlust in them. Has she recovered most of her memories or is there still time? This was what Orsted was curious about. The chances of her turning into a mindless murderer was low, but not none. Before she recovered all her memories, he wanted her to have a closer relationship with him. around the level where Zerestia would consider him a part of the family. Only at this level could Orsted rest easily. Today's hunt wasn't very satisfying. When will you start doing that? What was it again? Yeah, the bounty thing. Crane's employment agency has been repaired by now. It should be possible in a day or two. We will head towards the bathhouse in an hour. Keep your yukata ready. Orsted instructed while walking into his room, planning on upgrading his template. All right, Zerestia appeared to be looking forward to the famous bathhouse. Closing the sliding door, Orsted felt at home finally. After regulating his breathing, he immediately manipulated the system. Add 5,000 dragon points into the template. Ding! At the very next moment, an unimaginable amount of power was shoved into his body. For the first time, he felt his strength jump, from being able to contend with Wilhelm or Julius, to surpassing them absolutely. Ack, my hands. Orsted felt his hands burn with strange power. Before, his hands were already tough and sharp. But at this moment, they appeared really like claws of a beast. Along with sharp claws, came information that made him raise his brows. Claw technique, a part of the fundamental fighting style of the dragon tribe, teaching of nail, fangs, and wings. It was the technique that original Orsted used most of the time, barehanded. He liked puncturing a hole into the opponent's chest or the heart exactly, to finish them off. Though it gave him weird titles, it was definitely effective. Template Orsted, 10%. The host has reached his first milestone. You have obtained the Disturb Magic and Dragon Gate. You have obtained 1,000 years of lifespan. The host shall receive 10% of all battle experience that Orsted possessed. The next milestone is 25%. Having enhanced his mind in the past few days, Orsted wasn't having any problem absorbing the information diligently. However, it changed immediately once memories that didn't belong to him were submerged into his mind. Orsted felt his vision go haywire, twisting everything he was seeing. It belonged to the original Orsted, though only 10%. It was immense to say the least, since his experience spanned more than 20,000 years. Only after 30 minutes did Orsted return back to reality, being able to separate himself from the memories. It's immense, from tactics to tricks used against different kinds of opponents. With it, I have covered up my weakness in lacking experience too. Though happy, he couldn't celebrate at all with his mind scrambled. It wasn't a joke to say that if he hadn't enhanced his mind to process information faster in the past week, Orsted would have spent a whole day lost into the embrace of a memory. Memories make a person in their core. Though receiving only battle experience of the original Orsted, it left an effect on his overall sense of personality. I have to say, he really did have a bad habit of ending his opponents with a heart puncture. Now I feel like I have inherited his habit. Orsted smiled bitterly. Having a stronger hand-to-hand combat technique and experience, Orsted wouldn't need to bother using his sword or magic against weak grunts. Magic is really more efficient though. Even with everything, Orsted's heart still tilted towards magic. Having experimented a lot with his arcane dragon slayer magic, Orsted was already capable of using wood, metal, and ruby elements. With his mastery, it was still impossible to absorb abstract concepts like space, time, or star elements. After somewhat calming down, Orsted back jolted slightly hearing a knock on his door. Hey, are you all right? Zerestia's voice was lashed with worry. I didn't make any sound though. A frown appeared and vanished quickly on Orsted's face, coming to a rational conclusion quickly. Having formed a contract with Zerestia, she should be able to sense his sudden growth in mana gate. She had even found his problem with mana recovery, showing worry in the past few days. It's nothing. I was just training. Orsted opened the door slightly to show his clean appearance. But your mana gate just expanded like crazy. Zerestia had almost thought Orsted's mana gate was about to explode from how vigorously it expanded. I'm still in my growth phase. Orsted could only reply coldly and act innocent. Do you think I'm an idiot? That doesn't make sense still, you know. It was impressive before, but now it's almost making me wonder if you are a human. Zerestia could even feel his spirit affinity to have improved, it made her more comfortable near him. I'm not a human. I'm a dragon. Would be soon, at least. Anyway, have you prepared your yukata and everything else? We will leave in 10 minutes. I'm ready. Slide. Closing the door, Orsted decided to check his status at last. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 10%. Dragon Points, 1,901. Lifespan, 1,789 years 7 months. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon, changing. Physique, 18.3. Mana Gate, 16.1. Spirit Affinity, 21.7. Physical and Magical Resistance, 22.1. Techniques. The Sword God Style / Water God Style / North God Style, Saint Attainment. Magic, Saint Attainment in all elements. The Reincarnation Technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic, intermediate level. Dragon Battle Aura, advanced level. Claw Technique, a part of the fundamental fighting style of the Dragon Tribe, teaching of nail, fangs, and wings. Dragon Gate, it creates a coiled dragon-shaped monument, which can absorb the opponent's magic. Disturb Magic, causes the opponent's spell to fail. With this much, fighting against Halibel wouldn't lead to certain death. Cesilus Segmund would still be an impossible opponent with his swords. Orsted wondered what level he reached overall. Halibel appeared a little less menacing, since he was not a frontline fighter, but more of an assassin instead. However, winning against him still appeared hard in Orsted's eyes. Roswell, who was supposed to be on the same level as these beings, appeared defeatable in Orsted's eyes in hindsight. Since, he was a natural magician killer at this point. Controlling the urge to use Lifespan to upgrade his template, since it could be used in a better place. With Rewrite, and this much Lifespan, I could revive myself even if my body was cut in half. I just have to protect my head. Orsted headed towards the bathhouse with Zerestia. After checking himself. Chapter 23, Relationship with Zerestia deepens. At the entrance of the bathhouse, Orsted sat on the bench with his usual expressionless face, sipping on the special edition milk sold outside it. It's been an hour already. Did she get attacked? Drowned to death? Orsted was losing patience at this point, slightly regretting coming along with her. The only reason stopping Orsted from rushing inside was his connection with Zerestia, as a contractor. He didn't sense anything wrong with her through it. Before he could make his mind to sneak in, with his Shadow Dragon Slayer magic, a middle-aged beast woman walked towards him with hesitation. Did something happen? Orsted asked her directly, wondering if Zerestia caused some problem inside. The beast woman looked away from his eyes and replied stiffly, "That is the case." Miss Zerestia stayed in the hot water for too long and appeared unable to move. We have moved her into the lounge at the entrance for now. Sorry for the inconvenience. Orsted's eyes twitched visibly. The beast women went away quickly after informing him. Walking into the entrance hall of the bathhouse, which was usually used as a lounge or a room for people patiently waiting for their partner to return. Orsted spotted Zerestia almost immediately, laid down on a wide bench. It was as if she was just thrown there randomly and abandoned after. Just to be sure, Orsted's activated Tear Stigma partially and analyzed her condition carefully. Exhaustion and dizziness. What exactly was she doing for an hour straight in the bathhouse to get exhausted? Orsted found his answer soon, as the caretaker of the bathhouse approached him in a few seconds. As it turns out, Zerestia had gone too far in excitement, trying to swim all the way around the pond or trying to climb the long walls separating the women and men bath. If she wasn't stopped by the beast women, who informed Orsted a moment ago, it might have been a disaster. Zerestia destroyed some of the monuments there too, which was the reason the caretaker approached Orsted. Without a change in his expression, Orsted gazed at the caretaker with a serious face. Even if you look at me like that, I'm not going to take responsibility and pay for her mess. Orsted waited patiently for the caretaker to leave, hoping his curse would do its trick as usual. He wouldn't dare to ask one of the 4 great spirits to pay up, not like she could, so the caretaker approached Orsted, only to be met with 2 apathetic eyes. Mr. Orsted can borrow a hand fan from the reception. Please be sure to return it before leaving. The caretaker gave up in the end and walked away with advice. He turned out to be a good person. Well, he could be grateful to me for saving the city a week ago. Ignoring the caretaker's advice, Orsted decided to use magic instead. As he approached, Orsted saw Zerestia, who was lying down while moaning, "Oh," and "ah," appearing drunk. Her white skin glowed so much that at first glance you could tell she had a head rush. Had she been standing up with a serious face right now, she would have certainly looked charming. Although, by lying down in such a sad, stupid state, men lose interest in hitting on her. Cold air formed before Orsted's hand, covering Zerestia in a gentle chilling wind. Ooh, that feels so good. Watching her condition alleviate after a few minutes, he stopped. Come on, can't you cool me more? Zerestia appeared so comfortable that Orsted wouldn't be surprised if she fell asleep any moment. Don't act so spoiled and get up before I freeze you into an ice brick. If she wasn't his spirit, Orsted would have done just that. Zerestia grimaced while getting up silently. Was it fun? Orsted offered her a sealed milk cup too. Zerestia smiled immediately. It's like nothing I have experienced before. Though I didn't like those statues, so I destroyed a few of them and was scolded by a scary female. It would take a lot of courage to scold a great spirit like Zerestia, but Orsted wasn't surprised. With her pushover-like attitude, she must have not appeared like a threat. I still have to teach her a lot of things. Orsted hoped Zerestia would learn quickly. It's good. Leading the Zerestia, who was sipping on the milk he offered, Orsted's keen eye picked up her thoughtful gaze. He watched her subtly, as her snow-white yukata shook in the early night's wind. I have been remembering things for the past few days. I think it's because you are acting as my anchor right now. Zerestia kept smiling forwards, a dark and heavy emotion stuck to her eyes. So she has already recovered most of her memories. Orsted concluded, internally sensing slight killing intent, and thought about what she might be thinking by bringing it up now. Zerestia stopped in her tracks. The moon glowed softly right above her. Before I didn't feel it, but I have been getting the urge to kill again. Even when I don't want to hurt you, I have the urge to kill you. Zerestia spoke as her golden eyes gazed at Orsted with intensity like none before. Just an urge. I was ready for her to turn into a compulsory murderer again, after regaining her memories. This is better than expected. Orsted was ready for changes in Zerestia, as she recovered her memories. In the Sloth-if route, Zerestia was able to get over her full-blown compulsory murderous disorder. So this simple killing urge appeared insignificant in Orsted's eyes. Orsted still acted along externally. You have been feeling this urge against everyone. Seeing Orsted frown, Zerestia pursed her lips. That's right, it started 2 days ago. Orsted gazed into her eyes seriously. Then, from today, stay close to me at all times. A weird voice left Zerestia's mouth as she heard his words. Did you forget about our contract? If you hurt anyone in this city, you will most likely die immediately. I can stop you, if you really try to do something stupid. Orsted explained calmly. That isn't what I meant. I wanted to attack you even today. When I was watching you kill those disgusting bears. Zerestia's face grew slightly agitated. Then, do you really want to kill me? What? A single question stumped Zerestia. Though she wanted to answer with affirmation, it didn't leave her mouth. No. She answered weakly. Orsted shook his head at her. Then I will help you keep it that way. Even if he tried softening his voice, it was dry as usual, so Orsted could only continue coldly. I think you are fine the way you are right now. The way I am right now. Zerestia frowned. Yeah. I have heard rumors about you, the spirit of killing or the slasher. If you really turn into someone like your rumored self, I think it would be quite problematic. Orsted felt his throat grow slightly dry with all the talking. Zerestia was starved from loneliness, and the only reason she showed intention of adding distance with Orsted was because she was worried about him. The way I am right now. Some kind of special effect seems to have occurred with those words. Zerestia's worried expression melted into a smile. Seeing Orsted signal her to follow along already, it made Zerestia quickly walk beside him. Her hand reached out to his claw-like hand, holding it with confidence as if it were natural. Orsted's eyes found her happy expression and faced forward again. It was creepy how he could see and feel everything in full detail with his enhanced senses. He could sense the emotion brewing in Zerestia's eyes too. It's developing into a romantic feeling. Well, it is also a kind of familial relationship too. Orsted wanted a family-like relationship with Zerestia, but a romantic one appeared fine too in his eyes. Chapter 24, Die Song. The next day, rain covered the whole city. It was practically raining for hours non-stop. However, the citizens of the city went on like it was a regular thing here. After his relationship with Zerestia deepened, Orsted was in a very good mood, opposite to the rain outside. It was in the afternoon, when Crane approached Orsted with a serious expression. It was apparent that it was time for Orsted's journey out of Banan. After leaving this city, he had no intentions of returning again in the foreseeable future too. In the employment agency, which was built anew from scratch, Orsted and Zerestia sat opposite Crane in the inner room. I always thought building a house was a pain back in the day. Zerestia was surprised by the speed of which the employment agency was reborn. I did hire the best. But that's not important right now. I was able to find information about your thief with the mayor's help. Crane tightened his shoulders in a serious way. Zerestia's eyes shone upon hearing his words. Along with it, a frown appeared on her face, which didn't sit well with Orsted. What is she? Don't tell me she is hesitating now. Don't do it. Orsted controlled his urge to slap the back of her head and listen patiently to Crane. A day ago, one of the merchants near the first city, Kyo, was attacked by an assailant. The attackers used wind magic and, from the report, her appearance was very similar to Miss Zerestia. Crane tried his best to not doubt Zerestia, but suspicion still lingered in his gaze. Logically, it didn't make sense, since she was watched around the clock. Nevertheless, she was a great spirit, who knew what kind of ability she possessed. She didn't do it. Orsted cut off his suspicion calmly. Is that so? Crane believed Orsted very much, appearing to be already erasing his suspicion. As I thought, I don't like this lizard. The mutt who visited me before was more pleasant. Zerestia directly stated her thoughts about Crane. Their standoff was unpleasant for Orsted to watch, so he urged Crane to continue. Sigh, I think Lord Orsted's prediction is correct. The assailant in this case was strange and most likely had Zerestia's light sphere with her. Crane said his conclusion seriously. It wasn't a her, but a him in the form of Zerestia, but Orsted didn't bother correcting Crane. The first city, Kyo, do you have any bounty near that area? I will complete it while heading there. Orsted asked with a plain face. Zerestia was fidgeting beside him, as if lost in thought. I think there is one. It was a criminal suppression mission. That will do, and make a bounty hunter certificate for Zerestia too. Orsted pointed at her with his finger. Ugh, I understand. Though uncomfortable, Crane did what he was told. Are you leaving, Lord Orsted? While making the certificate, Crane asked with a little sadness. I will depart by tomorrow. Orsted's calm answer made Crane more sadder. I understand. Then, I will speak with the employment agency in Kyo and we can use it as our communication center. I will be sure to send a letter there about anything I find leading towards her light sphere. Crane spoke with a depressed tone, as if separating with a close friend. Seeing his reaction, Orsted said empty words naturally. I will try to visit when I have the time, don't worry about it. I see. A smile appeared on Crane's lizard face. I almost forgot. The mayors of all the cities had a meeting 2 days ago. They are taking Zerestia's situation very seriously too, since they had a meeting with all 10 mayors belonging to the League of Cities. Crane made his voice low and serious to show how important the situation was. The final outcome appears to be favorable. If Lord Orsted or Zerestia ask help from the other mayors, they won't hesitate to help. But, please don't believe in everything they say. Crane gazed at Zerestia more obviously. What? Feeling slighted, Zerestia frowned uncomfortably. I understand. Orsted just nodded. Orsted didn't have the slightest idea of even meeting these mayors. He knew the individualistic nature of anyone in a higher position in Kararaji. Any help they offered would have strings attached to it. Offering a farewell to Crane, Orsted led Zerestia outside. He had to prepare a few things before they began their journey. He planned on buying everything today before leaving the next day. So, we are leaving tomorrow. A lot of thoughts seemed to be passing through Zerestia. That's right. Zerestia pinched her yukata's sleeve unconsciously. Say, I was wondering, the contract. All her words were trailing off alongside whatever she was thinking. What? Orsted frowned with his scary face. No, nothing. Zerestia straightened immediately before his menacing eyes. Walking towards the trading district, Orsted couldn't help but worry now. Why is she hesitating with her light sphere? Our relationship isn't even that close to the point that she would consider breaking the contact, and suffer its backlash, just to give up on her light sphere. Really, don't do it. Orsted clenched his teeth slightly. What would be the point of all his planning then? The current Zerestia hesitated because she knew that she would have to distance herself with Orsted and other people, once she acquired her light sphere. It wasn't even hard to follow Zerestia's thought process, but it still left Orsted worrying now. I should think about something else to lead her around, if she really does give up on her light sphere. But that would be a letdown, more than half of her true powers are stored in it. While buying the necessary items and rations for traveling, Zerestia hummed a strange lullaby, which sounded like it had no melody. However, Orsted had heard her sing the same song a day ago. He had heard Zerestia sing it whenever she was happy or depressed. Orsted, what song is that? I never thought of a name for it. If I had to name it. Zerestia placed her finger on her lips, deep in thought. She continued, it would be the Die song. Though speechless, Orsted felt that it suited Zerestia's song. Arriving back at his house, Zerestia and Orsted sat in the hall. Watching her eat the rice with a spoon, Orsted remembered her disastrous face trying to use chopsticks at the start. Her face and the table would get covered in rice whenever she used chopsticks. I will tell you about the precautions and plan on how we will travel now. Chapter 25, 3 months later. 3 months later. Did you find them? I don't like this place one bit. We should have taken that wolf-killing bounty instead. Zerestia hung off Orsted's neck with a tired face. A vast desert expanded around them, as they stood above a rocky hill. Sand dunes littered their surroundings and the hot wind felt scalding to Zerestia. The bandits should be here soon. Orsted replied as his eyes scanned the desert before him. Even with the wind blowing sand everywhere, there wasn't a speck of it on Orsted. As if the sand had a will within them, they avoided his body naturally. Sand Dragon Slayer mode, Orsted obtained this element by simply eating the sand curiously. It gave him natural control over sand to a degree. That was the very reason Zerestia's body was stuck to his body like glue. She hated sand getting into her clothes and hair. Get off and use your wind magic already. Orsted felt uncomfortable as Zerestia placed her head near his neck. No, I was wondering how it would feel to kill a person by strangling them. So is this how it's supposed to be? Zerestia tried holding his throat curiously. Feeling that she wasn't applying much force and just fulfilling one of her strange urges again, Orsted let her be. 3 months had passed since Orsted left the second city, Banan, behind. Making use of his bait perfectly, Orsted had led Zerestia around, while further deepening his relationship with her. It was to the point where she would sleep near him every day, just because it made her more comfortable, thanks to his high spirit affinity. Zerestia had spoken about her past a few times too, mainly about the incident in ancient times. The betrayal that left its mark on her to this very day. Their journey route after Banan was the first city, Kyo, the 8th city, and now the 9th city. Crumbly Desert, this was where Orsted stood currently and also the place where one of Zerestia's limbs slumbered. After 3 months of training with arcane dragon slayer magic, physical changes were starting to appear. Black scales appeared in the back of his neck, where Zerestia placed her chin right now. The dragon seed within Orsted had developed around 20%. He had a feeling that it would blossom uncontrollably once dragon seed development reached 60%. Orsted's physical and magical prowess had increased compared to before 3 months too. Since he had a surplus amount of lifespan, Orsted had modified Dragon Tribe's curse 2 months ago. Now he could activate and deactivate it as he willed. The lifespan used on this endeavor was recovered very quickly too. His dragonification boosted his lifespan, which was a very welcoming situation. Seeing something in the far end of his sight, Orsted easily unhooked Zerestia's hands from his neck. Didn't you want to hunt this time? Go on. Orsted pushed Zerestia towards the bandits' moving carriage. Confused at the start, Zerestia stared towards the place Orsted pointed. Her eyesight still couldn't see any of the target. However, in a minute, she could see a cloud of sand leaving a trail. Let's go. I want to leave this sand wasteland immediately. Zerestia's tired face was immediately replaced with motivation, as she flew towards their bounty objective. Following behind her, Orsted warned, don't blow away their supplies again, they are valuable. Got it. Zerestia's cheery answer didn't put Orsted's mind at rest. He had no choice but to keep an eye out to save the bandits' supply in case. Kill, 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 kill. Zerestia repeated the same word with a cheery smile, as she almost arrived before the bandits. Though having watched the same scenario multiple times, Orsted felt flabbergasted seeing Zerestia's weird way to cheer herself on. It's always, die, 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 or kill, kill, kill. And it actually did raise her battle intent apparently. The view before Orsted was a testimony to how much Zerestia held back while fighting Crane in Banan. The bandits couldn't even muster up a resistance, their bodies were cleaved in half, blown to pieces or beheaded the moment they entered Zerestia's sight. She truly did appear like a beautiful Shinagami, Reaper, at this moment. There was no suffering, just an instant end. Swoosh. With a sudden gust of wind beside him, Zerestia appeared and stuck to Orsted's side again. No matter how many times, I like watching those people run in horror. Puhahaha. Yeah. Orsted swiftly collected all the loot. With the bandits out of the way, it was time to collect Zerestia's lost limbs. Internally, Orsted felt a little unsure about his next plan. I hope she accepts. Orsted worried even while knowing that Zerestia would most likely accept his next proposal. Let's get out of here already. Zerestia shook Orsted's white clothes to bring him out of his trance. Having traveled for 3 months, Zerestia learnt a lot about Orsted, just like he did about her. He had a habit of spacing out sometimes, and she had even seen him watching the air seriously a few times. Before that, Orsted's voice turned sharp. Zerestia met his eyes, which reflected her face. Did you get taken in by my beauty too? Zerestia tried to lighten the mood, but the seriousness on Orsted's face didn't lessen. In ancient times, you were able to control 4 elements proficiently, and were even referred to as a great beast by many. You said that those powers were lost alongside your limbs before, right? Zerestia held her arms below her chest, with an uncomfortable expression. That's right. Can you stop? I feel like killing again remembering about it. Hold it in. Orsted brushed off her words and continued, after you told me about your past, I have been looking into it for a while. About these lost limbs of yours, couldn't losing them be the very reason your mind got corrupted with killing intent? What? What are you trying to say? Confusion flashed through Zerestia's eyes. If you collect the 3 elements that were lost, you might be able to not be taken over by bloodlust, once you obtain your light sphere. Orsted explained in clearer words. Is that possible? Zerestia jolted before him as if electrocuted. Yeah. If I am not wrong, one of your limbs is in this desert too. Orsted replied confidently. That's amazing. Zerestia believed his words quickly, her trust on Orsted was very high. The future had been haunting her for the past 3 months, she didn't want to be taken over by bloodlust again. Living her life stranded in some mountain, thinking of nothing but killing over and over again. Zerestia couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness rising from her chest. Retrieving her lost limbs, the words felt beautiful and poisonous at the same time to Zerestia. So, I can get them back, sob. Her head poked towards Orsted's chest, as she hid her face by looking down. Don't cry, really, you are expected to be thousands of years old. How am I supposed to talk about making a new contract in this situation? Orsted helplessly patted her head to calm her down. Apparently, Orsted had developed a little too much trust within Zerestia. Seeing how she believed him, even without seeing her lost limb as a proof. The situation went a little out of his expectation. In the first place, why does she not have trust issues even after being betrayed so badly in the past? Her mind works quite strangely now that I think about it. Orsted fell in contemplation while rubbing Zerestia's smooth hair. Even if corrupted, a spirit's core personality doesn't change. Chapter 26, Contract Initiated. Zerestia's crying had Orsted feeling awkward for a minute. It was so sudden that it made him rethink about continuing to propose a new contract. I never thought I would see her cry, when I think about it. She is a pushover, even naive and oblivious to many things, but not a crybaby. Listening to Zerestia's sobbing now, it almost felt like she was howling with sobs. There was no sign of her stopping any moment. Orsted had underestimated how much Zerestia's lost limbs actually meant to her. Did she try to get them back in the past? No, it isn't the time for that. Orsted blocked away unnecessary thoughts. Zerestia was crying and she was at her weakest mental state since Orsted met her. A clear opportunity shone in his eyes as he watched her gripping his cloth, near the chest. Zerestia's head kept pushing into his chest, as if begging to be comforted. It's a good sign that she is trying to rely on me in hard times. I will rely on you a lot in the future too. Orsted initiated a soft hug, which Zerestia clung to almost immediately. Her hands locked behind him and her face was pressed flat on his chest. Ugh, I can get them back, it hurts, where are they, my legs, my hands, it hurts. Zerestia kept rubbing her head on his chest, reliving an unpleasant memory. Yeah, you can get them back. Orsted repeated. Sob. Her dependent state solidified the idea in Orsted's mind. Taking advantage of her current state felt natural in his mind, since from the beginning, he only wished to conquer her. That was the very reason Orsted pulled Zerestia out of her territory, Zerestia's bed. Bowing his head beside Zerestia's ear, Orsted said, "We originally signed a temporary contract to find your light sphere. Since we are adding your lost limbs to our objectives too, shouldn't we sign another contract?" Zerestia groaned slightly in agreement, her mood recovering to a degree. It made sense. Or so Zerestia considered in her current state. "Then let me begin with my side of the contract," Orsted stated plainly. "If I'm able to help you collect all the 3 lost limbs, I want the Great Spirit, Zerestia, to belong to me." Immediately, Orsted could feel Zerestia stiffen in his hands. Wah. Zerestia took a step back, but it wasn't due to rejection, the blush on her face was a testimony to it. Getting such a positive reaction, Orsted felt a sense of accomplishment. He had worked hard in raising her to this point. Watching her slightly teary eyes and blushing face, Orsted lamented, "If only she was more capable in the mental department, she would have been my type perfectly. I never thought I would think about relationships after coming to this world." Actually, Orsted did have an aversion to building any meaningful relationship in this world. There was no saying when he could die and get thrown back in time again. It was a gift and a curse at the same too, and he wasn't weak enough for it to make him despair. If I can do it once, I can do it again. Orsted did find a trick to get past the drawback of reincarnation technique. He could change his respawn time with rewrite, however it did require 3,000 years of lifespan. And if it were the case with Zerestia, Orsted had another idea. "System, can I use rewrite on Zerestia and establish a connection with my reincarnation technique if I become her soul's anchor?" It is possible. 1,000 years of lifespan is required for the rewrite. Does the host wish to continue? No, Orsted smiled slightly. Even he would feel sad if all his progress with Zerestia was reset, though the chances of dying were low with his current strength. He decided to use rewrite on her in the future, so she wouldn't lose her memories about him after resetting. Then. Zerestia fidgeted seriously. Oh, her accepting attitude really makes me want to hug her again. He couldn't explain his wonderful mood in words, he had planned and worked hard for 5 months for this. Orsted calmly waited for her decision. He was truly worried about Zerestia's rejection at the start, since she liked her freedom and liked showing off her free will sometimes too. However, signing a permanent contract with Orsted didn't appear like a shackle in Zerestia's mind apparently. "I accept, and if we form a permanent contract in the future, I only have a single condition. I want to be the only spirit you sign a contract with for eternity." Zerestia smiled brightly towards Orsted, unlike a moment ago. Now she is showing her possessiveness. "Well, I don't mind. I feel like Subaru signed a similar contract with Beatrice too." Orsted extended his hand towards Zerestia. A smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "I accept." Zerestia accepted his hand with a shine in her eyes. A connection formed within Orsted, this time having a slight connection with his soul too. However, the contract wasn't permanent yet, he had to fulfill the requirement he announced a moment ago. "Hey, listen to me." Zerestia spoke seriously after the contract was initiated. "My light sphere, you can have it. Even if I get back all my lost power, I don't know if your prediction is correct. I really don't want to kill you." If by any chance she did attack Orsted, consumed in bloodlust, Zerestia felt like she would develop another trauma. "Don't worry about it. It will work out somehow." Orsted didn't take her seriously after his objective was completed. Zerestia's face soured. "Who are you?" There's no way Orsted would say something like that. Orsted still ignored her words. It would go well, since he made it so that was the only outcome. Gambling was only for the incompetent. "Let's go and find your lost limb now." Orsted signaled her to follow, while taking out his special map. Zerestia followed him, with embarrassment written over face. If her mood was converted into her own words, it would be, "Don't you go thinking I'm an easy woman." Zerestia realized just how easily she accepted Orsted's contract. It made her pride feel slighted, however she didn't feel any regret in the end. So, she could only swallow away her pride and embarrassment, while watching his back. Chapter 27, Bottomless Quicksand. The scorching heat didn't stop Orsted and Zerestia's speed in the slightest, as they made their way towards the lost limb. Before coming to the desert, while accepting a bounty mission, Orsted had dug out information about the place where Zerestia's limb lay. From the Ninth City's locals' perspective, it was known as a restricted area and some even considered it a taboo place. The Bottomless quicksand, or so the locals called it. Orsted was quite skeptical about this quicksand, since it was very rare for a quicksand to form in a desert. Furthermore, this bottomless quicksand had existed for centuries, another thought-provoking fact. Quicksands were often found near shorelines or underground springs. So, Orsted was curious about this special quicksand. The only logical explanation could be that Zerestia's limb was affecting the surroundings. I can smell it. My tail is really here. Zerestia held Orsted's hand and pulled him forward to quicken their pace. Orsted was able to smell an unfamiliar scent in the air too, but couldn't connect it with Zerestia immediately. She had a habit of covering up her scent all the time, to not leave behind a trail. Your tail, what element did it control? Orsted felt a premonition about the bottomless quicksand. Water. I could even create a big lake if I wanted anytime. We can create our own bathhouse this way. Zerestia spoke with a careless smile. I see. After creating another contract with Orsted, Zerestia felt different in his eyes. More free, brighter, and happier. Orsted couldn't help but wonder, is this her true personality? Before she was corrupted by her bloodlust. She doesn't mention her strange killing urges too. If it were the Zerestia of a day ago, she would have definitely said something like, I wonder how it would feel to kill a person by drowning him. It was yet to be seen if her killing urge had truly gone away, or it was just overwritten by her pure joy of acquiring back her tail. On the other hand, Orsted felt some of his doubt about this unnatural quicksand cleared up. Zerestia's tail most likely caused a quicksand to be born here, since water was necessary for it to form. I understand how it could exist for centuries too. While being pulled by Zerestia, Orsted was the first to see the unnaturally large quicksand on the horizon. The bottomless quicksand spanned more than dozens of kilometers. The air around the area grew slightly colder too. At this scale, it wouldn't be weird for a small lake to form. But strangely, I don't see even a puddle of water forming anywhere here. Zerestia's tail has some weird abilities. Orsted tried using his Sand Dragon Slayer mode, and the result appeared to be working. A small part of the quicksand rose and fell with Orsted's intention. There is no risk of dying by drowning here. Orsted relaxed only after coming to such a conclusion. He could just eat it in the worst-case scenario. The sand didn't taste bad either, a perk of his Dragon Slayer magic. It's below that weird ground, do we have to dig? Zerestia pointed to the middle of the quicksand. She frowned and wondered if she should turn the whole quicksand upside down with her wind element. Let's turn it upside down. Orsted held his chin and proposed. Did you get into my head? Zerestia pouted slightly. It was hard to create a strong spell with the sand element that Orsted recently acquired. Hence, he decided to support Zerestia with wind magic, as she did the main work. Tornado, Orsted cast one of the only few saint-level wind magic he knew. The impact was almost immediate. A large tornado rose from the ground, picking up the quicksand. Suppressing her surprise from Orsted's sudden huge spell, Zerestia began using her power extensively too. The tornado grew bigger and made the sky darken slightly as it twisted violently. The quicksand was basically wrenched out of the ground. The rough wind pressed against Orsted's body, causing his clothes to flutter rapidly. However, it didn't stop him from pouring in mana to maintain the tornado. Almost there. Zerestia focused in the middle of the tornado. Orsted watched as a huge hole began forming in the middle of the large quicksand. He didn't worry about the tornado hurting Zerestia, he knew her capabilities perfectly. Found it. Zerestia immediately jumped into the deep crater. Disconnecting the mana transfer with the spell, Orsted walked closer to the crater, which was almost more than 100 meters deep. I'm surprised every time seeing just how much is possible with magic. And this isn't even my limit. Orsted contemplated calmly. As he searched for Zerestia, his eyes widened seeing a huge silhouette at the bottom of the crater. It was a tail, with a length of 6 to 7 meters and appeared with shimmering watercolor skin. It appeared like a lizard or dragon's tail, however it was slimmer. Orsted found Zerestia hugging the tail, as if she was meeting a long-lost family member. It's entering her body slowly. Orsted patiently watched Zerestia. It was weird no matter how he thought about it. To move such a big tail, Zerestia's followers definitely needed prior preparation. Since they were able to carry away all her severed limbs, while she slept from the alcohol's effect. That incident might be more complicated than I expected. In the end, finding out about it doesn't really hold much value. Seeing the tale to have been fully absorbed by Zerestia, Orsted immediately felt that her threat level rose by a few levels. Tear stigma appeared in his eyes as he stared at her. Her physique and mana has grown a lot, while her wind element grew stronger slightly. Her water element is actually stronger than wind right now. A comprehensive upgrade, I guess. Orsted analyzed her existence with concentration and felt that Zerestia was slowly catching up to him. From the size of that tail, her original body size should be quite huge. Comparable to Puck or larger. Orsted smiled slightly at Zerestia, who turned towards him. Though the smile did nothing but highlight his villainous face. Zerestia flew before him, her face brighter than ever. I got it back, what those rats stole from me. Zerestia clenched her fist before Orsted's eyes and unclenched it. Immediately water began flowing through her fingers. While watching the clear water, Orsted's eyes traveled to Zerestia's face. She was smiling at him, however it was unlike her usual naive or cheerful smile. A sweet smile lashed with pure emotions, and it was directed towards Orsted right now. How should I say it? Thank you, Orsted. Zerestia scratched her cheek while hiding her smile. Orsted breathed in deeply. Though there was still a little more progress before Zerestia became a permanent member of his camp, he felt like she was already his. Welcome aboard, Zerestia. Aboard to his ship, the Dragon God's ship, who wished to survive in this new world and rise. Chapter 28, 9th City. The 9th City was a lone town in the middle of the crumbly desert. Due to their geographical disadvantages, usually skilled mages were stationed in the city, who used a huge magic crystal to cast weather manipulation around the 9th City, creating an artificially habitable environment for humans and demi-humans to live in. However, an unforeseen misfortune had occurred when the famous Zerestia's Light Spheres thief appeared in the city. A skirmish had transpired immediately between her and an influential merchant. The damage to the city was severe, but still manageable. However, the strategic level item, magic crystal used for the survival of the city, vanished in the skirmish. To collect another magic crystal of the same caliber, it would take at least a few weeks. Magic crystals are usually made by preparing a large amount of colorless mana and condensing it with lagmites, which is also known as magic stone. Weather manipulation was a basic necessity for the people of the 9th City. Besides dealing with scorching heat, they would even have crop shortage, a potential future problem due to the lack of rain. Though, such a problem could be dealt by temporarily buying a large amount of supply from other merchants, it would increase the price of food as a result. It was at this situation when Orsted arrived at the 9th City, a week ago. He became a savior in the eyes of the locals immediately once he used cumulonimbus and caused a rainfall. Rather than being called a savior, I wanted to show that I could perform weather manipulation to the world. Something only a very skilled and experienced mage is capable of, and I did it without a magic crystal too. Orsted thought as he walked into the streets with light brownish tiles. All the stalls and stores were decorated in brown clothes or bricks. Even if they were of different colors, it would soon turn into brown since they did live near a desert. My dragon points have reached a stalemate after 3 months too. Orsted checked his system. Dragon points, 8,466. In the first city, Kyo, and 8th City, Orsted had still made use of Dragon Tribe's curse to solidify his image. But, in the 9th City, seeing a better option, he had chosen it instead. The magic crystal that had belonged to the city was safely stored in his inventory right at the moment. Orsted had connected his shadow transfer with his lizard subordinate, through which he ordered him around. He only had to be mindful of cleaning the scent off him every time. The gazes of the citizens of the city held goodwill towards Orsted as he walked towards his inn. His curse was currently deactivated, hence such an outcome was possible. Before going to the kingdom of Lagunica, to meet Roswell, Orsted wanted to collect 12,000 dragon points. With the reward he would get by joining hands with Roswell, which was 3% of his template. Orsted could complete his template to 25%, hitting his next milestone. To that goal, he has been trying to strengthen his name any way possible. Can you create ice and heal others with your water magic? Zerestia proclaimed proudly beside him, of course, I can. While returning, Orsted had been trying to gauge Zerestia's exact power level, as she held his hand with intertwined fingers, showing her affectionate state. In this world, both fire and water magic could be used to create ice magic. Puck, the beast of the end, was a fire spirit in its core, who mainly used ice magic to fight. Fire magic in simple terms could be considered as temperature manipulation, which allowed it to create ice by freezing the moisture in the air. It worked a little differently for water magic. The wielder had to conjure water directly in the state of ice. This process gave the user a lot of freedom in shaping the ice magic, however the mana cost increased exponentially as a result. Do you have beast form too? Like how you were portrayed in the stories? Orsted asked curiously after entering the inn. A beast form? I did, I guess. I haven't been able to transform into my true form for a long, long time. I should be able to transform once I have all my limbs back. Zerestia tilted her head in wonder. You should be able to. Orsted replied back, while seeing her longing expression. I have an idea about her strength now. In her current state, Zerestia could take on and most likely defeat Shala, the watchkeeper of the Pleiades Tower and the self-proclaimed disciple of Flugel. It would be safe to put her in the top 20 strongest entities of this world. And if Zerestia acquired all her lost limbs, she could potentially reach the top 5 strongest, a little weaker than the peak divine dragon, Volcanica. From my stigma feedback, I don't think she would have any problem flooding the whole city immediately. She wasn't joking about being able to create a lake if she wanted. In the end, the current Zerestia would still lose against Orsted. He was just too advantageous against a magic user. His body had already developed a resistance against magic at this point. It would be problematic if she threw a city-sized ice block at me, but I should be able to dodge it with my new Lightning Dragon Slayer mode. After casting Cumulonimbus, which brought upon thunderous clouds, Orsted was able to collect the lightning element. Rest up for today. We will leave the city tomorrow. Orsted spoke while activating the temporary barrier magic circles around the room. Oh, that's good to hear. I hate this sandy and hot place. Zerestia plopped onto the bed and watched Orsted as he began making something again. Magic crystals were rare and sold in limited markets. That was the reason Orsted manipulated his subordinate, who acted as the Black Zerestia now, and stole it from the Ninth City with some planning. I have made a few protection items, but they are lacking at my level. But with this magic crystal, I can make something worth the time. Orsted began working immediately, deciding to finish it within the night. Plop. Zerestia laid on Orsted's lap while he focused. As I thought, it feels colder on the ground. Zerestia snuggled into the lap pillow. Orsted paused and naturally started patting Zerestia's soft white hair. Let me tell you a story. It was around 1,000 years ago. Zerestia began narrating happily. Ah, she is starting again. Orsted calmly waited for her to fall asleep after talking about her grand experience. It wasn't a rare occurrence at this point. Zerestia liked speaking about her past with Orsted, which was her way of getting off her loneliness. Sound barrier. Orsted started working only after creating a barrier and seeing that she was asleep. Did she like lap pillows? Orsted couldn't help but wonder, seeing how comfortably Zerestia slept. In the past 3 months, Orsted could sense that Zerestia was on guard even while she slept near him. But today, he couldn't sense even a sliver of alertness. He could kill her instantly in her current state. Good night. Chapter 29, 2 months later. 2 months flew by. At the outskirts of 6th City, Azumiki, which was located at the northern border of Kararaji. Shriek. A slim ground dragon rushed towards a tall figure, roaring out a battle cry. Swoosh. The ground dragon rammed into the tall figure with all its might. However, to its shock, its headbutt had no effect at all. The figure remained unmoved. Sleep. A cold voice reached the ground dragon when it saw 2 golden predatory eyes staring back at it. As if the ground dragon's soul was pulled out of its body, it dropped to the ground weakly. Water magic of this world sure is useful. Orsted felt slight satisfaction with his growth in magic control. Are we gonna eat this one? Zerestia questioned. No, it has an owner. Orsted pointed at the carriage in the distance. Since dragon blood could promote the growth of dragon seed, Orsted had tried eating a few ground dragons and the result wasn't very bright. The growth boost from a normal ground dragon's blood is too negligible. I could attain the same result by just practicing dragon slayer magic for an hour or 2. I might as well just sell them off if I catch any ground dragons again. Most of the ground dragon Orsted ate belonged to bandits. Zerestia showed her disappointment by pouting slightly. Unlike Orsted, she liked the taste of the ground dragon. None of the hotels she visited so far sold it either, making her more greedy for it. She doesn't even need to eat. What a waste of money. Orsted sighed internally and led her towards their destination, the sixth city. Those ground lizards always lose their mind the moment they see you. Being a dragon god must be hard. Zerestia commented and held his hand naturally. Yeah. Orsted didn't let her disturb his train of thought. She is getting too clingy these days, like an animal that just found what affection means. Though I get eye candy a few times when I'm around her, I feel strange seeing how much trust she is racking up towards me. In Orsted's case, he couldn't even bring out basic trust against others. He was able to trust Zerestia to a degree only due to their contract. Orsted treated watching Zerestia's naked body as stress relief every time he saw her bath in the river or bathhouses. However, it was a rare occurrence. In the end, he liked using his time productively, to not have any regrets. If Orsted wished so, he could have his way with Zerestia by forcing it a little. But he held off such thoughts and wanted her to take the initiative. He would rather not get cut in half by her, in the heat of the moment. Fortunately, while teaching her stuff, Orsted found that Zerestia was aware of the ritual of mating. Nevertheless, it was hard being teacher Orsted. Zerestia's attention span was comparable to a damn bee. While teaching about the complexity of relationships, he had to make her aware of being cautious against others too. And her killing urges haven't left her either, no matter how tamed. She still takes pride in being called a Shinagami too. Orsted remembered how Zerestia introduced herself as a Shinagami in many places. Are we going to reach that Azumiki habitat at last? Zerestia's eyes shone slightly. According to Orsted, both of her missing limbs lay there. Yeah, it should be just beside that mountain. Orsted pointed his chin towards one of the mountains and increased his speed slightly. Originally, Orsted planned to travel and reach Azumiki within a month from the ninth city. However, the consequences of his rather greedy behavior caught up to him at last. The League of Cities broke their neutral stance and hired Halibel to kill Zerestia's thief more than a month ago. A decision fueled by the loss of a rare material like magic crystal. The green lizardman with Zerestia's light sphere was strong, stronger than base Zerestia with only wind element, but he would still be no match for Halibel. Besides strength, his subordinate wasn't very experienced in hiding his tracks either. A skilled tracker like Halibel could find him immediately. Because of that, Orsted had to help him a dozen times to escape with Shadow Dragon Slayer mode. He had to slow down his traveling speed and help his subordinate jump from one place to another almost every day. And Halibel still hasn't left his tail. Just what is he using to track that green lizardman? I will have to deal with it quickly. Though worrying, it didn't make him stressed. At their current relationship, Orsted was confident that Zerestia would decide to believe him, even if his connection with her thief was somehow unveiled. It was at the level where Zerestia would support him even if Orsted decided to suddenly destroy a whole city. Arriving at their destination, Orsted booked a room in the inn for a day. The price of the room was apparently higher than the other cities, which was due to Azumiki's tourist spot, the hot spring. In the new room, Orsted relaxed and wondered which magic he should practice today. Knowing it might cause a commotion, it was decided that they would search for Zerestia's limb at night. And right now, it was still early evening. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen you remove that gauntlet even once since you made it. Zerestia naturally sought out his lap, laying down right beside him. It's for protection. Orsted replied. Already possessing a good sword, Orsted made a gauntlet he could use barehanded. He had a new shoulder guard on, alongside it too. You haven't taken off the bracelet I gave you, right? Orsted asked suspiciously. Zerestia clicked her tongue. Of course not, I promised I wouldn't. I haven't taken it off once in the past 2 months. You are always like this. Zerestia showed her slim and pale wrist, which would make many underestimate her strength. In reality, she could kill a normal human with a simple punch. A bracelet with flowing white marks adorned her wrist, it shone in the darkness of the room. Good girl. Orsted patted her head gently. Originally, he didn't plan on making protective equipment for Zerestia. But after watching her sleep so carelessly every day, he had an urge to create one for her too. If she dies of her own carelessness, I wouldn't have anyone to blame. And it can save her from anyone who has ulterior motives like her followers too. The bracelet was tailor-made for Zerestia by Orsted. In reality, Zerestia didn't have to do anything. The bracelet, which Orsted named Anti-Assassin Bracelet, only had a single passive magic imbued to it. Anti-magical and anti-physical barrier, it would cover the wearer's body at all times. It was like a degraded version of Saint Dragon Battle Aura, used by the original Orsted. It could easily withstand a few saint-level magic and slashes from skilled swordsmen. In the world of jobless reincarnation, barrier magic or protection magic was divided into anti-magical aspect and anti-physical aspect. However, once barrier magic was mastered to saint level, it was possible to combine anti-magical and anti-physical aspects. The anti-assassin bracelet had capacity to absorb mana from the atmosphere too, so Zerestia didn't have to consciously provide it with anything either. However, it was possible to enhance the barrier if she poured mana into the bracelet. Knowing that Zerestia wouldn't be able to use any complicated item perfectly, Orsted had created it so. Chapter 30, Crimson Hills Gyrol. Deep in the night. Russell. Just who are you? A young woman with fair skin stared at the enigmatic being before her. She had an urge to scream and plunge forward to lessen the sheer terror coursing through her nerves. However, her body refused to move an inch. What are you doing here? For the third time, the being covered in white asked the same question. It was the same question he asked after severing her legs without moving a muscle. Clutter. The woman's body shook in a sorry state, she couldn't even feel the pain traveling through her legs, her mind clouded by terror, simply staring at the two apathetic eyes before her. Will you not answer? Orsted asked with a frown, losing his patience. The woman didn't reply and began crawling away, as if her mind had come to a conclusion. A trail of blood was left in her track, profusely bleeding from her severed legs, below the knee. Zing! The fair women with hunter clothes turned back, only for everything to descend into darkness immediately after. Watching the woman's head explode into a blood mist, Orsted held a disappointed expression. Ah, it's always refreshing to see others run in terror when your curse is active. Zerestia smiled menacingly beside him. Crimson Hills Gyrol, a large mountain-filled terrain, located at the corner of the continent, it acted like a natural boundary between Kararaji and the Holy Kingdom of Gustiko. Orsted and Zerestia were currently in the middle of Crimson Hills Gyrol. It was the place where Zerestia's legs slumbered, which controlled the power of the earth element. I have come across around 6 spirit arts users in the past 2 hours. All of them attack immediately after meeting us and refuse to open their mouths to any of my questions. Orsted tried organizing his thoughts. The woman just now was one of the better-off spirit arts users among the other 6 spirit users. She was able to form coherent words, even while Orsted's Dragon Tribe's Curse was active. Dragon Tribe's Curse was quite effective when Orsted didn't want others to speak any falsehoods. Their fear of speaking lies gets amplified dozens of times. From their attire it was apparent that they didn't come from Kararji. Their fair skin and clothes pointed them to be from the Holy Kingdom of Gustiko. Even without them speaking anything, Orsted was able to draw an image on their goal by coming here. From his observation, the whole Crimson Hills Gyrol was filled with lesser and quasi-spirits. As all the 6 people were spirit arts users, it was clear that they came here to make a contract with the spirits. For them to come this far by crossing the border and coming across me, it might either be a frequent campaign or they're just bad lucky to come across me. They do appear well trained, seeing how they tried attacking me immediately. Orsted questioned Zerestia, does your original leg have some perk of attracting spirits? Zerestia thought with a serious expression, no, it doesn't. My legs did have the power to enhance the growth of natural resources, like trees. Knowing what Orsted wanted, Zerestia added another line thoughtfully. She is growing, huh? To be able to enhance the growth of plants, is it another application of earth magic or something special to Zerestia only? Orsted continued, can it enhance spirits' growth too? I don't know. I never liked mingling with other spirits anyway. Zerestia said righteously, while folding her hands. Does it have anything to do with those weird hobos? They should use those noggins on their heads before attacking us. I don't know where they got the confidence to challenge me. If I let them live after that, it would be a stain on my name as a Shinagami. Zerestia frowned towards the corpse before them. Let's go. You can sense your limb to be that side, right? Orsted decided to ignore the Gustiko people for now. Yes. Zerestia led the way with a serious expression. The rocky and unstable terrain of the Crimson Hills Gyrol didn't pose a challenge to the duo. They both have the capability to fly, simply turning any mountain traversal into child's play. It's definitely below this mountain. Zerestia pointed at the second largest mountain with confidence. There is not a single cave in that mountain, strange. Orsted stated his observation. Digging up the whole mountain was hard, but not impossible. I smell spirits around that mountain the most and along with it few fresh human scents. They might be camouflaging the mountain's entrance. Orsted frowned slightly. How deep is your limb located in that mountain? Orsted's serious voice made Zerestia pause, before replying, "Oh, it's very deep below that mountain. I can smell a few rats here too. We could follow the smell and it might lead us inside." I actually feel proud for some reason. Her brain department has gone through an upgrade at last. Orsted shook his head in reality. Rather, can you destroy that mountain with your water magic? Might as well destroy the mountain with everyone who might be hiding within it. Air, if it was a year ago, I could have leveled it with my winds. Well, I'm not sure if it's possible with my water, sorry. Zerestia was racking her brain rapidly to meet up with Orsted's expectation. I see, next time, I should teach you about pressurized water, it would come handy in situations like this. Teacher Orsted came online, causing Zerestia's face to fall. Wait. A flash passed by Zerestia's eyes. If I create a huge chunk of ice and drop it on the mountain, it should do the trick. I will just have to borrow a little mana from your gate. Her imagination is changing for the better. The idea is good, but if there are people on the mountain, they would be able to see such a big ice block immediately. Orsted still shook his head towards Zerestia. Never mind, I will do it myself. Keep an eye for any ambush. You did well to think of such an idea, good girl. Orsted patted Zerestia's head proudly with his calm face. The original Orsted could split a continent with a single slash, if he used his god's word and didn't restrict his mana. Destroying a mountain, on the other hand, appeared like child's play. It is still impossible with a sword for me. Orsted possessed saint-level, long sword of light, which when upgraded to god rank would allow the user to move and swing a sword beyond the speed of light. And the flow of magic, both these sword techniques were made for individual battles. It's either Light Blast, with Tear Stigma, or Arcane Dragon Slayer magic. Orsted wondered and chose Dragon Slayer magic quickly. Light Blast's side effect devoured a huge chunk of his physical energy. It wasn't as ideal as the Arcane Dragon Slayer magic. Chapter 31, Dragon Seed, development 30%. Stationed on the mountain which was right beside the one housing Zerestia's limb, Orsted stood on one of its peaks. Even if the mountain is obliterated, you are sure that your limb will still stay undamaged? Orsted repeated his prior question. Absolutely. It's way below that mountain. Zerestia answered confidently. Okay. Orsted could smell Zerestia's lost limb slightly too, however it was hard to predict its location perfectly at their current distance. After practicing Arcane Dragon Slayer magic for around 7 months, Orsted's body, which was already half divine dragon, further developed its dragon features. Dragon lungs, dragon heart and dragon scale saw the highest modification. Currently, light, element and lightning element were considered his strongest, when used alongside Arcane Dragon Slayer magic. However, they weren't the ideal element when it came to destruction. Light elements provided high penetration power. Lightning element boasted its invasive power and paralyzing effect. This element possessed a lot of potential in Orsted's eyes too. Wind and fire fusion Dragon Slayer mode, deciding on what to use, Orsted immediately inhaled sharply. Zerestia's eyes gazed at Orsted as he inhaled an abnormal amount of air. Being sensitive to mana, she was able to sense that he didn't just inhale the air, the mana in the atmosphere was devoured alongside it too. It wasn't like this before. Zerestia raised her brows. She had watched Orsted use Arcane Dragon Slayer magic before, hence she could predict what he was doing. Wind and fire dragons roar. The pure recoil was able to push Orsted's body back dozens of inches, as the breath attack left his mouth. The dragon's roar expanded violently as it shot forward, covering Zerestia's and Orsted vision to the brim. Two synergetic elements coiled into each other, approaching the mountain rapidly. The dark night was illuminated by this sudden trail of light. Boom. The moment the beam of fiery light came in contact with the mountain, it grew into a spherical explosion, slowly covering the whole mountain in its way. The shockwave arrived at their location in a second, alongside the minor tremors in the ground. Orsted only stopped after he felt that more than half of his mana storage was emptied. Even after stopping for a few seconds, the shockwave continued to rattle their clothes rapidly. Orsted frowned, feeling something within him stirring. The dragon seed developed by a few percents instantly, as if reacting to his violent use of Arcane Dragon Slayer magic. Orsted's eyes widened, feeling heat spreading from his neck. Zerestia reacted to his condition immediately, flashing beside him with her wind. What is that? Zerestia worriedly touched the black dragon scale, which appeared on Orsted's chin, spreading from his neck. The dragon seed, S growth has hit 30%. Orsted pulled his sleeves and saw that black scales were beginning to grow on his arms too. As the heat subsided within his body, Orsted breathed out slowly. Both his physique and mana gate went through visible enhancement, but it did plant a seed of urgency within him. I have stationed Black Zerestia near to the 6th city. I should finish my journey in Kararaji quickly tomorrow and head towards Flagel's tree. If in the end, I can't join hands with Roswell, I will have to think of a suitable place to complete my dragonification. Knowing Roswell and himself well, Orsted logically felt there was a very low chance of his special quest failing. If there were enough benefits, Orsted would even help Roswell fulfill his dearest wish of resurrecting the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Though, personally, he would rather keep his distance with people like her. I should still take precautions before meeting him. Orsted contemplated seriously. Hey. Zerestia shook Orsted's shoulder with an annoyed face. It wasn't a rare sight, but it always made her worried watching him stare into the blank space seriously. What? Orsted calmly pushed away her hand. Is this about that? That turning into a dragon talk a month ago? Zerestia asked while pointing at the black scales on his chin. That's right. Seeing her face, Orsted was sure that she didn't remember much of what he explained about his dragon slayer magic. He had no intention of repeating himself in the end. Turning towards the mountain that was supposed to stand above Zerestia's lost limbs, Orsted could only see a thin layer of cloud rising from the heated crater in its place. I doubt any normal spirit arts user can survive against that. I don't sense any survivors for now. Orsted kept his guard up till the end. After Orsted comforted Zerestia about his condition, she began digging for her original legs alongside him with an excited face. It was almost excavated within 10 minutes. Orsted used welded magic, quagmire, in a wide range, and Zerestia removed the softened ground with her wind. Watching a familiar scene of Zerestia hugging her enormous legs again, Orsted blankly stared at her. The leg appeared to be similar to that of a bull, however at the hoof, it seemed more comparable to a ground dragon's leg. Just what does her beast form look like? A combination of a minotaur and a dragon? Orsted wondered. Seeing that Zerestia would take a while to absorb her lost limb, Orsted thought of taking a look at his status after the recent subtle dragonification. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 10%. Dragon points, 9,706. Lifespan, 1,989 years 2 months. Bloodline, half human and half divine dragon, changing. Physique, 21.3. Mana gate, 23.8. Spirit affinity, 27.9. Physical and magical resistance, 32.8. Techniques. The Sword God style / Water God style / North God style, Saint Attainment. Magic, Saint Attainment in all elements. The Reincarnation Technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. Modification, can be activated and deactivated according to the host's will. Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic, Advanced Level. Dragon Battle Aura, Advanced Level. Claw Technique, a part of the fundamental fighting style of the Dragon Tribe, teaching of nail, fangs, and wings. Dragon Gate, it creates a coiled dragon-shaped monument, which can absorb the opponent's magic. Disturb Magic, causes the opponent's spell to fail. Equipment. Lightning Imbued Gauntlet. Apex Anti-Physical Shoulder Guard. Beginner Camouflage Bracelet. It was a satisfying growth, he could overwhelm any demi-humans with just his raw strength. Unless they could use mana reinforcement or technique like Flow, which boosted the wielder's physique tremendously, only defeat awaited them in a physical brawl with Orsted. What was that? Orsted looked around warily, sensing something change in his surroundings, but it was hard to pinpoint. Chapter 32, Zerestia's Arm. At first it was subtle, but soon Orsted could feel that the surrounding was reacting in a strange way to Zerestia's action of absorbing the large beast leg. The starry sky illuminated their surroundings brighter than usual, as if the stars were excited. The air felt fresher and mana was more invigorated than before. With his keen senses, Orsted felt the spirits run away quickly as Zerestia finished absorbing her lost limb. A few plants could be seen growing on the barren ground, as if life force was pumped into the ground too. Strong. That was the feeling Orsted perceived from Zerestia as she clenched her fist in a victory pose. The current her was already stronger than him in pure statistics. Zerestia approached Orsted with light steps, her smiling face didn't begin to show the pure happiness boiling within her. After walking beside Orsted and holding his hands, Zerestia pointed at herself with a prideful expression. I'm stronger now. Zerestia's eyes locked onto Orsted's. Tilting his head, Orsted could see through her burning need immediately through her eyes. I see, good job. I would expect nothing less from my spirit. Orsted naturally began rubbing her head. Ho, I will do all the heavy work now. You can relax as much as you want. Zerestia pushed her head against Orsted's palm with a blush. She has been raised well. I'm proud of you, Zerestia. Orsted felt satisfied with her mindset. Rub. Hee. Watching Zerestia stick to his body again, Orsted could only begin moving while carrying her on his back. They still had work to do. Zerestia's last limb was nearby and it was yet to be collected. With all her 4 elements, Zerestia's strength was expected to rise exponentially. She could even potentially use 4-fold magic, making use of all her 4 elements at once to bring out unbelievable output. It was similar to Roswell's 6-fold magic, showing his potential in all elements. In accordance to the plot, while using 6-fold magic, Roswell could contend against Puck, in the Beast of the End form. However, the result would still be Puck's victory in the end. Zerestia's final lost limb was located at Jimena Volcano, which was geographical within the Holy Kingdom of Gustico. Crossing country boundaries involved rules, formalities, and risks. It was mandatory to cross through a checkpoint when traveling across countries. I don't think there would be any border guards around Crimson Hills Gyrol. They would most likely be stationed near Zesperga. Zesperga city was located right beside the Jimena volcano. The living conditions of this city was most definitely better than the other cities of Gustico. With the existence of Jimena volcano, the climatic conditions in Zesperga were more humid, unlike the harsh snowy climate the Holy Kingdom of Gustico suffered from. Therefore, the city was named Torrid Hot City of Zesperga. The only way for Orsted to enter Zesperga would be by sneaking in. The bounty hunter identity from Kararaji wouldn't work in Gustico's cities. Orsted's vision was still clouded by a range of mountains, even after flying in a straight line for 20 minutes. In the darkness of the night, Orsted could only hear the breathing of Zerestia beside him. He felt her hands around his neck tighten suddenly. Control your strength. Orsted frowned at Zerestia, though it wasn't suffocating, it felt uncomfortable enough. Sorry, I could sense my hands, so I couldn't help it. Zerestia apologized with a sorry face. Already. Orsted couldn't even pick up a scent yet, and according to his map, it would still take a while to reach their destination. Zerestia continued as if she saw through Orsted's thought, it's not the smell, I can just tell it's that way. So, a vague feeling. That's right. Orsted nodded in understanding and pulled Zerestia's slim arms off his neck, while floating on the sky. Lead the way and try getting used to your increased strength. Even while knowing the exact location, Orsted still let Zerestia do the tracking. Don't be surprised by my speed then. Zerestia held Orsted's hand excitedly and conjured her winds to bolt forward. It was almost thrice as fast as him, if Orsted didn't use light wings to boost his speed. Her wind element has almost caught up to her peak strength, comparable to when I met her the first time. The stored power in her light sphere would probably only be icing on the cake to her current self. Orsted squinted his eyes slightly, as the wind brushed past his face. Their destination presented itself before them soon, a cloud of dust was visible even from afar. Jimena volcano was considered a hazardous zone in the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, as its volcano was active and spewed out molten lava at random times. Landing atop the volcano, Orsted felt an unbearable heat pressing against him, almost unnaturally so. A normal volcano, even if active, wouldn't radiate such intense heat. My arms. Zerestia called out in a nostalgic voice. When Orsted started to wonder how to fish out her lost limbs, Zerestia walked forward confidently. Just watch me. Zerestia flashed a cocky smile at Orsted, as golden light shimmered from her body. The ground shook almost immediately, reacting to Zerestia's will. The peak of the volcano, where they stood, trembled more violently than anywhere. Looking down at the active volcano, Orsted saw the hot magma swirling violently. It was showing signs of erupting. I should keep shadow transfer ready just in case. Orsted decided internally. The magma rose visibly before a pillar of rock pierced through its surface and rioted up. Before long, multiple rigid pillars of rock arose from within the magma, bringing up 2 beast arms. I see. Orsted nodded his head at Zerestia's fine work. Watching Zerestia flying towards her lost limb impatient, Orsted felt a sense of expectation as he activated Tear Stigma, partially. Zerestia's strength spiked rapidly. She was regaining the strength she held 1,000 or so years ago. As one of the first 4 spirits created by Od Lagna itself. Seeing it would take a while for Zerestia to absorb her arms, Orsted felt lost in thought. The Tear Stigma continued analyzing. Zerestia's tail was used in the desert, in hopes of getting a better habitat. Similarly, her arms, which controlled fire, were used to alleviate the cold weather of this land. Orsted didn't know if there was a mastermind who planned Zerestia's downfall. However, he was sure that they had succeeded quite easily in the end. I should teach her more now that I think about it. Only I can use her, I won't let her suffer any loss again in anyone's hand. And it wasn't a problem, as soon she would belong to him whole. Side quest has been completed. Comment Chapter 33, Contract completion. Side quest 3, sign a permanent contract with Zerestia and help her recover all her lost limbs. Completed. Before Orsted could read the system notification properly, he felt a connection forming deep within his soul. A person becoming an anchor for the soul of a great spirit was unheard of. Even Emilia with her high spirit affinity needed a special glintstone as an anchor for Puck. At last. Orsted rejoiced at his success. Their contract took form instantly, binding them together permanently. I feel my gate connected to her growing closer. I can borrow mana from her forcefully, if I wish so now. It could be a perk created in accordance with the contract. Orsted contemplated seriously. Zerestia from this point onward, belonged to Orsted as per their contract. Her mana, soul, and her existence as a whole were in his hands. She turned into a part of his existence, making, rewrite, usable on her too. Through their connection of soul, Orsted could even perceive her emotions to a degree. At the moment, Zerestia's whole mind was clouded in pure joy and affection. It's quite intense too. Orsted raised his brows. As Orsted finished analyzing the effect of the contract, a storm of mana shot towards the sky from where Zerestia stood. All 4 elements danced around the storm, showing themselves off to the world. The amount of mana Orsted's Tear Stigma picked made him stare at the beautiful, yet dangerous mana storm blankly. The mana storm slowly subsided as Zerestia finished absorbing the 2 beast arms. The pressure pressing against Orsted's body was immense. Just Zerestia's base presence gave Orsted an image of defeat, and it wasn't just an illusion. If they fought right now, Orsted would definitely die here. It wouldn't even be a fight. Zerestia didn't need any complicated move to kill him, she could just crush him with her overwhelming 4 elements. Will, shadow transfer, even save me? For the first time, Orsted knew just how much he lacked. Just looking at the sheer amount of mana Zerestia possessed, it was 30 times more than Orsted's current limit. I can sense it. Orsted felt his heart jump for a beat. He couldn't even feel when Zerestia had teleported before him in a flash. It was eerie, his enhanced senses were beyond the abilities of a human or demi-human, but he still couldn't even pick a trace of her movement. What did you sense? Orsted focused on her words. My light sphere, it's that way. Zerestia confidently pointed towards where they came from, the 6th city, Azumiki. Orsted's eyes widened. Zerestia's senses were correct and it was frighteningly accurate. That lizardman is done for. I was even thinking of sparing him since he worked so hard for me. Orsted gave up on his subordinate immediately, he knew the priority. Zerestia appeared relaxed, not rushing towards her light sphere, unlike her original self. Her smoldering gaze locked onto Orsted with vigor. Even without any predictions, Orsted could feel Zerestia's overwhelming happiness firsthand transmitted to his soul. I can feel our contract. Zerestia placed her face flat on Orsted's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Her hands clasped behind his back tightly, she really wanted him to feel the emotions flowing through her whole existence right at the moment. Even a fraction of it was enough. We are family now, right? Zerestia spoke while rubbing her face gently on his chest. She believed it to be so, it was her fate to meet Orsted. Orsted patted her head in reverse. I considered you a family even before signing the contract. Zerestia shuddered slightly in Orsted's embrace. A blush slightly appeared on her cheeks, as she buried her face into his chest thoroughly. Zerestia continued after a while, as Orsted patted her soft white hair. I'm really, really grateful that I met you, Orsted. Now, I don't even want to consider what would have happened if I hadn't met you. Zerestia clasped Orsted's clothes, her eyes shone in a brilliant light as she watched Orsted's face. Orsted smiled slightly, so she thinks of our contract as a sort of forming a family. I like that idea. Orsted felt a little happy internally. Today, he gained a new family member. I think it's time to take a step further with our relationship. I hope you never forget this sensation, Zerestia. Orsted held Zerestia's chin gently, her cheeks felt unnaturally hot to his fingers. Was it due to the volcano nearby? Orsted wondered. Zerestia cooperated with Orsted's action, her eyes shone as if to say that she would do anything he wished. Zerestia naturally stood on her toes as Orsted brought his face near to hers. Their lips met in a sensual, yet gentle connection. The heat of her mouth, breath, and body rose by a level, which Orsted felt immediately. Her heat was taking over his body. Orsted frowned. Zerestia kept pushing her face and body forward, as if trying to deepen their connection. Her actions led Orsted to realize that Zerestia's physical strength actually surpassed his now. His body was being pushed back by her. Really? Orsted had to initiate breaking the kiss due to her action. He was even enjoying it at the beginning, unfortunately. H-A-A-A. Zerestia hung on Orsted's body as if all energy left her physique. So she wants me to carry her again. Orsted looked through her intentions and sighed internally. The sun began rising from the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. With Zerestia pointing the way towards her light sphere, Orsted used Wind Dragon Slayer mode to fly faster. Hanging off his back, Zerestia held a grin for a while now. I always wondered how it was for those males and females. I didn't know it would be so heart-pounding. Heat rose up to her face, as Zerestia remembered the sensation of her lips meeting his. Well, usually. Orsted answered with his mind already diving towards his future. After a while. Zerestia continued, with you as my anchor, my wind element will recover the lost power within 2 to 3 years. Ugh, since we are family, I won't hide it. Zerestia spoke seriously and gathered Orsted's attention. I'm going to throw my light sphere across the cascades of the great waterfall. I made up my mind 2 months ago, I won't back down. Zerestia caressed Orsted's scales on the neck, with a serious expression. Do what you want. Orsted knew her well and was sure that he couldn't convince her anytime soon. A disappointment, that light sphere could have been used in many places. I will try to change her mind once later. Orsted thought. Originally, he planned on purifying it with rewrite, and then allow Zerestia to acquire it. But due to their growing relationship, her aversion towards the light sphere has climbed up to the level of disgust. Zerestia would have kept her distance from it, if it weren't for the initial contract with Orsted. Chapter 34, Light Sphere Acquired. While flying at a rapid speed, Orsted collected the reward from the system in his mind. You have obtained 1,000 dragon points, 50 years of lifespan and 1 gacha chance. Storing away the gacha chances for later, Orsted found there were no new side quests, making him turn towards the side quest 4. So I will have to complete them all before a new side quest is released. Recruiting Todd Fong. Orsted could only show patience at this point. The only lead on finding Todd Fong was through the system's advice and his own knowledge of the plot. 5 years before the start of the main story, Todd was a bandit in the fortified city of Garkla. At that point, he was already one of the leaders among the bandits, planning on turning them in and becoming a respected soldier for a better future. According to the system, Todd would become a bandit in around 2 years from now. Which meant he became a leader in a year among those bandits, not very surprising. The original plot shall start in approximately 8 years and 9 months. Orsted checked in the system quickly. There was still a lot of time before Natsuki Subaru appeared and Orsted's main quest activated. The ability that makes Todd so dangerous was his intellect. He was extremely attentive and calculative, always approaching a situation while using logical reasoning and being 2 steps ahead of both his enemies and allies. His only flaw could be his fearfulness and urgency to destroy anything he deemed dangerous. If I fought him in a battle of wits, I would most likely lose. His cunning and intuition is levels above mine. In the first place, I don't consider myself to be smart. I just excel at preparation for the future. That's all Orsted was good at: worry about the future, think about the worst situation and prepare against it. When it came to paranoia, Orsted and Todd Fong suffered from similar things. Though it wasn't very lacking right now, Orsted did have intentions of upgrading his intuition to Todd level with rewrite soon. As a subordinate, Todd Fong could prove to be very useful. His strength was a lacking factor, but it could be potentially covered by Orsted's help. He possessed a lot of training methods from the knowledge he received from his template. I should focus on the special quest for now. In the worst-case scenario, I will head back to Zerestia's bed and finish my dragonification there. It was expected that Zerestia wouldn't like his idea one bit. I felt a bad premonition just now. Zerestia tightened her hands around Orsted's neck. Orsted wondered if she could sense his soul to a degree too. Crossing the Crimson Hills Gyrol, Orsted could see the sixth city, Azumiki, from the high altitude of his flight. It's within that forest. Zerestia pointed towards the vast bodies of trees, where a river could be seen connecting it to the Azumiki city. As Orsted approached above the forest, Zerestia disengaged from his neck with a serious expression. Instead of throwing it away, why don't you let me protect it instead? Orsted couldn't help but try to change Zerestia's mind. Why? Zerestia pouted in dissatisfaction. She felt uncomfortable with the light sphere nearby. What if she became the same as her past self? Zerestia remembered once Orsted had commented about it being problematic too. Since it could act as your anchor, it should be a special glintstone if I'm not wrong. If we sell it, we could potentially make thousands of gold coins. Thousands of gold coins. A normal ground dragon could be brought with 30 to 50 gold coins, by the way. Greed was a good way to manipulate others, especially when they are as simple as Zerestia. Orsted didn't want her to use the light sphere herself. He knew the current her would reject the idea no matter what. So, he only wanted to change her mind subtly, to not throw it into the great waterfall. Even a normal person with Zerestia's light sphere could instantly attain enough power to match existence like old Wilhelm and Ricardo. Its value was very unique and it was almost impossible to come across another one. All right. I want to get rid of it, but you can have it if you want. In exchange, let's eat a ground dragon today. Zerestia showed a peace sign with a smile. Coming to an agreement, Zerestia raised her hands forwards with a cheeky grin. I won't let him escape this time. The atmosphere darkened at Zerestia's announcement instantly. Bang. At the very next moment, Orsted saw a big part of the forest cave in, as if bitten off by a huge beast. Almost 1/5 of the forest was destroyed by Zerestia's single attack. Her attacks are swift as ever, living up to her moniker as the most beautiful Shinagami. Orsted was sure that any existence within Zerestia's attack range was definitely dead. After defeating her thief, Zerestia hid behind Orsted as if to use him as a shield. The light sphere floated up towards them, from the wasteland that existed below them, controlled by Zerestia's wind. It might be at the level of a trauma from how she is acting. Orsted pursed his lips and transferred her light sphere into the inventory. Is that thing gone? Zerestia looked around with a frown. Yeah. Orsted felt one of the shackles of contract disintegrate around his mana gate. Let's return to Azumiki. Orsted held Zerestia's hand and began leading towards the city. There was one last thing that Orsted wanted to complete before leaving Kararaji. It was to write a letter to Crane from Banan. There was a need to make his permanent contract with Zerestia official and the fact that the light sphere has been retrieved known. Such information should be able to push his dragon points to more than 12,000. It has been a while since we went out to hunt. You aren't gonna take those bounty things anymore? Zerestia asked after entering the city through the fortress. Orsted could feel her fighting spirit and the urge to kill through their connection. The past betrayal seems to have left a mark on her mentality, even if centuries had passed. Zerestia was comfortable with her current self, so Orsted had no intention of helping her with rewrite either. We will leave the city tomorrow, you can choose a few bounties then. Orsted walked towards therein while speaking. So, where are we going next? Zerestia asked with a carefree smile. Lagunica. Where's that? It was expected that Orsted would spend the whole day drilling information about all the nations on this continent into Zerestia's head next. End of Volume 1. Chapter 35, 3 months later. Redona's Plateau, near the Blacksnake Contamination Zone and Karsten Estate. On the high grounds, which was used as a battlefield decades ago, two carriages approached each other from opposite directions of the track. The carriage on the right donned a single driver, holding onto the reins of the ground dragon softly. The driver's unblinking eyes were focused on the ground dragon, instead of the road, which a normal driver wouldn't do. as both the carriages approached closer. "Tia, kill them all, don't let them approach near." A voice left the carriage's window, jolting the unfocused driver. "Oh, I got it." The driver replied energetically, her golden eyes instantly shone and moved towards the opposite carriage. The opposite carriage didn't have any different features compared to theirs. The only difference present between them were the rough warriors guarding the opposite carriage, on horseback. Tia, or Zerestia, pointed her slender finger towards the enemy carriage, with a bright smile on her face, as if watching something amusing. Swoosh boom. Before the enemy could react, an ominous sound took over. The whole carriage along with the warriors around it were crushed in midair. There wasn't a single scream. Their remains splattered on the ground alongside the smashed carriage. They weren't swept or crushed into the ground, instead like a clay doll, their body was kneaded to death. Unusually, the ground had no mark of Zerestia's swift attack either. "I'm finally getting a grasp on this atmospheric pressure thingy." Zerestia placed her hands on waist, while sporting a satisfied smile. Hearing a clicking sound from the stopped carriage, Zerestia turned back zealously. "You are coming out at last, that means." Orsted stepped out of the carriage, his face adorned by a small frown. His enigmatic clothes were spotless and the black gauntlets on his arms glowed menacingly. "Yeah." Orsted grimaced as he watched his surroundings. "What is it? What is it? You aren't gonna start blabbering about the probability of the wind clashing or dust landing on you again, are you?" Zerestia began touching around Orsted's body. Though she knew that it wasn't something she could confirm by touching him, to someone who's worried, it served as reassurance. With his cheek being touched, Orsted answered and said, "I'm fine, stop caressing my scales, it's uncomfortable." Sighing to himself, Orsted took a glance at the wreckage a few meters from their carriage, a sight which could haunt the heart of a youngster. "You are learning well, I didn't know you could apply it practically already." Orsted caressed Zerestia's head. Zerestia narrowed her eyes, with a face that said she enjoyed what Orsted was doing. This was the least Orsted could do, for someone who did everything he ordered, while not asking anything in return. "You have been acting strange since I showed you my beast form, or whatever you call it, 3 months ago. Is it really not because of me?" Zerestia watched Orsted's slightly unfocused eyes. Orsted could see the worry on her face, so he ruffled her hair a little more roughly. "Don't worry about it, it wasn't your fault." Orsted said the truth. His current situation wasn't Zerestia's fault, he had brought it upon himself. Around 3 months ago, Zerestia showed Orsted her original form and changed the whole terrain of the empty wasteland near Banan, bringing forward 4 natural disasters pertaining to the elements she controlled. An incident that changed the map of the world permanently. It was also the time when Orsted took inspiration from Todd Fong's personality and enhanced his intuition with Rewrite. Originally, Orsted wanted to enhance his intuition to Todd's level, but not experiencing any direct changes, he enhanced it a few more times, leading to his current state. As if his intuition broke through some shackles, it was bestowed a name as a skill directly from the system. Paranormal intuition senses the probabilities of everything. It did exactly as the system's description portrayed it. Allow Orsted to sense probabilities, however, even simple thoughts in his head were attached with these probabilities. Is this route dangerous? No. Can I kill Regulus in a frontal battle? Impossible. Would Zerestia sacrifice herself if danger befell me? Yes. Some thoughts were attached with percentages too. If Orsted hadn't promoted his information processing speed 4 tier stigma, he would have been brain dead when paranormal intuition was acquired 3 months ago. Even the air possessed probability, trying to gauge the direction of airflow. But of course, the probabilities sensed by paranormal intuition were not set in stone. Like the air, with a single foreign obstruction, the result could change easily. Orsted was the kind of person whose thoughts never stayed still, which led paranormal intuition to become a burden on his mind. He couldn't focus with all the probabilities filling his mind. The easiest option to deal with the skill was to add a feature similar to his Dragon Tribe's curse, allowing him to activate and deactivate it by his will. But, what would be the point of such a skill if it couldn't be used to sense unknown danger at every moment? Hence, Orsted chose another option, to upgrade his thought processing speed again. By the end, Orsted had used up around 105 years of lifespan for just this. And still, Orsted felt uncomfortable with his new, paranormal intuition, which led him to travel within a carriage to get used to it. No matter how fast his mind was, it would be annoying to have unwanted probabilities keep flashing past his mind. He had to create a kind of filter to only focus on the important probabilities. Orsted's information processing speed was inhuman, however it still hadn't even approached half of Cesilus Segmont's thought acceleration speed, which could make the world stand still in his eyes. I have gotten used to my intuition now. No point in wasting time in a carriage. The only reason Orsted's annoyance hadn't become regret, that could in turn make him degrade his intuition, was because paranormal intuition could even predict the gotcha possibilities of his system. Are we going to start traveling for real now? I have grown sick of controlling that wood box and that lizard. Zerestia placed her expectant eyes on Orsted. Zerestia had crashed the carriage multiple times along the way, an expected result. She even controlled the ground dragon by threatening it. If it didn't want to turn into food, it had to follow Zerestia's order. That's right. We can travel by ourselves now. And, don't start hunting anything before asking me. Orsted ordered Zerestia strictly. While entering Lagunica, Orsted and Zerestia had gone through Pristella, the Watergate city. Zerestia had hunted down dozens of water dragons there, thinking of them as simple fishes. If only I wasn't distracted all the time, I could have stopped her. In the end, I had to even pay for the damage. Sigh. Orsted didn't blame Zerestia, he knew her well, so he should have explained more about the city before entering. In the end, he couldn't, due to his head being filled with unwanted intuitions. The reason why Orsted ordered Zerestia to attack the carriage before them was due to his intuition too. There was a high chance they would attack them, or so his intuition pointed. For small stuff like this, Orsted's intuition wasn't wrong even once. Therefore, they had to be dealt with, their reasons held no value to him. Orsted subtly looked at Zerestia, she must have seemed like an easy target. Chapter 36, Special Quest completed. 'Tis the Witchbeast Kingdom of Lagunica, yeah. I understand why everyone calls this place so. These critters keep jumping left and right as if they'll own the land. Bang. Zerestia smashed the group of woolgarms surrounding them. Unlike her understanding voice, her actions were dripping with violence. You should make use of your other elements besides wind too. Orsted recommended, finding that Zerestia was idling her mastery over her fire, earth and water. Though her reasoning was apparent in his eyes, Orsted still hoped for her to grow stronger. To Zerestia, wind was the symbol of her freedom. And making use of it was her way of proclaiming her freedom over everything. Zerestia's wind was more than a symbolism in her eyes, it was her way of living. Even Orsted couldn't change her favorability towards it easily. I will try using the techniques you taught me the next time. Zerestia huffed her chest in reassurance, her confidence high as ever. It has been a few hours since they abandoned the carriage. Traveling without holding back, they were almost at their destination, the Tree of Flugel. Since crossing Pristella, Zerestia hadn't got a chance to carry out her usual hunting. Hence, she went for this group of witch-beast, the moment she sensed their presence. While traveling towards Lagunica from Kararaji, Orsted was approached by many kinds of merchants. Though he rejected most of them, he still accepted a few which paid lavishly and were easy to complete. Even without using his intuition, Orsted was aware that both Kararaji and Lagunica were keeping an eye on his movement. It wouldn't be surprising if they already knew where he was heading. The royal family of Lagunica should be alive and well at this point. So traveling through the border went without any hitch. Unlike in the future, where Lagunica had almost closed themselves from the other nations. Orsted contemplated while getting ready to move. It was already evening and turning dark fast. Tia, remember to not kill the person we are going to meet, if they do attack us in any nature. Orsted ordered Zerestia while flying. I got it. Definitely no problem. Zerestia waved her hands confidently to reassure Orsted. Even after reaching this point, Orsted's intuition didn't warn him of any danger, so he couldn't help but be a little optimistic about this special quest too. After a few minutes, both Orsted and Zerestia were able to see the huge tree at the end of their visions. It stood with a majestic presence, casting out a huge shadow from the setting sun. Focusing slightly, with his sharp eyes, Orsted was able to see someone waiting below the tree immediately. So he is already here, how diligent. Taking the lead, Orsted flew before the familiar figure calmly. The air froze for a second as Zerestia landed beside Orsted, however it was a passing tense moment. Soon, the man opposite them spread his hands in a welcoming manner. Oh my. I have heard of your heroic tale in Kararaji, Mr. Orsted. And of course, it's a pleasure to meet a great spirit such as yourself, Miss Zerestia. Roswell bowed slowly and smiled brightly. A normal person would at least be uncomfortable looking at Orsted, who had his right chin covered in dragon scales, but Roswell seemed unbothered by it. He spoke normally, instead of his sing-song voice too. "If you are here, am I to consider you have come looking for an alliance?" "Ah, my mistake, I am Roswell L. Mathers, the current Lord of House Mathers." Roswell continued with a relaxed voice, his heterochromatic eyes staring at Orsted closely. He appeared to be in his early 20s, but it would be a mistake to judge him through it. His real soul's age was around 400 years old. "That's right, however before that, I want you to tell me exactly what's written in your gospel about me." Orsted spoke in a rather hoarse voice, not willingly though, as the dragonification increased, his voice grew deeper automatically. "I understand. According to the gospel, you are my second option to fulfill my dearest wish. If I am able to satisfy your demands, you will grant it, is what my gospel told me." Roswell spoke with a serious face, like this was the most important moment of his life. "Is that all?" Orsted frowned, feeling there might be more. "Though, I don't understand absolutely. Mr. Orsted is not affected by the foreigner who would appear in this land soon, possessing the power to change fate." Roswell held his breath in silence after speaking. "Is he speaking about return by death?" I didn't know the Tome of Wisdom already told him about the time-leaping ability that Subaru possessed. "Wait, system, will I not get affected by return by death?" Orsted grew curious. "Yes. Through the reincarnation technique, the host's memories will not be affected by the resetting of the world." "Is it because I'm not affected by the natural orders of the world? But, I remember that authority can still affect me." Orsted lost himself in thought. "I accept the alliance, Roswell. So you will do anything I want in exchange for helping you revive Echidna, am I right?" Orsted inquired calmly. There was a high chance Roswell was hiding something, seeing how he behaved as if Orsted already knew everything about him. Speaking about his wish without any hesitation. However, these facts weren't enough to stop Orsted from joining hands with Roswell. "I will try to the best of my abilities." Roswell bowed with a deep smile, the bright shine in his eyes was unhidden. "The special quest has been completed. The rewards can be collected any moment. The chain quest has been activated." Though a little hesitant, Orsted didn't mind helping in Echidna's revival, once his strength was absolute. "I want you to declare to the kingdom of Lagunica that I'm your teacher, let's say magic master." Orsted demanded with a calm voice. There was no way he would let a chance to gain dragon points slip by. Roswell was considered as the strongest court magician of Lagunica, being his master would increase Orsted's prestige instantly. "I understand, Master Orsted." Roswell replied with a smile, kneeling directly without hesitation. Chapter 37, Orsted Template, 24%. In Roswell's mansion. "And so, Master Orsted and Miss Zerestia will be staying in the mansion as guest. I hope you three can treat them the same as you would to me, the Lord of the mansion, am I understood?" "Yes, Lord Roswell." Frederica responded immediately to Roswell's sing-song voice with a bow. The young twin beside Frederica bowed in understanding after a pause. Their curious eyes glanced at Orsted and quickly turned away. Even without Dragon Tribe's curse, his appearance was very daunting in their eyes. "I don't see Klein, so Roswell must have taken over the House of Malode already at this point. I remember that he stationed both Frederica and Klein to take care of Anne Rose and train new demi-humans that he took under his rule." Orsted was able to dig out such small information from his mind easily, with his modified thought processing. If he focused enough, he could even cast tens of magic simultaneously now. Frederica stayed behind to train Rem and Ram before transferring to Malode's mansion. Orsted was somewhat interested in Klein, as he was a dragonkin after all. And he wielded the authority of melancholy too, though only provisionally. Beside Arc 9, he had appeared in the Greed if route as an antagonist. "So, we'll be staying in this house from now on?" Zerestia asked curiously while Frederica led them towards the guest room. "Yeah, for a long time." Orsted answered while staring out of the windows passing by him. It was already night, hence the lamps of the corridor illuminated their way. "Lord Orsted and Miss Zerestia, both of your rooms are ready." Frederica smiled, exposing her menacing fangs. She appeared to be 13 or 14 years old, but her professionalism already had a striking resemblance to her future self. "One room is enough, beast girl." Zerestia showed her dislike to beast demi-humans by glaring at Frederica. Rather, it seemed like she had some personal beef against all demi-humans. Zerestia usually called demi-humans as mutt, lizard, or fox too. Orsted's eyes acutely found discomfort flowing through Frederica when exposed to Zerestia's sharp gaze. I remember that Frederica had a slight inferior complex due to her demi-human traits. Well, she is just a kid, she will recover, probably. As usual, Orsted turned his eyes away from things related to strangers. He might know Frederica from his past life knowledge, but they were still strangers in this life. Arriving at his new room, Orsted took a glance around and turned towards Frederica. For today, you can deliver our dinner to the room. Understood, then a good night for the both of you. Frederica bowed professionally and left. Say, are all the servants of this house a demi-human? Zerestia asked while laying flat on the bed comfortably. Her expression had a grumpy pout. I suppose. Why? Are you not comfortable with demi-humans? Orsted grew curious, he didn't remember such information from the novel. No. I just don't like smelling animal odor while sleeping. Zerestia answered while crawling into Orsted's lap. Now it's more comfortable. I see, so it's just a preference. Get used to it. Orsted commanded while patting her soft hair slowly. In the past 3 months, their relationship had already passed the level of a couple. Surprisingly, Orsted was the first to make a move on Zerestia in the bed and she accepted without resistance. Having sex can be very good for the mind, but when she is so accommodating, I actually let my guard down fully for the first time after arriving in this world. Losing myself in warmth isn't bad, but I shouldn't lose my prudence. Sigh. If talking about how accommodating Zerestia was, any position was okay with her. Orsted looked at Zerestia's pale cheek and caressed it without noticing it. What is it? You want to do it again? Zerestia's cheek grew slightly rosy, as her golden eyes probed Orsted. Later. Orsted felt it was too early and postponed it further into the night. System, distribute the quest rewards. Ding. You have obtained plus 3% of template progress and 400 years of lifespan. Chain quest, locked. Requirement, complete your dragonification and hit the 25% milestone of your template. Orsted felt a wave of heat pass through his body, enhancing his physique slightly. Looking at the requirements of the new chain quest, Orsted felt this quest would be very important intuitively. Dragon points, 13,778. Seeing his dragon points, Orsted decided to wait shockingly. It was paranormal intuition. It was apparently a bad idea to hit his next milestone before completing his dragonification. What's with it? Is my next template milestone connected to the new chain quest? Orsted tried focusing and his intuition gave a positive signal to his hypothesis. After thinking for a second, Orsted added only 11,000 dragon points into his template. Orsted template, 24%. Orsted had to focus this time to not startle Zerestia by letting out a groan. The blistering heating slowly subsided throughout his body. Going through the new knowledge, he surprisingly found an interesting magic. Non-attribute magic, gravity. My intuition tells me it would be hard for my current Dragon Slayer magic to absorb gravity. I will have to wait for complete dragonification. Even so, gravity magic can come in very handy if used properly. Orsted felt his mood improve. He took a look at his basic stats. Physique, 28.9. Mana Gate, 29.1. Spirit Affinity, 33.7. Physical and Magical Resistance, 46.1. Only true monsters like dragons might be able to match my physical strength. Even people like Cesilus and Reinhard would have a hard time matching my raw strength. Orsted took a deep breath in. Though Cesilus was known for his lightning speed, his physical feats were not low. He could split a castle in half with a single karate chop. Even Steel Castle might not be able to stop him according to the narrator. If I use my dragon battle aura, I will be able to surpass him easily. If we fought, it would be just a matter of skills and experience. Soon, Frederica brought them their dinner, which Zerestia ate with keen interest, seeing it was a new dish. As it got deeper into the night, Zerestia looked at Orsted with visible heat in her eyes. Well, we won't be able to enjoy ourselves while I go through dragonification. So, I should go all out tonight. 38, 9 months. The next day. Orsted, who as usual skipped sleep after getting laid with Zerestia, moved towards Roswell's presence. He had spent a portion of his time laying out a few barrier magic, early in the morning too. Smelling a trace of magic flowing in the air, Orsted turned towards the door beside him. Must be Beatrice. I don't see any merit in greeting her. Orsted continued walking after a pause. In reality, Orsted was no good with being like Beatrice, who never spoke of their true thoughts. Normally known as Tsundere. Subaru in the future can take care of her. Reaching before the mansion lord's room, Orsted knocked without hesitation. Please come in. Roswell opened the door and led Orsted in with a smile. Unlike Roswell, who appeared like a clown, his study room was pretty normal. After taking a seat, Orsted watched Roswell calmly. I'm supposed to be the second option according to his gospel, in case the first option with Subaru fails. With that in mind, I might be able to get some resurrection ability from Gacha in the future. Truthfully, Orsted felt Echidna's death to be filled with mysteries. The original novel hadn't mentioned it much either. 400 years ago, the divine dragon Volcanica sealed Echidna within her tomb in the sanctuary, acting as a deterrent to the Witch of Envy, Sadella. Then, Volcanica created and placed Klein to keep a watch on her sanctuary. Knowing Echidna's authority to look into the future, present and past, she should be aware of techniques like soul marriage curse from Valakia, which can allow a person to reincarnate with their memories intact infinitely, though I think it needs some karma as a catalyst. Orsted wondered why Echidna didn't use such a method to live easily. She didn't appear to be the type to sacrifice herself either. More than anything, when Subera brought out Echidna's soul from the sanctuary, in the Greedif route, Klein, the dragonkin of Volcanica, tried to kill Subaru without hesitation. Klein viewed her continued, fractured existence as an unnatural violation of the world's rules. I can already imagine dozens of conspiracies. I wonder what's the real answer. Orsted stopped his train of thought at this moment. How may I help you, Master Orsted? Please speak your mind without hesitation. Roswell spread his hands grandly as if Orsted could ask anything. This clown seems strangely happy since I joined hands with him too. After a pause, Orsted spoke of his need. I want you to show me your sixfold magic and let me use a deeper portion of the Cameldy forest for a while. Since he might be spending an unknown amount of time stuck in the forest with Zerestia, Orsted wanted to teach her fourfold magic if possible. Say no more. Roswell raised both his hands. Immediately 3 elements manifested on each of them. He maintained their existence with a smile on his face. Tear stigma. Orsted's eyes instantly changed and red particles clustered around his body. He was able to copy Roswell's technique in a moment. Tear stigma has grown stronger since my mana gate grew. I wonder if it can analyze divine protection someday. Orsted held a lot of expectations towards it. That's enough. If you want to ask anything, just state it. Orsted's cold voice traveled to Roswell's ears. Roswell continued in a jesting manner, nothing truly important. I just plan on going to the sanctuary soon and I wondered if you are interested in visiting too. Orsted's expression didn't change as he answered without hesitation, next time. Orsted did plan on visiting the sanctuary in the future. Rather, he didn't even mind making a contract with Echidna either. With rewrite, she would be the only one to suffer from it. After leaving Roswell's workroom, Orsted came across Ram, who bowed slightly towards him. Apparently, Frederica must have taught her recently. Good morning, guest. Orsted nodded his head at her and moved towards his room. He did think Ram possessed a lot of potential. And in the future, he could restore her horn with Emperor rank healing magic too. Just that, there was no benefit in helping her right now in his eyes. Divine rank healing magic could even allow Orsted to revive a recently dead person, if he cast it within 5 minutes of their death. He and Zerestia moved into the forest the very same day. First month. Just training by himself with Dragon Slayer magic, the progress was not very optimistic. Therefore, he battled with Zerestia to push himself further. He used only Dragon Slayer magic the whole time. They had to carry out aerial battles, so that the forest wouldn't get destroyed. And his progress with teaching Zerestia fourfold magic. Not very good. The Dragon Seed's development reached 48%. Half of his body was already transformed into a dragon. Third month. At the beginning, Frederica used to deliver food to Zerestia, but soon the job was taken up by Remington. Roswell personally made a safe track with barrier magic, so that Rem could deliver the food safely. The forest was infested with witchbeast after all. After watching them fight, Rem requested Orsted to teach her the ways of fighting. Her determination to take over her sister, Ram's responsibility flaring up. Without any hesitation, Orsted pushed Zerestia towards Remington. Even if lacking in knowledge, Zerestia's experience in fighting was beyond something a normal human could hope to match. Though resistant at first, Zerestia began teaching Rem by sparring soon. There was just nothing else to be done for passing time. Orsted's Dragon Seed's progress reached 60% at last. His body began expanding rapidly to the size of a normal dragon. Reaching to the size of 12 meters tall, he appeared like a behemoth in the middle of the forest. Zerestia spent most of her time sleeping on his neck now, only moving when which beast appeared nearby, even though a barrier covered their lair. 9th month. Orsted's dragon seed blossomed completely. His height was already towering around 25 meters, his raven-black dragon body would give rise to terror within any living being. Chapter 39, Divine Arcane Dragon of Apocalypse. I look the same as Acnologia, just that, the mark around my dragon body seems to be silver instead of the original blue. Anyway, I can feel it, I should be able to revert back to my human form now. Orsted paused, sensing a familiar presence approaching nearby. His body was curled into a sleeping posture, but due to its size, it was still visible even from afar. He was currently located at an empty plain in the middle of the forest. Lord Orsted. The young Rem bowed her head respectfully. Seeing the basket in Rem's hand, Orsted shook his huge body as slowly as possible, creating a rough burst of air anyway. Swoosh. Yua. Zerestia woke up from above him. Seeing her wake up, Orsted picked her up from his neck like an ant and placed her before Remington. Here, today's lunch. Rem spoke calmly and handed the basket to Zerestia. After standing up, Orsted transformed back to humanoid form without hesitation. A bright light covered his whole body, before it shrunk down in a second. Mindful of the timing, Orsted instantly summoned clothes onto his body from the system. Orsted moved around his body, but before he could get used to it, he was assaulted by the most beautiful Shinagami from the back. So it's over at last. Zerestia hugged his neck tightly. Yeah. Orsted smiled slightly at her. From the heat her body transmitted to him and emotions that her soul carried, she was quite pent up and bored. He did nothing but pass on knowledge to her in the past 9 months after all. She was able to learn fourfold magic, so I guess my teaching objective is over. After calming her down, Orsted sent her back to Rem for lunch. I am really sorry, Lord Orsted. I will prepare another set of meals immediately. The young Rem bowed immediately. Orsted shook his head, no need. His voice was rough and cold at first impression. However, Rem wasn't uncomfortable, having met Zerestia and Orsted continuously for the past multiple months. In reality, she respected them both, for both their strength and willingness to teach her lacking self. Understood. Rem spoke with a neutral face. Interacting with characters from something I read really gives rise to a novel feeling. Orsted began using his body to run and stretch a little, trying to get used to his new power. My intuition tells me, no magic can affect my current body. It would have to be something at least like forbidden spells that Echidna knew, to have even a slightest effect on me. And Orsted had yet to evolve into a dragon king. After a while, Orsted stopped and checked his current dragon points. Dragon points, 8,560. It increased automatically in the past 9 months. Mostly obtained from Lagunica as a whole, after his status as Roswell's magic teacher was made public. It is getting harder to collect dragon points. Orsted frowned. Once a name has been established in the world, it wouldn't be easy to promote it further quickly. In the beginning, people might be surprised by his capabilities, but later it just feels natural. My intuition tells me the new chain quest is my key to the next stage. A bright light flashed sharply at Orsted's golden eyes. Controlling the system, Orsted added 6,000 dragon points into his template. Orsted template, 30%. Ding. The host has completed the 25% template milestone. Ding. You have obtained the Saint Dragon Battle Aura. Ding. You have unlocked Divinity. Synchronization with your template increases. 25% of battle experience will be fused. You have unlocked the special chain quest. The second world modification shall commence. Processing. Orsted closed his eyes, trying to absorb the huge amount of information being forced into his mind as fast as possible. All his sword techniques and magic abilities were promoted from saint rank to king rank. However, it would be a mistake to judge him from just this. If a normal person wielded a technique like Long Sword of Light, from Sword God style, they could swing there beyond the speed of sound. But, if it were Orsted using it instead, he could easily reach a speed closer to that of light, with his natural strength acting like an enhancement. Watching Orsted from afar, Zerestia ate Rem's handmade food gluttonously. Watching him standing rigid in one spot for a while, Rem tilted her head. Don't worry about him, Horn Girl. I can feel it again, Ors is probably going through one of his growth spurts. Zerestia spoke calmly. I see. Having watched Orsted's growth into a huge obnoxious black dragon, Rem felt it made sense. Young kids were more open to strange things, accepting new stuff easily. Ooh. Orsted opened his eyes with a deep breath, excitement visible in his bright eyes. Saint Dragon Battle Aura, I got it at last. The strongest unarmed fighting style that makes the least use of mana in combat. It worked like a force field, covering the user's whole body passively, providing almost complete resistance against all attacks. There were only a handful of people who could get past Orsted's Saint Dragon Battle Aura in this world. Let's see my status. Orsted looked into his system. Name, Orsted, original name, Heil Madstone, template Orsted, 30%. Dragon God Divinity, 0.1%. Dragon Points, 2,560. Lifespan, 3,970 years 3 months. Bloodline, Divine Arcane Dragon of Apocalypse. Physique, 65.6. Mana Gate, 72.1. Spirit Affinity, 56.7. Physical and Magical Resistance, 119.8. Techniques. The Sword God Style / Water God Style / North God Style, King Attainment. Magic, King Attainment in all elements. The Reincarnation Technique, upon death, the host will be sent back in time the moment you fused with the template. Side effect, your mana will recover 1,000 times slower than usual and your existence would fall outside the natural order of this world. Your existence can still be affected by authority wielders. Dragon Tribe Curse, every living being who places their eyes on you would come to either hate or fear you. Modified. Arcane Dragon Slayer Magic, Dragonification completed. Dragon King Evolution, 0.2%. Dragon Battle Aura, King Level. Claw Technique, a part of the fundamental fighting style of the Dragon Tribe, teaching of nail, fangs, and wings. Dragon Gate, it creates a coiled dragon-shaped monument, which can absorb the opponent's magic. Disturb Magic, causes the opponent's spell to fail. Non-attribute Magic, Gravity. Saint Dragon Battle Aura, creates a force field around the wielder that protects the user from most magic spells and sword techniques. Can be left active passively with minimum mana usage. The original plot shall start in approximately 7 years and 9 months. My lifespan increased a lot after going through Dragonification. The second world modification has been completed. The Tablet of the 7 Great Powers has been fused with the world. Chapter 40, Divinity. Seeing his spirit affinity increase the lowest, Orsted felt a little dissatisfied. The higher his spirit affinity, the faster Zerestia could grow stronger in time. Though not his main focus, he hoped for her to grow faster. The modifications have been completed. The next template milestone is 50%. The system injected knowledge into his mind, of the said modification. The situation was slightly familiar to when Orsted initially came to this world. The system had created the title, Dragon God, with somewhat of a history as a story. But it's more complicated this time. The Tablet of 7 Great Powers, I remember it from the world of jobless reincarnation. It was a squarish stone-shaped monument spread across the world, a kind of system that denotes the 7 strongest combatants in existence. Which was magically updated to reflect changes in strength, such as when one warrior defeats another. According to the information provided by the system, this tablet existed from the start of the world. Unlike in jobless reincarnation, where Laplace created it. A tablet that existed from the birth of the world, that is what all the living beings of this world believe. But, this tablet is a little different from the one in jobless reincarnation. The Tablet of 7 Great Powers stayed active the whole time in jobless reincarnation. However, in this world, the tablet activated only in times of a great disaster. The last time it activated was 400 years ago, when Sad Ella, the Witch of Envy, devoured around half the world. Foreteller of disaster, this was what the inhabitants of this world called it. And it activated just now in the perspective of the world. No wonder my intuition was telling me it might help me in obtaining dragon points. Anyone whose name appears in this tablet would be considered as the 7 strongest beings in the world. Orsted was very confident of his current strength and he knew it would definitely be listed among the initial names. System, can you show me the names of the current 7 great powers? Orsted inquired calmly. It is possible. Processing. 1. Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria. I see, even as 11 or 12-year-old kid. Orsted continued reading. 2. Witch of Envy, Sadella. 3. Dragon God, Orsted. 4. The Most Beautiful Shinagami, Zerestia. 5. Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas. 6. The Divine Dragon, Volcanicus Husk. 7. The Admirer, Halibel. After studying the rankings, Orsted raised his brows. Cesilus is still young now, so I guess it makes sense for his name to not be here. I was thinking Roswell might make it, but Halibel does hold many advantages against him. Orsted remembered about his chain quest at this point. Chain Quest 1, defeat 100 challengers, 0/100. Reward, plus 10 divinity and 1 gacha chance. Complete the Chain Quest 1 to unlock the next quest. As expected. Since people could become one of the 7 great powers by defeating me, there would soon be many people coming to challenge me. Since my location isn't hidden, I would be the easiest to find, second to Reinhard. Orsted didn't feel worried truthfully. Since dragon points were coming chasing after him, why would he turn away? The Dragon God Divinity interested him the most currently. Orsted could feel its existence flowing through not just his physical body, but even his soul. From just a glance, this Divinity felt tens of times more potent than his Dragon Battle Aura. Advice: when the host's divinity reaches 80%, you will be bestowed with unlimited lifespan. What? Though infinite lifespan in itself felt amazing, it was a different matter altogether when it came to Orsted, with his rewrite. He could render himself unkillable like Sadella or Reinhard too. Even enhance himself without limit till no one could match him. Divinity. Orsted stared at his hand as silver-black miasma covered it, the so-called Dragon God Divinity. It was lacking in quantity now, he predicted it would be emptied in 3 minutes. This chain quest seems to be more important than I expected. I will have to plan properly to make people challenge me more, to usurp my position as one of the 7 great powers. Orsted's eyes shone brightly. Since you can turn back, it means we're done here, right? Zerestia spoke while placing both her hands on her waist. Yeah, I'm done. Leave this place and the barrier as it is for now. I think it might come into use in the future. You, Oni maid, inform Roswell about it after returning. Orsted's voice felt tired and rough. Understood. Rem nodded her head and left after packing the food basket. What is it? What is it? Tired. Bored. Let's go out hunting. Hunting lifts up your spirit when you feel down. Zerestia held his hand and spoke in her usual prideful voice and face. Tired. I see, it must be the effect of getting original Orsted's 25% fighting experience memories. Orsted concluded. Even if the memories were only made out of battle experiences, it still affected Orsted to a degree. If he spoke naturally now, his voice had a tinge of tiredness that the original Orsted always possessed. Let's hunt, only for a while though. In reality, Orsted couldn't understand Zerestia's joy from hunting. While playing around with the witch beast alongside Zerestia, Orsted split his attention in multitasking as usual. I have enough lifespan to change my respawn point now. Using it at the start of the plot feels more useful, but I can't rest easily if I left it at my initial respawn point either. Orsted's paranoid mind couldn't rest easy. Even if his strength was unmatched someday, it didn't appear that his mind would rest easy anytime soon. System, can you set it so that, if I die, you change my respawn time to 1 day before my death with rewrite? No, wait, make it 3 days before my death. Orsted changed the specifics for caution's sake. It is possible. Set it so. Ding. Your respawn point has been set to 3 days before your death. If the host's lifespan falls below 2,000 years before dying, the respawn point will be set back to the previous point. With one of the important matters completed, Orsted moved towards the next problem. Random demon summoning card. Orsted got this item after using the 1 gacha chance he had been saving for a while. Using it only 3 months ago, when his paranormal intuition gave him a good probability. In the end, what did he obtain? A gacha within a gacha. Chapter 41, First Challenger. After a few days, Orsted had to start thinking of creating a new weapon for himself again. The Black Lightning Gauntlet was dozens of times weaker than his current body. Not a very useful weapon to wear all time around. Hence, Orsted just placed it in the inventory and used his claw-like fist instead. Acquiring materials from Roswell, he began experimenting without hesitation. He recycled his old equipment and the leftover magic crystal from Kararaji too. And time went by like that. Without much surprise, the first challenger appeared within the second week after Orsted completed his dragonification. Hence Mr. Reg wishes to challenge Master Orsted and Zerestia to a duel. Seeing as he is affiliated with the Kingdom Knights, I think he is just a probing pawn by the royalties or sages. Roswell stated his thoughts directly to Orsted. The middle-aged knight named Reg waited in the ground floor's hall patiently. I guess it's natural to go through Roswell to challenge me, since I'm his special guest. However, not everyone would bother about ethics like knights either. Orsted was happy to see people come to challenge him so soon. The duel, I accept, but are you sure he is here to challenge both me and Zerestia? Orsted felt like this Reg knight had a death wish. If it was just Orsted, he wouldn't mind letting the challenger live, hoping for them to come challenge him again. In hindsight, if it were Zerestia, the fight would only end with someone's death. She maintained a very high pride as a Shinagami after all. Well, it is a particularly well-known fact that Zerestia is your contracted spirit, so she could be considered a part of your strength overall, Master Orsted. Roswell smiled while holding both of his hands before his chin. After a pause, Orsted turned to the system. System, since Zerestia is my contracted spirit, if she defeats a challenger, it should count as my win in the chain quest, right? Orsted felt very positive due to his intuition. Yes. The cold mechanical answer didn't disappoint either. In the end, Orsted still decided to fight by himself. It would be problematic if it was known that he killed any challengers coming his way. Many people would hesitate to challenge him otherwise. Earning Divinity was his primary goal now. If there was someone unlucky, who came to challenge Zerestia instead of Orsted, then it didn't have anything to do with him. I hope there are more ambitious people in the world. The duel was set to be carried out in the middle of the Kemaldi forest, where Orsted spent the last 9 months. Zerestia, Roswell, and the Oni maid Ram were watching the match with keen interest. I'm Reg Angels, an elite knight of the royal army, and today, I raise my sword to challenge one of the 7 great powers. I hope you can overlook my presumptuous words, Mr. Orsted. Reg held his sword ready to strike. He appeared to be in his late 30s, but his strength was not to be underestimated. There are only 2,000 Kingdom Knights, and being one of them showed his exceptional skills. I'm Orsted. He almost didn't understand why Reg waited silently after introducing himself. Please draw your sword, Mr. Orsted. Reg spoke with a sharp and serious expression, maintaining his serious sword stance. It's not needed. You are free to attack me in any way you see fit. Orsted signaled for Reg to attack with his hand. His rough voice pierced into his opponent. HK. Then, I will make the first move. Reg lunged forwards with his sword pointing forward. Clang. What? Reg's eyes widened watching Orsted parry his sword with his claw-like hand. It was such an effortless parry that it gave the illusion that the sword was swung by a child. Attack seriously, if you don't want the duel to end immediately. Orsted's cold eyes stared into Reg's eyes. Ugh. Holding his position, Reg began swinging his sword with an intent to kill. Clang. 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 Not a single attack hit their intended target, easily parried away by Orsted's hand. The fact that his opponent used only a single hand to easily deal with his attack discontented Reg. Oh. Reg's sword attack rained down non-stop, but the result didn't appear to have changed. Too weak, I can predict all his moves without even trying. Orsted decided to end this battle, seeing the gap between them. No way, even after all that, Reg still showed an exceptional amount of liveliness, as he quickly thrust the sword with all his strength. Flow. Click. Ha. Watching his sword being held between Orsted's 2 fingers, Reg's mouth slack open. Bang. Reg's body crashed into the group of trees, trailing a line along in the ground the next moment. I just sent back the power of his attack using flow into his body. He let down his guard in the end to fly away like that. He might be above average in strength, but that's all he is in the end. Orsted moved to check Reg's status slowly. The battle was so short-fought that it didn't even feel like a duel. However, it was a necessary battle for Orsted to complete the chain quest in the end. Even if Reg's attack hit, his sword would break without even touching Orsted's skin. After seeing Reg holding up to his life, Orsted healed him and simply pointed out some problems with his sword techniques. You are free to challenge me anytime. Orsted headed back to the mansion after watching Reg's blank face. Since he thanked Orsted for his teaching, he should be alright. This was only the start. Many people began approaching Roswell's mansion to challenge Orsted soon. Retired soldier, mercenary, knights, demi-humans and even travelers from afar. Orsted rejected none. He would even welcome a rat if it wished to challenge him before crushing it to death. There were a few unlucky among the challengers, who wished to fight Zerestia. They met their end swiftly. Just like that, 3 months went by. Chapter 42, New Special Quest. 3 months later. Orsted had gone on and proclaimed that if a challenger could make him draw his sword, they could request his help once. It was a scam through and through. Even if someone strong appeared, he could use magic or dragon slayer magic instead of his sword. I don't want to get tangled into something pointless, without any benefits. But for the chain quest, I will need a lot more challengers. Orsted walked towards the middle of the forest, which was called the Challengers' Ground now. Chain Quest 1, defeat 100 challengers, 56/100. The progress of the chain quest was going well. Orsted and Zerestia had defeated 56 challengers in the past 3 months. There were a few deaths, but they were in the minority. Dragon points, 11,234. Orsted's dragon points rose quickly in the beginning, but reached a kind of stalemate at this point too. Beside fighting challengers, Orsted, Roswell and Ram had traveled to the sanctuary once. Unexpectedly, Orsted had no qualification to take the trial set up there and neither could he enter the Castle of Dreams. According to the system, Orsted's magic resistance was too high and he would have to use rewrite to decrease his resistance if he wanted to enter the Castle of Dreams. There was no way Orsted would waste his lifespan on something like that, so he couldn't meet Echidna in the end. Therefore, all Orsted was able to accomplish by that trip was smashing the young Garfield's face into the ground. And hearing Ram's, humph, well deserved. While looking at Garfield, Orsted was able to analyze the seal and the trial using tear stigma, so it wasn't like he gained nothing. He even comprehended dream magic to a degree. I was able to see Ryuzushima, one of the clones who was exiled due to saving Garfield around 3 years ago. She would come to call herself Omega, after being taken over by Echidna's soul, when Emilia clears the sanctuary trial in the future. When Ryuzushima enters the trial ground to save the young Garfield, Echidna had taken advantage of the situation and transferred a piece of her soul into her. Then, Echidna would continue to transfer her soul into this new vessel for years. It was truthfully funny, knowing that Roswell wanted to resurrect Echidna with both her perfect body and soul. While Echidna took over Ryuzushima and set out to satisfy her curiosity by traveling the world. And it was nothing like a fraction or a piece of her soul. Echidna poured her whole soul into Shima's body, getting practically a rebirth. She even took all the other witches' souls along in her journey. Even if I don't do anything, she might get resurrected one way or another. This was Orsted's conclusion. Hi-ya. Clang. Orsted could hear the sound of fighting from afar. Aura. 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 You gotta aim better than that. Zerestia spoke with a smile while throwing back the chained henchball back, also known as the Morning Star. Bang. The Morning Star crashed beside Rem, who was gritting her teeth with a sharp fighting spirit. The Oni horn began growing from her forehead, erasing the prudence that existed in her eyes. Ha! The Morning Star swung towards Zerestia nonstop, only to be easily parried by the wind. Why are you getting all excited by yourself, horn girl? Zerestia's body appeared beside Rem at some point, half smiling right at Rem's face. Take a nap. Zerestia's fist connected to Rem's stomach with precision. Thud. Ugh. Rem was laying flat on the ground the next second. The challenger's ground was marked from the numerous battles it experienced. Orsted shook his head. How pointless. Fighting and getting knocked multiple times a day, her stubbornness is hard to get past. In the end, Rem felt that she was improving by sparring against Zerestia, going at it every day without missing a single chance. Zerestia's sharp eyes softened once Orsted entered her vision. Oh, welcome back. Zerestia clung to Orsted's body naturally. I just went back to check who was trying to break into my room for a few minutes. Orsted rubbed her smooth hair and thought. It turned out to be Beatrice, who got curious about the barriers Orsted set. Unfortunately, she kept asking weird questions to satisfy her curiosity after he appeared before her. To which, Orsted answered a few correctly and others with whatever random bullshit that appeared in his mind intuitively. My magical prowess is strong, but I don't have a solid knowledge of this world's magic in theory. I couldn't comprehend what she was asking after the first few questions. In the end, I was able to deal with her by allowing her to research my barrier. Orsted never felt lacking in a while like this. Be a good girl and drop the maid back into the mansion. Orsted patted Zerestia's head one final time and ordered. Can I not? She will probably wake up soon anyway. Zerestia looked at Rem with squinted eyes. Then, move her to a safe place and stay near her. I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen. Orsted's intuition was going off for a while. Looking at the sun reaching towards the horizon, Orsted predicted there was still around an hour left before the sunset. Ding! You have acquired a special quest. Orsted's eyes shone slightly. It had been a while since the system released a new quest, that too a special quest. Show it to me. Orsted ordered the system impatiently. Special quest, defeat Chisha Gold and Cesilus Segment in a duel. Reward, unlock a chain quest, plus 3% template, 200 years of lifespan. Time limit, 3 months. A big fish seems to have bitten the bait I threw out. Orsted chuckled internally. Both Chisha Gold and Cesilus Segment were Vincent Obelix's subordinate, the future emperor of the Sacred Wallachia Empire. Now that I think about it, the fight for the throne would start in a few months if it goes according to plot. But, I don't think my strength is really necessary for Vincent to send his precious subordinates this far away. After thinking of a few possibilities, Orsted's intuition leaned towards a particular idea. To maintain the balance of power. There isn't a single member of the 7 great powers in Wallachia, I see now. He must wish to pull me into the Wallachia Empire. Vincent might even have considered using Orsted to deal with the future great disaster, he read from his father's diary. Orsted didn't really care, he would follow along if there were benefits to be gained. He never planned on staying solely in Lagunica after all. Chapter 43, Cesilus and Chisha. It has been around 3 months since Orsted proclaimed, if a challenger could make him draw his sword, they could request his help once. Orsted focused his mind into remembering everything he could about the person, Vincent Abellux. There were already many possibilities Orsted could think of. If it was a more peaceful time, Vincent Abellux would have come personally to recruit Orsted, one of the 7 great powers. But, instead he sent 2 of his main subordinates, who were very important to the upcoming fight for the throne. A bold move indeed, however it was one fueled by helplessness. Something must have transpired within these 3 months for him to move so impatiently. Orsted mused, when he sensed Roswell flying towards his location. From his speed and serious expression, Orsted knew that his new targets had arrived. My intuition warned me that something was going to happen, so I moved to the challenger's ground. It seems to have worked against me instead, I might as well have waited in the mansion. Orsted pursed his lips. Swoosh. I'm sorry to disturb you so suddenly, Master Orsted. A rather surprising guest visited the mansion today. They appear to have some business with you. Orsted's mind moved away from Roswell's explanation, sensing a presence moving towards the location quickly. Though he couldn't sense any killing intent, the presence held a kind of invigorating power. Slick. Roswell stopped speaking at this point too, hearing a sound. Ah, is this the place where you usually fight? A young man with a dramatical flair walked into the challenger's ground, his eyes scanning the ground, before freezing upon seeing Orsted. Cesilus Segment. Did he call himself the lead actor in the future? I can remember that Subaru called him drama geek at least. Cesilus was only 12 years old right now, his demeanor gave him an easygoing atmosphere, but there was visible fighting spirit in his eyes. His blue eyes, coupled with his long dark blue hair which he has tied messily into a ponytail, made Cesilus give off a rather mysterious aura. Various strands of his long hair could be seen covering the right side of his face, although not to the extent that his right eye was obscured in any way. Though young, at the age of 10, Cesilus was capable of killing a witch beast with his bare hands. And according to the plot, he would become the heavenly sword in the future someday, similar to Redestria. Roswell's serious face evaporated quickly, speaking with a jester's attitude, quite impatient of you guests from Wallachia. I remember I told you to wait in the mansion, didn't I? Oh, sorry. I couldn't help it, I know there is a waiting period in every part of the story. But, see. By following you, I was able to cut the waiting time so short. Cesilus shot a cool pose. Roswell blinked his eyes, understanding Cesilus's words, but feeling them to be foreign at the same time. After a second, the other guest walked from behind Cesilus too. Chisha Gold, a slender man, with black hair and black suit matching his hair. His eyes shone of keen intellect and unlike Cesilus's chaotic aura, Chisha gave off a more calming atmosphere. We apologize for our rash action, Lord of House Mathers. We hold no ill intent towards you or anyone here. Speaking calmly, Chisha's eyes moved to Orsted. I just hope to speak with one of the 7 great powers, the dragon god, Lord Orsted. It wouldn't be surprising if everyone in the world was aware of Orsted's existence at this point. There was a tablet of 7 great powers both in the Arlem village and sanctuary too. That's right. Do you know about Reinhard? I heard he is the same age as me, but he is supposed to be the strongest. Cesilus walked before Orsted confidently. Raising his chin slightly, Orsted spoke without hesitation. Never met him. I see. I would like to meet him before going back, but it's asking too much, I guess. My audience would have been excited too. Thinking of Reinhard, Orsted instinctually felt that he was connected to these 2 people's visit too. The Dragon Kingdom, Lagunica, and the Sacred Wallachia Empire are sworn enemies in the truest sense. They have been waging war for centuries without stopping. With Reinhard in their hands, Lagunica would without a doubt start a bigger war to settle the score with the Wallachia Empire. Reinhard might be the strongest, but in the end, he was just a puppet in the hands of Lagunica and his father. Vincent Abel Lux wished to change Wallachia by taking out trashy nobles. After becoming an emperor and transforming it to fit his ideal, he was known as a perfectionist for a reason. Fighting an all-out battle just after becoming an emperor would be counterproductive to his goal. Orsted's eyes gazed at Cesilus coldly. If I remember right, he is a stargazer too, even if defective. Orsted thought internally. Stargazer was a very rare and mysterious profession mainly found in the Sacred Wallachia Empire. They possessed the ability to prophesize the future with a very high accuracy. Stargazers were able to predict the future by looking at the observers, or in simple words, stars. It was apparent that observers wielded a kind of will, though unknown of its sentience. No stargazer could resist the commandment given to them by the observers. They would instinctually try to complete it one way or another. Cesilus's defect as a stargazer was his inability to communicate with these stars or observers. Therefore, he didn't receive any commandment either. Rather, knowing the observers' existence, Cesilus began treating them like his audience, who are witnessing his story. In the end, taking up his father's obsession, Cesilus dreamed of becoming the heavenly sword too. So, what do you seek from me? Orsted got straight to the point, his voice frosty. Chisha stepped in quickly, not willing to let Cesilus speak. I have come bearing the intent of my lord, Vincent Abel Lux, the prince of the Wallachia Empire. Unlike Cesilus, Chisha was serious and maintained a stiff expression. Taking out a parchment with the Wallachia Empire's royalty seal, a wolf pierced with 3 swords, Chisha Gold opened it slowly. Please remember that my next word would be the same as that of my lord Dash. Chapter 44, One-Sided Duel. Whatever may be your wish or that I, Vincent Abel Lux, can provide, will be given to Orsted, the dragon god. In exchange, I request your aid for my rise to the throne and your continuous friendship with the Empire. Chisha Gold looked at Orsted's face, finding him to be still expressionless, he felt his heart drop. Chisha continued reading, I shall not bore you with pointless words. If Mr. Orsted agrees to the deal in his power as one of the 7 great powers, I will build a Colosseum in celebration of our pact. Where people who are deemed worthy could challenge you. This guy. Orsted raised his eyes. Vincent Abel Lux was able to predict what Orsted was seeking by his prior announcement to the challengers. Of course, he wouldn't know of Orsted's quests, but rather think of him as a battle-hungry being. I'm surprisingly very interested now. But before that. Orsted raised his hands for Chisha to stop. If he wished to win my help, he should have come by himself instead of sending you two. Orsted coldly struck them down with an irritated frown. Chisha's expression grew a little stiff, but he still maintained a calm face. The current emperor is reaching the end of his life, all the heirs to the thrones are being watched closely. Stop. Orsted squinted his eyes sharply. The amount of cordiality is lacking and your actions are lacking. Chisha Gold clamped his mouth shut. I had a feeling this would go well, I guess not. Cesilus rubbed his head. Chisha Gold took a deep breath and gazed at Orsted with determination. Please tell us the price for your cooperation, Lord Orsted. Chisha showed no intention of backing down easily. Since the one you serve isn't here, you will have to make up for it with your own action. I am willing to give you a chance, I won't make it unreasonable. Orsted continued in his tired voice. Before anything else, first let me complete my special quest. Orsted added internally. This was the reason he led the conversation to this point. Make me use both of my hands in a fight, that will be my requirement for you. The two of you can come at me together if you wish. Orsted signaled for them to come at him anytime. I see. Chisha understood Orsted's action immediately. It wasn't that he was not interested in their proposal, it was instead about whether they were worth listening to or not. I like that. I've got to do that someday too. Cesilus's eyes shone with fighting intent. Roswell moved to the side without a word, finding Ram to be hurrying towards the area, only to stop after seeing the two guests. The guest left as I prepared the tea, Lord Roswell. Ah, don't worry about it, Ram. Roswell's eyes keenly watched the fight that was about to start. Will Miss Zerestia also participate in the battle? No. Orsted answered to Chisha. Then is killing dash. Chisha asked a few more questions to understand what they were getting into. Clarification of the rules of the game, what laid behind the demand for clarification was clear. It served as a sign that the decision was to accept the game, and its content. This is perfect. I was bored since there was no major development after joining the Prince. I've been feeling a little restless since the tablet of the 7 great powers activated. Cesilus donned a sword with fine craftsmanship. He was currently wearing Valakia Empire's simple leather armor that soldiers used, unlike his future signature kimono from Kararaji city-state. With Cesilus striking a pose, Chisha took out a hand fan with a bladed edge too. His strength was above average and lacking even compared to the current Cesilus. He excelled in strategies and building the so-called reservoirs instead. Cesilus made the first move, his body turning into a haze as he moved. Clang. 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 Orsted's hand vanished momentarily as he parried the dozens of strikes that Cesilus was able to perform within a span of a second. After the frontal attack, Cesilus made use of his flexible speed to launch attacks from multiple directions. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Weird, so weird. I don't feel like my attacks are connecting at all, instead. Cesilus looked at his hands that grew weaker with every clash. Through imperfect, Orsted could use both Water God style and Sword God style with his bare hands. Hence, Orsted didn't just parry with flow, he returned the attacks of his opponents back to them. He doesn't seem to care though. Orsted thought seeing Cesilus continue to attack without any hesitation. From the viewpoint of others, Cesilus was more like a blur than a human, appearing similar to a ghost. Not good enough. Orsted held Cesilus's sword and swung him towards Chisha Gold, who was very close to launching his surprise attack. Cesilus quickly maneuvered himself to slide through the ground. Clenching his teeth, Chisha attacked alongside Cesilus next, he swung his fan towards Orsted's free hand. Swoosh. Orsted parried it away easily, even while fending off against Cesilus. Cesilus is growing stronger slowly while fighting me, he doesn't care that both of his hands' bones are broken. He definitely has potential. Orsted still didn't feel any pressure. He could predict their moves like an open book, even if they suddenly grew 100 times stronger, the result would be the same. Enough. Orsted grew serious, after parrying the sword, his claws moved beyond the speed of sound instantly. His fist connected multiple times on Cesilus's body, sensing multiple bones being crushed through his hand. Cesilus' body spun around in midair helplessly, before crashing into the arrays of trees. The next moment, Orsted's fist hit Chisha's guts without missing, his opponent couldn't even follow his movement. Silence. Both his opponents were down without much suspense. Even Orsted felt a little bored, he had thought Chisha might come up with a brilliant plan on his part. But his expectations were too high. Not much is known about my strength too, I guess. Orsted contemplated. Ding. You have completed the special quest. The rewards can be collected any time. Healing both of them, Orsted simply told them they were free to challenge him anytime. I should let them win soon. Orsted decided. He had come to understand something in the past 3 months. Defeating the same challengers a second or third time didn't count in his chain quest. There was no point in beating around these two poor bastards anymore.